Chapter 30, 633. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a hint of coldness on her peerless face. However, the moment she saw Fong Qin, she melted like an iceberg and revealed a sweet smile. She was Bai Qingqing. She had once fought side by side with Fong Qin in the universe. Back then, she was still the daughter of the Bai family on Qingyi Island, and Fong Qin was just an itinerant cultivator. Now things had changed. However, Bai Qingqing's love for Fong Qin had never changed. "You're back." Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly. On the other side was a woman in a yellow dress with a different personality. She was once the princess of Scar Island. She had given up her status as a princess and had been following Fong Qin. Fong Qin also understood what she meant. However, he already had a wife and didn't want to hold them back. He didn't expect that after hundreds of years they were still like this. "Alas!" Fong Qin sighed. "How have you been?" Fong Qin squeezed out a smile and said. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. The old faker and the others had already left, and so had Qing Ho. There were only 3 people in the courtyard, looking at each other. "How have you been these years?" Finally, Fong Qin couldn't help but break the silence and ask. Bai Qingqing shook her head. In order to follow in Fong Qin's footsteps, she cultivated crazily and almost lost her life several times. Missing is a kind of illness. Princess Xian was more direct and expressed her longing. "You've worked hard." Fong Qin sighed. He settled the 2 of them in the sacred ground and then gave them a lot of cultivation resources. Moreover, he personally guided them in their cultivation. Now Fong Qin was comparable to an invincible sage, and his understanding of martial arts had reached the peak. With Fong Qin's guidance, the 2 of them improved rapidly. Soon, they broke through the shackles and reached the yin-yang essence realm. In the past few days, Star and Moon also tacitly agreed. She had always thought that as long as her husband loved her, it was enough. Even as a woman, she pitied Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian and wanted to matchmake them. However, her husband insisted. On this day, a silent fluctuation suddenly attracted Fong Qin's attention. What happened? Fong Qin frowned. His powerful consciousness spread out and covered every corner of the primordial chaos. Azura universe. Fong Qin's expression changed greatly. He leaped into the black hole. "You take care of the 2 of them. I have to go out for a while." Rip. The void was torn apart, and Fong Qin appeared at the edge of the ancient sacred primal chaos. Here, starlight flickered. 2 planets were slowly rotating. One of them was bright, whereas the other one was somewhat dim. Even its vitality was fading away. "Humph! You dare to touch my Azura universe?" Fong Qin snorted coldly and rushed into the Azura universe. This universe was created by him. In this universe he was the heavenly Tao. As soon as he entered the firmament, he saw 2 evil cultivators devouring cultivators in a mine in the firmament. This is... Fong Qin was stunned. Star Knights. Originally, he planned to settle down in the primordial chaos and meet with his family and friends. Then he would go to the Star Knights' lair and kill them all. He didn't expect them to sneak into the primordial chaos. In the mine, countless firmament cultivators were furious. "You demons, Lord Leader won't let you go." That's right. The Azura universe was created by Lord Leader. Every movement here can't escape his eyes. You're dead. However, facing the cultivators of the firmament, the 2 Star Knights sneered. "Stupid guys, you're about to die, and you still dare to threaten us?" Rip. The bloated Star Knight swallowed a firmament cultivator in one bite. "Third brother, although the strength of this universe is relatively low, it contains countless essences. If we can devour all the cultivators in this universe, we will definitely recover our peak cultivation. We, the Star Knights, will be reborn soon." Suddenly the void stopped. The two of them noticed that something was amiss. Raising their heads, they saw a silhouette that had appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you?" the bloated Star Knight asked in a deep voice. The other person was ready for battle. "Lord Leader. Lord Leader is here to save us." The cultivators of the firmament were very excited. You're the Lord Leader they're talking about?" Fong Qin stared at the two. "Star Knights, how dare you enter my universe?" The two Star Knights were a little surprised. "Since you've heard of us, the Star Knights, you should know how powerful we are. Be good and surrender, or I'll cut off your head." Fong Chen waved his hand, and the trapped cultivators of the firmament were all rescued. "You guys leave first." He sent the cultivators of the firmament out of the mine. Outside the mine, the peak cultivators of the firmament gathered. They were very nervous. "Will Lord Leader be okay?" "Damn those Star Knights!" Rumble. A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Just as the cultivators of the firmament were nervous, Fong Qin walked out. "Lord Leader." Everyone knelt down. "I've killed the Star Knights. The crisis has been resolved," Fong Qin said. "From now on, no one is allowed to approach this mine." The blood of the Star Knights stained the mine. Although Fong Qin had completely refined them, it was inevitable that there would be some residual blood. The 5 elements sacred realm cultivators were fearless, but they were too weak for the cultivators of the firmament. Once they came into contact with the residual blood, their souls would instantly dissipate. On this day, the Shuri universe celebrated with the heavens, and this mine was listed as the #1 forbidden area. Even after many years, the legend of the Lord Leader was still circulating. After leaving the Shuri universe, Fong Chen returned to the Milky Way universe and met many acquaintances. There were old friends from the Skybone Palace and some acquaintances from Green Bamboo Island. After that, he went to every corner of the primordial chaos to check the aura of the Star Knights. In the end, he confirmed that there were no more Star Knights in the primordial chaos. Then he used a heaven-defying method to set up a formation around the primordial chaos. This formation merged with heaven and earth and used the incomplete heavenly path as the core of the formation. After the formation was completed, no one could break it unless they had the combat strength of an invincible saint. In this way, Fong Chen's worries were completely eliminated. The primordial chaos was like an iron bucket, and after accompanying his wife and daughter for several days, he was finally going to set off. "You can guard my hometown here for me," Fong Chen said. The blood lion shook its huge head and said, "Master, don't worry. With me here, unless the primordial chaos supreme comes in person." The blood lion was very strong. With it around, Fong Chen was relieved. Standing on top of the clouds, he looked down at the earth. A ripple appeared in Fong Chen's heart. One day, the primordial chaos realm will return to before it was destroyed. At that time, the world will be peaceful and there will be no more wars. Fong Chen thought. Chapter 30, 634. God's Fall Battlefield. The northwest was where the entrance to the Chaos Battlefield used to be. This area was called the Life Forbidden Zone. Very few people dared to come here. Once a 5-element saint stepped in, they would definitely die, unless they were invincible saints. However, today, Fong Qin came to the Life Forbidden Zone as soon as he returned to the God's Fall Battlefield. "Are you hiding here?" Fong Qin sneered. Standing outside the Life Forbidden Zone, he locked onto it with his powerful divine sense. The Star Knights were full of evil. Although they weren't from the devouring demon clan, they were worse than them. Back then, they killed the old, the weak, and the sick, wantonly destroyed the God's Fall battlefield in an attempt to suppress the thousands of races in the universe. The heaven-defying Alliance Master, the Blood Cavalry Saint, and other powerhouses worked together to force them back. However, they also paid a heavy price because of this. Whoosh! Fong Qin pulled out the hidden star sword and slashed out. Crack! A thick sword light, carrying endless sword Dao aura, slashed above the life-forbidden zone. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the life-forbidden zone. A spatial storm emerged, and the whole world became dark. Who dares to attack the Star Knights? An ancient and melodious voice came from the spatial storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several old men rode dragons and soared into the sky, jointly suppressing the spatial storm. At the same time, they attacked together and shattered the thick sword light. Who are you? At this time, they found Fangchen. They were shocked. The other party was in front of them, but they couldn't sense him with their divine sense. They could only see him with their naked eyes. What was going on? Star Knights should all die. Fangchen said coldly. In his mind, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he saw in the abyss of god corpses appeared. That was the resentment of everyone. Kid, you are courting death. Provoking a Star Knight would result in 9 deaths. Kill. The old man in cyan rode the dragon and attacked Fangchen. Roar. The dragon roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out dragon breath, trying to kill Fangchen. You are just a fake dragon. How dare you be fierce in front of me? With the heaven-slashing alchemy technique, Fangchen stabbed the flood dragon with a single strike. The flood dragon let out a miserable cry. It swayed and fell into the forbidden zone. You dare to kill my mount? Hand over your life. The green-robed old man opened his palm and reached for Fangchen's head. Die. With one sword, the Star Knight had fallen. What? Seeing this, the other Star Knights were completely stunned. Who did you arrive at? Why have we never heard of your name? Fangchen strolled over in midair. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you have dealt with the Blood Cavalry Saint before. You are one of Blood Cavalry Saint's men. Hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. Voila! Fangchen was too strong, and they were no match for him. They pretended to attack, but in reality they were running away. In an instant, the Star Knight escaped into the forbidden zone of life. It's too powerful. Only our leader would be able to kill it. The leader of the Star Knights, the mastermind behind the scenes, had reached the level of an invincible saint. All these years they had been hiding in the forbidden zone of life. Leader, something bad has happened. Crack! Before they finished speaking, the 2 Star Knights were struck by a sword light and died on the spot. Fangchen stepped out and entered the forbidden zone of life. Buzz! A terrifying divine sense spread out, and the monsters retreated one after another. He used the ruler of heaven and earth and soon came to the depths of the forbidden zone of life. With Fangchen's current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent on the battlefield of Godfall. Who is it that hunted my Star Knights? A vicissitude and simple voice came from the depths of the forbidden zone of life. Whoosh! The response was still a sword. This sword contained the will of a supreme. With one sword, ghosts and gods were shocked. The huge forbidden zone of life was almost split in half. You're courting death. The leader of the Star Knights rose into the air and fought with Fangchen. Heaven-defying alliance, Dao Palace. Lord Qing, the Black and White Elders, and the Lord of Nether Ghost were discussing something. All of a sudden, he felt the world shake. It's Fangchen. They rose into the air one after another and looked up. Through layers of space, they saw Fangchen slaughtering in the forbidden zone of life. That's a Star Knight. The notorious Star Knight was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone had the right to kill him. I didn't expect that the Star Knight had been struggling to survive, Lord Qing said. The Black and White Elders were a little worried about Fangchen. Fangchen is not a reckless person. Since he dares to go alone, it means that he has full confidence. In the forbidden zone of life, in the beginning, the leader of the Star Knights could still fight with Fangchen. However, as time passed, all the methods he used were blocked by Fangchen one by one. And Fangchen had just begun to attack. Puchi! Sword after sword landed on his body, causing him to be covered in wounds. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The leader of the Star Knights guessed that Fong Qin should be a reincarnated powerhouse from ancient times, or the chaotic ancient times. Where there's life, there's hope. He thought for a moment and decided not to continue arguing with Fong Qin. Whoosh! He rushed into the core of the forbidden zone of life. You can't escape. Fong Qin slashed out with his sword, cutting off his escape route. At the same time, the samsara knife slashed out. No. After being hit by the samsara knife, the leader of the Star Knights screamed in agony. Lord Qing and the others were all trembling. He's too strong. Fong Qin was chasing after the leader of the Star Knights. What on earth did he experience in the reincarnation road? They became more and more curious about the reincarnation road. Crack! After Fong Qin released his nascent soul level primordial spirit, he directly crushed the primordial spirit of the leader of the Star Knights. The latter was bleeding from his 7 orifices and was covered in wounds. No, he was unwilling to give up. He had been dormant for countless years, but in the end, he died tragically in the hands of Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin didn't give him a chance. He killed him with one sword move. The Star Knights are eternal. Before dying, the leader of the Star Knights roared angrily. Crack! His primordial spirit was completely annihilated, and his physical body was also burned. The notorious Star Knights had completely become history, and Fong Qin had fulfilled his promise to avenge the Blood Cavalry Saint. Just as he was about to leave, the hidden star sword suddenly trembled slightly. What's going on? He felt a terrible fluctuation of sword chi at the core of the forbidden zone of life. Could it be the inheritance left by a powerful swordsman? His swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck, and he needed an opportunity to go further. This time, he felt the fluctuation of sword chi. He rushed into the core of the forbidden zone of life without hesitation. Lord Qing and the others grinned. It's so satisfying. In ancient times, the Star Knights were extremely cruel. Today, they are finally annihilated. From now on, the battlefield of Godfall will temporarily enter an era of peace. They also knew that unless the battlefield of chaos was completely pacified, there would still be wars. Of course, for Fong Qin. Next, there were more important things to do. The Source World was the real enemy of the Chaos World. Chapter 36-35. At the core of the Forbidden Zone. This place was filled with vast power as if it had merged with the heavenly Tao. The aura of origin here was also very rich. When Fong Qin sensed the terrifying sword chi fluctuations, he did not hesitate to charge into the core area. There were towering peaks and waterfalls here. In front of the mountain stream, there was a stone tablet that was being hit by the waterfall. Fong Qin's gaze fell on the stone tablet. Buzz! The sword chi in his body instantly erupted and resonated with the stone tablet. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions suddenly came from around the mountain stream. Then, Fong Qin found that the stone tablet shattered and debris flew everywhere. A sword-shaped stone tablet appeared from the shattered stone tablet. As soon as the sword-shaped stone tablet appeared, Fong Qin felt suppressed. Fong Qin took a step forward and came in front of the sword-shaped stone tablet. In an instant, the plunging waterfall became still. At the same time, the surrounding time and space seemed to be imprisoned. Everything was focused on the sword-shaped stone tablet. Seeing the words on the sword-shaped stone, Fong Qin exclaimed. His heart was filled with shock. Supreme Fu Jian. This sword-shaped stone carving was actually left behind by the Primal Chaos Supreme of the Primal Chaos era. Supreme Fu Jian. It's him. Even Supremacy Hun Yi was shocked. He was an expert from the ancient Chaos era and had heard of Supreme Fu Jian. Back then, Supreme Fu Jian mysteriously disappeared. Who would have thought that he would leave a clue here? You're too lucky, Supremacy Hun Yi said, after being baptized by the dark soul-cleansing water. Supremacy Hun Yi's bones had shown signs of recovery, and the wisp of remnant consciousness he left behind was even more real. Now he had been soaking in the dark soul-cleansing water collected by Fangchen. Once the time was right, he would fully recover. Sensing the sword qi fluctuations released by the sword-shaped stone tablet, Supremacy Hun Yi was also awakened. You know him? Fangchen asked. He had only seen him in ancient books, and they were basically simple records. After all, it had been too long since then. No one knew the details of many experts. Of course I do, Venerable Hun said. Supreme Fu Jian was a pinnacle powerhouse who had suppressed an era. It was said that he had been one step away from becoming a chaos controller. In the end, it failed for some reason. After that, he went into secluded cultivation. After that, the ancient chaos era gradually collapsed, and the devil-devouring race took advantage of the situation to rise up. The War of Gods erupted, and the ancient chaos era was completely destroyed. At first, everyone thought of Supremacy Fu Jian as the savior of the world. However, Supreme Fu Jian had yet to show up after the Battle of Godfall. How did Autarch Fu Jian die? This was something that Venerable Hun Yi was curious about. After hearing Venerable Hun Yi's words, Fangchen's heart was heavy and he was very excited. He had already reached an extremely high level of attainment in Sword Dao. Because of this, he had also fallen into shackles. If he wanted to break through, he needed an opportunity. He believed that the sword-shaped stone carvings Supreme Fu Jian had left behind were exactly what he needed. Whoosh! Fangchen took a deep breath and looked at the sword-shaped stone engraving with a burning gaze. At this moment, the shards on the stone engraving had all fallen off. Densely packed, words appeared on the smooth sword-shaped stone carving. I, Autarch Fu Jian, have cultivated my entire life to reach the peak of Sword Dao. However, I only realized in my later years that I had taken the wrong path. The first sentence from Shao Qin shocked Fangchen for some reason. Supreme Fu Jian had devoted his entire life to studying Sword Dao, and he was recognized as the strongest Sword Dao expert in the ancient Chaos era. However, in his later years, he thought that he had taken the wrong path? Then where was the real path? Fangchen fell into a daze. In his mind, he recalled the struggles he had gone through over the years, from the small divine Wind Nation to the outer region, then to the divine world, jumping out of the universe, the ancient Saint Chaos, the Archean Chaos, and finally to the battlefield of Godfall. This was the core of the broken ancient Chaos realm, and his cultivation had naturally broken through to the 5 elements sacred realm. When the world was first created, Yin and Yang were divided into 2, and the 5 elements were derived. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that those who could enter the 5 elements sacred realm were the top elites in the world, unless they could fuse with the origin and become a supremacy. However, the Sword Dao he walked had always followed his heart. Invincible Sword Dao? He murmured. For a moment, he had doubts about his Sword Dao. Swish! Cold sword light flashed in his eyes. Fangchen came back to his senses and continued to look at the stone engraving. Be careful. Supremacy Hun, he reminded him. The stone engraving was left by Supreme Fu Jian, and it contained his life's Sword Dao comprehension. Anyone who looked at it directly would be attacked by the Sword Dao he had left behind. The weak would die instantly. Only Fangchen, whose primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level, could persevere and read the words on the stone engraving. Before I died, I finally understood the truth of the Sword Dao, but Supreme Fu Jian wasn't killed by others, but by himself. He cultivated the Sword Dao so hard that he went mad and died in the end. Fangchen was filled with respect as he bowed to the sword-shaped stone carving. He was loyal to the Sword Dao. Such an elite was worthy of respect. Senior, I admire your dedication to the Sword Dao. Fangchen cupped his fists. Senior, I'll help you reach a height that you haven't reached. Crack! The stone engraving suddenly shook, and then an inexplicable mark entered Fong Chen's mind. The next moment, the stone engraving shattered. One could vaguely hear a sigh in the void that lingered for a long time. I hope you can walk the right path and promote the Sword Dao. Fong Chen entered the Sword Dao with the Sword Dao, so there was no doubt about his Sword Dao potential. Fong Chen only released a bit of his aura, and Supreme Fu Jian chose him. Furthermore, he imparted to Fong Chen the experience of his lifetime of bitter cultivation. Fong Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. A few days later, Fong Chen opened his eyes. His gaze was inexplicably firm. My Sword Dao is the invincible Sword Dao. He used the invincible Sword Dao to cut through all the superficial things in the world. Once, when Fong Chen was still insignificant, he had created the invincible Sword Dao. However, after entering the 5 elements sacred realm, the opponents he encountered were very strong, and the invincible Sword Dao couldn't satisfy his needs. Therefore, he didn't use it for a long time. Now he had obtained Supreme Fu Jian's enlightenment. He was more clear about his path. He also saw the flaws of the invincible Sword Dao, and he was confident that he could make it perfect. Whoosh! Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Invincible Sword Dao. The first thing was the confidence of being invincible. If he didn't even have confidence, how could he be invincible? However, Supremacy Hun, he didn't think so. Chapter 3636. There is no absolute invincibility in the world. You should follow Supreme Fu Jian's will and find the right path. All the experts of the ancient chaos era were probably influenced by Supreme Crouching Sword. They subconsciously thought Supreme Fu Jian's path was the strongest and the best path. The other paths were unorthodox and could not be considered elegant. Fong Chen had obtained Supreme Fu Jian's succession, the Sword Dao he had spent his entire life comprehending. However, he was starting to understand his own heart. Supreme Fu Jian was wrong. So what if he had become the strongest expert in the ancient chaos era? Wouldn't he be forgotten by the world in the end? His Sword Dao wasn't the real Sword Dao after all. Fong Chen was a little confused. Even though he was confident when he created the invincible Sword Dao, it was completely different from what he was feeling now. Invincible. The word sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had been trapped by these 2 words? Supreme Fu Jian was no exception. Your Sword Dao. Supremacy Hun, he fell silent. What did the invincible Sword Dao mean? Every expert who stood at the top of the world knew it. How difficult was it to achieve the invincible Sword Dao? Your mentality has changed, so your Sword Dao will change too, Supremacy Honey said. The invincible Sword Dao. The invincible Sword Dao is too domineering. Ordinary people can't control it. If you insist on it, you'll definitely walk the same path as Supreme Fu Jian and die from qi deviation. After all, Fong Chen had brought him out of the road of reincarnation. He had even been baptized in the dark, soul-cleansing water and had a chance to be reborn. He was grateful to Fong Chen from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't want Fong Chen to take an unconventional path. It's right to have a firm belief, but some beliefs will make you lose your mind and doubt your life. Supremacy Hun Yi was right about the invincible Sword Dao. Some geniuses in the ancient chaos era had created their own Sword Dao and named it the invincible Sword Dao. However, they had a miserable life in their later years. No one knew what happened, but everyone knew that wherever they went was filled with misfortune. Fong Chen, sat on the ground, feeling the changes in his heart. He chuckled and said, I've asked myself countless times, what is my Sword Dao? However, the answer in his heart was different every time. This time he was still asking himself what Sword Dao was. After absorbing the seal that Paragon Fu Jian had left behind, it was as if he had followed Paragon Fu Jian into battle and experienced everything himself. Supreme Fujian's understanding of the Sword Dao and his self-created Sword Dao. Fang Chen was very clear about this. He wanted to combine Supreme Fujian's sword arts with his own. In the end, he became even more determined. The path he was about to take was destined to become a taboo path for the world. The Tao he wanted to gain enlightenment into would become a taboo to the gods. The way of the sword depended on the heart and the sword. He was fixated on what was before him. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi emerged from his body. Sword chi soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, Fang Chen soared into the sky. Holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed out. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! A mountain in the life-forbidden zone was flattened by his sword. Buzz! He stood with his hands behind his back. The star-hidden sword was inserted into the ground, swaying. Sword chi crisscrossed. Fang Chen had never been so clear in his heart. "My sword Dao, my path," he murmured. It was as if he was telling the world, but also as if he was talking to himself. Upholding the Sword Dao in my heart is the true, invincible Sword Dao. At this moment, he was suddenly enlightened. The so-called invincible Sword Dao was not invincible in terms of Sword Dao attainments, but invincible in the heart. If the heart was invincible, the Sword Dao would also be invincible. Boom! 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 Unparalleled sword chi was released from Fang Chen's body one after another. Venerable Hun, he was completely stunned by this scene. "What's going on?" "Supremacy Hun," he exclaimed. He checked carefully. In the end, he came to a shocking conclusion. That was, the young man in front of him might really be able to do what Supreme Fujian had never done. At this moment, Fang Chen began to reshape the invincible Sword Dao. After all, when he was creating it, he was too weak, causing the invincible Sword Dao to have many shortcomings. Now he was finding them one by one and correcting them one by one. Time passed. In the life-forbidden zone, it was extremely silent. Apart from Lord Qing and other invincible saints, no one else knew. The super genius of the God's Fall battlefield, the strongest disciple in the history of the Dao Palace, had received Supreme Fujian's Sword Dao inheritance and was undergoing a transformation. This guy, Lord Qing sighed. Fang Chen could always surprise him. The mission of the Heaven-Defying Alliance over the years has finally been completed. When the Heaven-Defying Alliance was established, in addition to fighting against the demon-devouring clan, they also had a mission, which was to find as many geniuses as possible in the Chaos Realm. He's comprehending the Dao. Elder Black and White smiled. Once he succeeded in comprehending Dao, Fang Chen's strength would reach a whole new height. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, the appointed day with the Supreme Venerables at the end of the reincarnation road was coming. In the life-forbidden zone, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Dao had reached an incredible level. Over the years, he had perfected the invincible Sword Dao. Whoosh! Suddenly he opened his eyes. The invincible sword chi on his body was powerful and domineering. Even Supremacy Hun he was awakened. "You succeeded?" Supremacy Hun he exclaimed when he sensed Fang Chen's aura. Fang Chen nodded. The invincible Sword Dao has finally been perfected. Whoosh! He waved his sword, and all the monsters in the life-forbidden zone felt their hearts palpitate. He had once created 11 swords. But after this refinement, he only managed to condense 3 swords. Although it's condensed into 3 swords, its power has increased by 100 times. The current invincible Sword Dao was the true invincible Sword Dao, and the invincible Sword Dao had truly reached the level of a half-step supreme technique. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. It was too difficult to create a half-step supreme technique. Only he knew how difficult it was. When all 9 sword moves are derived, the invincible Sword Dao will become a true supreme technique. Fang Chen murmured to himself, In his mind, the plan was very clear. After condensing the invincible sword Tao, there would be a total of 9 swords. When all 9 swords were created, it would be a true supreme technique. Of course, by then his strength would be comparable to a supreme venerable. It's about time. He raised his head and bowed deeply to the mountain stream. Then he left the life-forbidden zone. Senior Qin Jun, 2 elders. Fang Chen returned to the myriad Tao world and met the 3 of them in the Tao Palace. I have something important to do, which is related to the survival of the God's Fall battlefield. Chapter 36-37. After perfecting his sword principle, Fang Chen's sword heart had become more tenacious. He was also clearer about the path he wanted to take. After bidding farewell to Lady Qing and the others, Fang Chen didn't go to the reincarnation road to find the great sage. Instead, he went to every corner of the God Fall battlefield. He was looking for the immortal scepter. 3 months later, a battle of gods broke out in the southern wilderness. The reason why it was called a battle of gods was because the people involved were all Saint Realm experts. The strongest had even reached the 6th level of Saint Emperor. Demonic clothing, old man. How dare you attack my Green Fire Temple? Green Fire Temple Master said angrily. The southern wilderness was the territory of Green Fire Temple. Not long ago, a scepter was found on the southern wilderness mountain. Anyone who approached would be repelled by the power emitted from the scepter. Soon, the news spread throughout the southern wilderness. Green Fire Temple naturally sealed off the scene immediately. But it was still too late. Demonic clothing old man rushed over and started a massacre, wanting to monopolize the scepter. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Demonic clothing old man was too strong. The experts of Green Fire Temple were no match for him. Pucci! Everyone retreated, and many people died at the hands of demonic clothing old man swoosh. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the peak of the southern wilderness mountain, looking at the immortal scepter in front of him. Finally he found it. Fang Chen reached out and gently stroked the immortal scepter. Buzz! Dazzling light emitted from the immortal scepter. Fang Chen was a little surprised. After not seeing it for so many years, the immortal scepter had completed such an amazing transformation. A saint weapon? The immortal scepter contained an extremely strong origin power, the power left by the immortal emperor. Fang Chen frowned. Back then, the immortal emperor was the only expert who entered the emperor realm after the God Fall battlefield, and he created the Immortal Creation Department to cultivate talents for the God Fall battlefield. But he had mysteriously disappeared. Many people thought that he had died, but today Fang Chen knew that the immortal emperor had not died. Then, where did he go if not in the God Fall battlefield? Fang Chen looked in the direction of the northwest. Chaos battlefield. Fang Chen murmured. Boom! The immortal scepter let out a resonant cry, as if responding to Fang Chen. The latter pulled it up and the earth shook. Quintessence, saint weapon. The demonic clothing old man's eyes were bloodshot. He took a step forward and rushed to the peak of the southern desolate mountain. Kid, who are you? Fang Chen said nothing. Give me the scepter in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The demonic clothing old man threatened. This is my scepter. Why should I give it to you? While speaking, Fang Chen took the immortal scepter and prepared to leave. You are courting death. The demonic clothing old man bellowed and struck out with his palm. The vast palm power slammed onto Fang Chen's body like a torrential flood. Wang! The latter sent the demonic clothed old man flying with a thought. Thud, thud, thud. The demonic clothing old man steadied himself and landed on the plain. He looked at Fang Chen with a grave expression. Who is he? The demonic clothing old man asked. He didn't remember such a young saint realm expert. Could he be a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? The demonic clothing old man subconsciously thought of Fong Qin from the Doctrine Palace. But soon, he shook his head and rejected the idea. It was ridiculous. Who was Fong Qin? He had single-handedly saved the God Fall battlefield. He was a savior. Why would he come to such a place? The demonic clothing old man. The Green Fire Temple Master also realized how powerful Fong Qin was. How about we work together? No matter what, the scepter had appeared in the southern desolate land. He couldn't let an outsider get it. We can work together, but how do we split the scepter? The demonic clothing old man asked. The Green Fire Temple Master had already thought about it. Give the scepter to the Green Fire Temple, and the Green Fire Temple will give you half of the authority of earthly flame. How about that? Okay, deal. Obviously, the authority of earthly flame was more attractive to the demonic clothing old man than the scepter. Boom! The two experts stared at Fong Qin cautiously. Whoosh! Fong Qin strolled down the southern, desolate mountain. Boy, I don't care who you are. Hand over the scepter. What if I don't? Fong Qin shrugged. Do it. With the Green Fire Temple Master's order, the people of the Green Fire Temple attacked. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The people of the Green Fire Temple set up a formation to trap Fong Qin. The demonic clothing old man and the Green Fire Temple Master joined forces to deal with Fong Qin. Fong Qin shook his head in the face of the encirclement. He was just taking back his belongings. Why bother? Crack! He flicked his finger and the formation shattered. The people who set up the formation all fell to the ground. Oh no! The Green Fire Temple Master took a deep breath and attacked even more fiercely. Suppress. The demonic clothing old man used his strongest skill. Fong Qin did not move, allowing the attacks of the two to land on his body. There was a layer of invisible runes on the surface of his skin that easily blocked the two experts' attacks. The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man were shocked. How is this possible? They exclaimed. The two of them could even fight a saint if they joined forces. However, they couldn't break the defense of the person in front of them. Get out of here before I get angry. Fong Qin said. Dong! The two experts were sent flying. The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man rolled a few times on the ground and got up quickly. Who did you get? The Green Fire Temple Master asked as he looked at Fong Qin's back. Fong Qin. Fong Qin disappeared as soon as he said that. The two powerhouses were left bewildered and shocked. Fong Qin from the Doctrine Palace. Oh my God, we tried to suppress Fong Qin from the Doctrine Palace. The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man were shocked. It's terrifying. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, Fong Qin didn't want to kill. Otherwise, there would be a river of blood. After a long time, the demonic clothing old man and the Green Fire Temple Master looked at each other. There was a smile on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. I didn't expect that we would fight with Fong Qin. The scepter had been taken away by Fong Qin, and the demonic clothing old man had also left. The Green Fire Temple Master looked in the direction where Fong Qin had left, deep in thought. From today onwards, the southern wilderness mountain will be renamed Mount Qin. Build a scepter on the mountain peak with the best materials. The Green Fire Temple Master ordered. Even he didn't know that Mount Qin was built to commemorate Fong Qin's visit. He didn't expect that countless years later, it would become a cultivation, holy land in the southern wilderness. The Green Fire Temple also became a top force in the God Fall battlefield. Of course, this was all in the future, in the demonic mountain range. Fong Qin found the entrance to the Reincarnation Road. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the Reincarnation Road, the great sage sensed it. With a flash of golden light, Fong Qin appeared at the end of the Reincarnation Road. Are you done? At the end of the reincarnation road, the statue opened its eyes and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The primordial chaos had been arranged. Unless a half-step chaotic supremacy came, it was impossible to break the seal. He had also killed the Star Knights and found the immortal scepter. Everything that needed to be done was done. Chapter 30, 638. Everything around him had been dealt with. The crisis of the God's Fall battlefield had been resolved. His wish had been fulfilled. Fang Chen felt his heart heavy. He shouldered the hopes of billions of living beings. If he failed, the entire Chaos Realm would disappear completely. So this time he had to succeed. However, he knew nothing about the unknown origin world and the devouring demon race. Moreover, the origin world was the territory of the devouring demon race. If he was not careful, he would be exposed. So this mission was extremely dangerous. Reincarnation is not an easy thing, especially for a 5-element Saint Realm martial artist like you. The great sage said in a deep voice. He had controlled the reincarnation road for countless years and had a deep understanding of it. Therefore, he knew very well how difficult it was for Fang Chen to reincarnate. However, since they had planned for so long, they naturally had a way. Go to the bitter sea first and absorb the power of the bitter sea. With a wave of the Grand Monarch's hand, Fang Chen lost control of his body and found himself in an endless sea of bitterness. Plop! His body sank into the bitter sea and did not pick up any splashes. The Bloodline King and the Blood Cavalry Saint opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes full of worry. Great Sage, will he succeed? The Bloodline King asked. What if he causes too much of a commotion when he reincarnates and the devouring demon race finds out? These were all things that needed to be considered. However, the great sage pondered. To reincarnate into the origin world, the first condition is to form the nascent soul. Fang Chen's nascent soul had successfully formed the nascent soul after the baptism of the dark, soul-cleansing water. He was the first 5 elements Saint Realm martial artist to cultivate his nascent soul to the nascent soul level. Moreover, he had the perfect bloodline. Although it had not reached the ultimate level, it was very compatible. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the most likely to succeed in the world. What if even he failed? Then the Chaos Realm would really become history. The great sage had studied countless times and had a clear understanding of Fang Chen's situation. He was full of confidence. The Bitter Sea was also known as the Lake of Reincarnation. It was filled with the mysterious power of reincarnation. Anyone who was reincarnated had to go through the baptism of the Sea of Bitterness before they could reach the other shore, step onto the divine bridge, and be reborn. However, Fang Chen's destination was the origin world. That place was very special. The heavenly Tao was perfect, and the source energy was many times denser than the primal chaos realm. The spatial structure was also very firm. Therefore, before his reincarnation, Fang Chen needed to absorb enough of the bitter sea's power to refine his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the depths of the sea of bitterness, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and relaxed his body and mind, allowing the seawater to hit his body. Rip. He could clearly feel that the seawater contained an extremely strong power of reincarnation. Not long after, his skin was burned. However, he soon found out. The tempering of the sea of misery was actually targeted at the essence soul. The little golden man in his mind swayed continuously, enjoying the impact of the sea of bitterness. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Beside the sea of misery, the great senior, who had been paying attention to Fang Chen's every move, revealed a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance in the past 3 years. It's about time, the great senior murmured. At this time, Fang Chen's essence soul had undergone enough refinement. Next was the most important reincarnation, Fang Chen. The great senior's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was startled. He knew that the time was ripe. Reincarnation into the origin world is different from normal reincarnation. I will use heaven-defying methods to open a gap in the sea of bitterness. The gap led to the origin world. However, this passage was very special and contained the profound mysteries of reincarnation. Once the physical body approached it, it would be destroyed. Therefore, he could only enter the passage in the form of his essence soul. After walking out of the passage, he had to seize a body as quickly as possible. This way, he could complete his reincarnation. In fact, according to the normal process, after reincarnation, he would definitely come out of his mother's womb. However, Fang Chen was going through an abnormal channel, and it was a plan that the Great Senior and the top powerhouses had been planning for countless years. Therefore, it was feasible. Do you understand? The Great Senior said. At the same time, he also told Fang Chen that after he seized a body, the heavenly Tao of the origin world would not reject him. However, once he released the aura of the perfect bloodline, he would be punished by the heavenly Tao and his identity would be exposed. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, he must not expose his perfect bloodline. Soon after, Fang Chen nodded and prepared. Buzz! The statue shattered, and the Great Senior's true body was revealed. He opened his hands and constantly formed hand seals. In the incomparably calm sea of bitterness, a violent wind suddenly blew, and the end of the reincarnation road was filled with a vast power. Open! The Great Senior shouted. At the bottom of the sea of bitterness, cracks gradually appeared, and a gap was forming. At the same time, in the chaos battlefield, many top powerhouses of the God's Fall Alliance, led by the heaven-defying Alliance Master, crazily bombarded the entrance to the origin world. Kill! The heaven-defying Alliance Master shouted, falling into madness. The war that broke out on the chaos battlefield attracted the attention of the origin world. The devouring demon clan sent out experts to suppress the chaos battlefield. However, in the process, they were completely unaware that an incomplete primordial spirit burst out from a gap in the void. Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven-defying Alliance Master and the others fled and hid. How is it? An expert asked. The heaven-defying Alliance Master nodded. Success. He had a special way of communicating with the Great Senior. Not long ago, it was the Great Senior who told him to attack crazily to attract the attention of the devouring demon clan and buy time for Fang Chen. Now, the Great Senior had successfully sent Fang Chen's primordial spirit into the origin world. Their mission was completed and they quickly hid. Success or failure depends on this, the human expert said. At the end of the reincarnation road, beside the sea of bitterness, the Great Senior stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the sea of bitterness. Great Senior, will Fang Chen be discovered? After all, the devouring demon clan's patriarch was in existence infinitely close to becoming a chaos controller. Even if the Blood Sword Paragon was alive, it would be difficult for him to be a match for him. The Great Senior shook his head. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch wants to become a chaos controller, he must absorb the chaos realm's providence and merge his body with heaven and earth, truly merging with the heavenly Tao. Now he is at the most critical moment of the fusion and has no time to be distracted. It was precisely because of this excellent opportunity that they dared to send Fang Chen into the origin world. I hope it will succeed, the Great Senior muttered. If it failed and the devouring demon clan discovered it, the chaos realm would definitely be destroyed. This was something they did not want to see. The origin world. The origin world's power was extremely rich, and the heavenly Tao was not lacking. It operated perfectly. This place was simply the holy land of cultivation that every saint realm expert dreamed of. However, the ruler of this place was the cruel, devouring demon clan. On this day, it suddenly snowed heavily in a small border city. Chapter 30, 639. The origin source aura was more than 10 times thicker than the chaos realm. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was perfect and its providence was invincible. This place was simply a holy land for cultivation. The origin world was the lair of the Fiend Devourer clan. It was also a manifestation of the Fiend Devourer clan's leader's ambition. He used the billions of lives in the Chaos realm as the price to achieve his position as the Chaos controller. Once he succeeded, the Chaos realm would completely become history. Feng Qin, shouldering the mission of billions of lives in the Chaos realm, descended upon the origin world. Thousand Autumn City, one of the 28 cities under Carefree Manor. This city was located at the edge of the origin world, and it was a veritable border town. Originally, the climate of Thousand Autumn City was very dry. Ever since the birth of the origin world, it had never snowed. But now, the entire Thousand Autumn City was draped in silver. Heavy snow continued to fall from the sky, outside the city in a barren mountain range. Rip! A figure covered in blood escaped from the depths of the mountain range. However, the angry roar of a beast came from behind. Bang! The figure did not take a few steps before falling to the ground. Not long after, the origin spirit shattered and lost its vitality. Roar! The demon beast got closer and closer, letting out an angry roar as it quickly shuttled through the snow-filled barren mountain range. Just as it was about to pounce on the already dead human, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of it. Following that, a gray aura wrapped around an incomplete golden figure shot out. The moment the golden figure appeared, the heavy snow instantly stopped. Whoosh! At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, the incomplete golden figure entered the dead human's mind. At this time, the demon beast had already fallen into the void crack. It wanted to struggle, but to its horror, its body was being swallowed by the darkness. Roar! It let out an angry roar before it was completely swallowed by the darkness. The heavy snow stopped, and the barren mountain range regained its calm. In Thousand Autumn City, everyone was discussing what this heavy snow that had been falling for 9 years meant. Could it be that a genius had been born, or that the ruins of a powerhouse had appeared? In short, there were different opinions. Young Master, are we really going to enter the Thousand Autumns mountain range? There was a group of people in front of the barren mountain range. The person in the lead was the famous young master of the Han family in Thousand Autumn City. The Fiend Devourer clan was a prehistoric race that had developed to this day. His clansmen were spread throughout the entire origin world. From this, it could be seen how much the clan had multiplied. The Han family was just a small branch of the demon-devouring clan, and their bloodline was very thin. In recent generations, they could not even activate their demon-devouring bloodline. If it weren't for the fact that the Han clan's old ancestor had suppressed many experts with his unparalleled strength, many powers in Thousand Autumn City would have already made a move against the Han clan. Han Lin, the young master of the Han family. During the 9 years of great snow, he had inadvertently heard people say that it was very likely that the ruins of a powerhouse had appeared. Very few people have ever dared to venture into the Thousand Autumn mountain range. Perhaps the remains of an expert are inside. Han Lin said in a low voice, "But young master!" The butler wanted to stop him, but Han Lin's attitude was firm. His intuition told him that the inheritance of the devouring demon clan's experts might be in the Thousand Autumn mountain range. Humph! Just wait until I activate my devouring demon bloodline and gain the favor of the Carefree Palace. At that time, those forces that are suppressing my Han family will be annihilated. Han Lin said ferociously. After that, the group entered the Thousand Autumns mountain range. Towering trees stood tall, and the heavy snow stopped. However, the snow accumulated on the branches slowly fell. On the ground, there was a figure that seemed to have died a long time ago. Suddenly, his fingers moved. Immediately after, he felt pain all over his body. "Am I not dead?" That was the first sentence he said. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. In his mind, memories appeared like a tide. "I am Feng Qin." Feng Qin's incomplete primordial spirit had taken over this dead human body. However, the memories of the original owner still existed. Is this the origin world? Fong Qin murmured. At this time he was seriously injured and could not move an inch. After struggling for a while, he gave up and began to receive information from the original owner. Not long after, Fong Qin knew that the original owner was a rogue cultivator named Lin Qin. He entered the Thousand Autumns mountain range to find the supreme inheritance. However, he encountered a stronger demon beast and died. First level Holy King? Fong Qin pursed his lips. He did not expect the cultivation of this body to be so weak. Moreover, the strength of this body could not be compared to his own. However, when he thought of the Supreme Sage's words, he understood. He could carry his memories and reincarnate into the origin world. It was the plan of all the Almighties in the Chaos Realm for hundreds of millions of years before they succeeded. His goal in coming here was to collect the purest demon-devouring bloodline, and then transform it to its strongest state. Forget it. Fong Qin shook his head. If his body was weak, he could cultivate. If his realm was low, he could also improve quickly. The most important thing now was to adapt to the living environment of the origin world and then wait for an opportunity. At this moment, Fong Qin heard footsteps. "Young master, there's someone over there." The butler pointed to the front. Han Lin walked over quickly and saw Fong Qin. "Who are you?" Han Lin's expression was grave as he dared to barge into the Thousand Autumns mountain range alone. "Young master, he is." The butler recognized Fong Qin. "Lin Qin, a rogue cultivator. He's somewhat famous in the Thousand Autumns city." "Oh." Han Lin's eyes darted around before he asked, "Why are you seriously injured?" Fong Qin immediately recognized that Han Lin was from the demon-devouring clan. "I accidentally entered the Thousand Autumns mountain range and was attacked by demonic beasts," Han Lin smiled. "Your injuries are very serious. I can save you, but you have to work for me." "Okay." Fong Qin agreed immediately. Then, Han Lin gave Fong Qin the Han clan's secret healing panacea. The latter swallowed it, and his complexion improved after a while. "What do you need me to do?" Fong Qin asked. At this moment he could already move, but his strength had not recovered. He looked around. Among Han Lin's group, the butler was the strongest. He was at the third-level Holy King, while the others were second-level Holy Kings. In his current state, it was impossible for him to defeat them. "Help me scout the way," Han Lin said. "It never snows in the Thousand Autumns city, but this time it has been snowing for 9 years. It must be the remains of a strong cultivator. What you need to do is to help me scout the depths of the Thousand Autumns mountain range. If you can find the remains of a strong cultivator, I will reward you handsomely." Hearing this, Fong Qin was stunned. 9 years of snow. He was in the reincarnation passage opened by the great sage, and his primordial spirit had undergone reincarnation. He did not expect that 9 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and said, "I am willing to serve you, master." Han Lin was very satisfied with Fong Qin's performance, but the butler remained vigilant. Soon Han Lin and the others arrived at the depths of the Thousand Autumns mountain range. "Young master, we can't continue. You, go scout the way," Han Lin said coldly. Chapter 3640. At the core of Aeon mountain range. The deeper he went, the more pressure Fong Qin felt. He sighed helplessly. If he was in the chaotic realm, his chaos sword body would have reached its peak and would not be suppressed. However, he had just been reborn, and his original body was too weak. It would take some time to activate the chaos sword body and cultivate it to its peak. However, Fong Qin believed that it would not take long. After all, this was the origin world. With such rich origin energy, one's cultivation speed would be increased by at least 100 times. "Young master, can Lin Qin find anything with his strength?" The butler asked softly. Han Lin sneered. "Humph! It's a joke to expect a piece of trash like him to find the relic of an elite. However, after pondering for a while, he said, since there is a relic of an elite in the depths of Aeon mountain range, there must be a supreme beast guarding it. His value is to attract the attack of the supreme beast. Hearing this, the butler and the other servants understood and gave Han Lin a thumbs up. Wonderful. Han Lin's eyes were filled with lust. It was as if he could already see Fang Qin attracting the attack of the supreme beast, while they easily entered the relic and obtained the inheritance. Humph, just you wait. I, Han Lin, will make a name for myself one day. When that time came, even the elites of Carefree Mansion would beg him to join. However, Han Lin's ambition was not there. His biggest dream was to enter the ancestral land of the Devouring Demons clan and be summoned by the clan leader. Phew! Han Lin took a deep breath and shook his head hard to stop thinking about it. At the core of Aeon mountain range, Fang Qin stopped and released his divine consciousness to sense the situation in the mountain range. Although his primordial spirit was injured after passing through the reincarnation passage, it was still a nascent soul, primordial spirit. Such a powerful primordial spirit was not something an ordinary person could compare to, even if it was injured. The conversation between Han Lin and the others was clearly heard by Fang Qin. Using me? Fang Qin sneered. After learning about the battle of gods in the chaotic realm, he did not have a good impression of the Devouring Demons clan. Now that he had just been reborn, he met Han Lin and the latter wanted to kill him. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. After a long while, Fang Qin withdrew his divine sense. His primordial spirit was not strong enough to support him for a long time, but it was enough to deal with Han Lin and the others. There aren't any powerful demonic beasts in the Thousand Autumn mountain range. Fang Qin muttered. Then he began to set up the array. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation. This array was enough to deal with ordinary Saint Realm martial artists. Rip. A moment later, Fang Qin finished setting up the array. Then he deliberately punched a towering tree not far away. Rumble. A deafening sound spread in the direction of Han Lin and the others. What's that? Han Lin and the others, who were waiting for an opportunity, were overjoyed. It must be Lin Qin. Han Lin took the lead and rushed towards the core area. At the same time, Fang Qin was hiding in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Array. He's here. A while later, Han Lin and the others arrived. There are traces of a battle here. Lin Qin must have lured the peerless, demonic beast away. Han Lin's eyes emitted a lustful light. Search immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find the remains of the powerhouse. Han Lin and the others did not notice the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Array at all. Whoosh! When the entire group of people entered the formation was abruptly activated. A storm and a terrifying killing intent instantly spread out. Oh no! The first to sense the danger was the steward. He took a step forward and stood beside Han Lin. Young master, be careful. The biting cold wind blew crazily. What's going on? Han Lin was puzzled. Why would an array appear in the depths of the Thousand Autumn mountain range? Could it be that someone had beaten him to it? For a moment he thought of Fang Qin, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. He's just a rogue cultivator. How could he set up such a powerful array? Han Lin's body tensed up and he was ready to attack at any time. Young master, don't worry. This array is unstable. Let's attack together and destroy it, the steward commanded calmly. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Combined with the power of the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Array, it instantly killed a servant. The servant did not even have time to scream before he fell limply to the ground. Who is it? The steward roared. Whoosh! Another sword slashed, and another servant fell to the ground. Be careful! The steward roared. However, no matter how careful they were, they still could not block it. The swordsmanship was too powerful. As long as they were stabbed, they would definitely die, as expected of the source world. Fong Chen sighed secretly. Although this body only had the cultivation of a first-level Holy King, with his peak combat strength, he could easily kill a few Holy Kings. However, in the source world, he needed the help of the heavenly cycle stellar killing array to do so. Everything was because warriors of the same level who cultivated in the source world had a solid foundation and a deeper understanding of the source world, so they were more powerful. According to Fong Chen's speculation, the combat strength of a third-level Holy King in the source world was comparable to an ordinary fifth-level Holy Emperor in the chaotic realm. Let's end this quickly. The biggest threat was the steward. As long as he killed the steward, Han Lin was not worth mentioning at all. With that thought in mind, Fong Chen displayed the invincible swordsmanship. The terrifying invincible sword chi surrounded him. The sword chi crisscrossed and could swallow the sun and moon. Get lost! The steward punched out and collided with the long sword, producing a deafening sound. Thud, thud, thud! The steward retreated. He looked up to the sky and roared, extremely furious. The heavenly cycle stellar killing array limited his power, so he could not fully deal with Fong Chen. As a result, he was constantly suppressed in the battle. Sir, we are from the Han family of Chencho City. Who are you? The steward asked coldly. That's right. I am Han Lin from the Han family. If you dare to touch me, the Han family will not let you off. Is the Han family very powerful? A disdainful voice came from the void. Invincible swordsmanship. Fong Chen appeared behind the steward like a ghost. Pucci! The battle became more and more intense. Although the steward was very strong, he was still powerless in the face of Fong Chen. After an hour of fierce battle, the steward was killed. In the end, Han Lin was the only one left in the heavenly cycle stellar killing array. No. Han Lin shook his head frantically, not daring to believe the scene in front of him. Die! Fong Chen appeared and pierced his throat with his sword. It's you? Before he died, Han Lin saw Fong Chen's true face. He looked ferocious and wanted to send a message, but his limbs did not listen to him and he fell to the ground. Whoosh! The array collapsed. Fong Chen leaped and disappeared into the darkness. This was the origin world, the nest of the demon-devouring race. If he was not careful, his identity would be exposed. Fong Chen naturally would not leave any clues. A few days later, Chapter 3641. In the tavern, Fong Chen leaned against the window and drank alone. The tavern was the fastest place to obtain information. Fong Chen was new here and was unfamiliar with the origin world. The only thing he remembered was what the great sage had told him. However, the great sage had never been to the origin world, so he did not know how far the devouring demon clan had developed after countless years. After a long while, Fong Chen drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He sighed. He now had a rough idea of the overall layout of the origin world. The overlord force of the origin world was the devouring demon clan. However, after generations of development, they eventually evolved into other branches and clans. For example, the Han family of Thousand Autumn City. Although their ancestors were also from the devouring demon clan, their bloodline became thinner and thinner due to generations of inheritance. In Han Lin's generation, they could no longer activate the devouring demon bloodline in their bodies. Such a clan was at the bottom of the hierarchy in the origin world. They had almost no right to speak. The identity of the devouring demon clan did not guarantee their survival. Thousand Autumn City was a small border city in the origin world. It was one of the 12 cities of Carefree Manor. Speaking of Carefree Manor, Fong Chen was naturally no stranger to it. In the demonic sky fire domain, he had once killed the young Marquis, Xiao Mu, and defeated Carefree Manor's spirit body. I didn't expect this. Fong Chen shook his head. He did not expect that he would reincarnate and come to Carefree Manor. Right now, what he needed to do was to stabilize his position and gain a foothold in the origin world. He could not rush for success. Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, he would definitely die. At that time, the vast primal chaos realm would also completely vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Fong Chen's ears twitched as he heard some useful information. The selection of 1,000 Autumn's Mountain. What is this? Fong Chen was surprised. However, he soon understood. 9 years of heavy snow in 1,000 Autumn City. A phenomenon fell from the sky. Carefree Manor took it very seriously and personally ordered to send an envoy to 1,000 Autumn City to select geniuses. Heavy snow promised a bountiful year. 9 years of heavy snow. 1,000 Autumn City would definitely produce geniuses. Many people were discussing it. Once he passed the selection of Chinchou Mountain, he would be able to cultivate in Carefree House. 1,000 Autumn City basically doesn't have any core members of the Devouring Devil Clan. If you want to obtain the blood essence of the Devouring Devil Clan, you have to go to a bigger stage. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He had decided to participate in the 1,000 Autumn Mountain selection. After paying the bill, he walked out of the restaurant. At this moment, Fong Chen saw a carriage coming towards him. What attracted his attention was not the carriage. Instead, it was the person pulling the carriage. That's right, in front of the carriage, there were 2 old men in tattered clothes. They were pulling the carriage forward. This is a human? Fong Chen frowned. The origin world was the territory of the demon-devouring race. They had a blood feud with the races of the Chaos Realm. Why would a human warrior appear here? As expected of the young master of the Li family. How imposing. Of course, the Li family's ancestor has already personally appointed the Li family's young master as the next patriarch. His status has greatly increased. He's always been an arrogant and despotic silk pants. Now that he's the young master of the Li clan, he's even more arrogant. These 2 coachmen are so pitiful. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. What's there to pity? A man with sword-like eyebrows said coldly. They're all sinners and should be punished in the land of the sinners. However, our demon-devouring race brought them here and spared them from punishment. They should be grateful. Seeing this, the others did not dare to say anything. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood. It seemed that there were many beings of the Chaos Realm in the origin world, and they were all enslaved. Fong Chen sighed. In the Chaos Realm, perhaps they were strong. However, after being captured and brought to the origin world, they were powerless to resist and could only be slaughtered. Fong Chen could sense that the 2 men's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. In the Chaos Realm, they had the ability to protect themselves. But here, unknowingly, Fong Chen clenched his fists. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. If I want to save the world, I have to obtain the blood essence of the demon-devouring race and let my perfect bloodline transform completely. Then, I'll destroy the demon-devouring race's patriarch's plan. Fong Chen murmured to himself. This was only the tip of the iceberg. He believed that the more central the demon-devouring race was, the more powerful beings of the Chaos Realm would be enslaved. He even guessed that the once unparalleled powerhouses of the God's Fall battlefield had mysteriously disappeared. Were they secretly captured and brought here by the demon-devouring race? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart became even heavier. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. Therefore, he had to be more careful. He could not act on impulse, and he could not pity them. Fist salute. Fong Chen looked at the 2 of them with some guilt. With his current strength, he could rescue the 2 of them, but he could not expose himself. A few days later, the envoy of the Carefree Mansion arrived. The powerhouses of the 1,000 Autumn City welcomed him. Welcome, envoy. The city lord of the 1,000 Autumn City cupped his fists. Behind him were many patriarchs of the various families. Are you ready? The envoy was dressed in green and had a cold expression. We're ready. We're just waiting for the envoy to arrive. With that, the Thousand Autumn City Lord waved his hand, and all the contestants came to the square. Fong Qin was among the crowd. He was participating in the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection in the name of Lin Qin. The Marquis attaches great importance to this selection. I hope that you can all do your best. After the envoy finished speaking, he sat on the rostrum. Next, the Thousand Autumn City Lord explained the rules of the selection. Outside the Thousand Autumn City, there was a towering mountain called the Thousand Autumn Mountain. There were many obstacles on the Thousand Autumn Mountain. Whoever could successfully reach the peak would pass the selection. Only the top 20. The envoy closed his eyes. With the order of the Thousand Autumn City Lord, all the contestants came to the foot of the Thousand Autumn Mountain. Boom! The prodigies of the various families directly climbed the mountain. Fong Qin stopped and watched for a long time. In the city on the rostrum. Congratulations, Patriarch Li. The Li family has produced an incredible genius. Yes, Li Xiaoqiu's strength is almost invincible in the same realm. He will definitely pass the selection. Some of the family heads complimented each other. Among them, the Li and Mo families were the leaders. On the Thousand Autumn Mountain, the disciples of the Li clan and Mo clan did not disappoint the crowd. They were taking the lead and charging forward. Patriarch Han, why isn't Han Lin participating? Suddenly someone asked. Could it be that Han Lin doesn't want to participate? Patriarch Han glanced at the envoy and hurriedly explained. Han Lin went out on a mission and hasn't returned yet, so the Han family had already declined, and he did not want to anger the envoy. Hey, what's that guy doing? At this moment, everyone noticed Fong Qin. He stood at the foot of the Thousand Autumn Mountain with his hands behind his back, staring at the peak. That guy is called Lin Qin. He's a wandering cultivator. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Such people could be found everywhere. Chapter 3642. The onlookers were all laughing at Fong Qin. He had participated in the selection, but was scared silly at the foot of the mountain. Lin Qin was probably the first in the history of Thousand Autumn City. The carefree manners envoy shifted his gaze. In his eyes, Fong Qin was just one of the countless ants he had seen in his life. Thousand Autumn City is a small city after all. The carefree manners envoy muttered to himself. Thousand Autumn City was the smallest city of the 12 cities of Carefree Manor. It was also the most peripheral city. If it wasn't for the 9 years of snow, Carefree Manor would have forgotten that there was such a city under his command. Could it be one of them? The envoy frowned. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin. From the looks of it, these two people were at the top level. Their climbing speed was extremely fast, leaving the others far behind. However, the envoy could feel that although these two were the top geniuses of the younger generation of Thousand Autumn City, they were still lacking something. Forget it, let's continue watching. The envoy muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Fong Qin was still in a daze at the foot of the mountain. Many people were no longer paying attention to this sensationalist. They were all discussing who would be first in the selection, Li Xiaoqiu or Mo Yin. I see. After a while, Fong Qin came back to his senses. He sighed. To think that a random mountain in the origin world would contain such a dense amount of origin energy. As expected of the origin world that took away 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's luck. It seemed that the origin world's development over the countless years was much faster than expected. Fong Qin sighed. If he had come here to cultivate earlier, his speed would have been even higher. He might have been able to comprehend all 5 origins. Of course, this was knowledge. He had just roamed the Thousand Autumns mountain with his powerful divine sense and saw, through all the tests, the Thousand Autumns mountain hid dense origin energy. Therefore, according to the distance and position of the mountain, there would be different resistance. Let's begin. He glanced at Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin. They were about to reach the top of the mountain, while the others were too far behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed like an arrow leaving the bow. His speed was extremely fast. Look, Lin Chen moved. How can he be so fast? What happened after we arrived? Someone in the crowd noticed Fang Chen. Following that, countless cries of surprise rang out. This was because Fang Chen's speed was too fast. As soon as he started, he turned into a series of afterimages and flew towards the peak of the mountain. In just a breath's time, he had already surpassed some of the contestants. Many family heads were also dumbfounded. What was going on in the sect? His movement technique? At this moment, the envoy of the Carefree Mansion also noticed the uniqueness of Fang Chen's movement technique. What an exquisite movement technique! The other youths of the Thousand Autumn City simply can't compare to him. The emissary exclaimed in admiration. He's already halfway up the mountain. Heavens, isn't his speed too fast? Even the Sage Emperor can't compare to him. To a small place like Thousand Autumn City, holy emperors were already peerless powerhouses. However, to the emissary of the Carefree Mansion, the Saint Emperor was nothing. However, for Lin Chen to have such speed as a first-level Holy King, it was really surprising. Interesting. Finally, the envoy began to take the selection seriously. Fang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and sped up, quickly catching up with the second group. Too slow. Fang Chen shook his head. Along the way, he encountered many obstacles. However, his understanding of the origin had already reached an incredible level, and he easily passed through the obstacles. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin, who were about to reach the peak of the mountain, turned their heads and saw this scene. Lin Chen. Mo Yin was puzzled. He had heard of Lin Chen before. He was a rogue cultivator in Thousand Autumn City with average strength. However, why was his speed so fast? First place is mine. Soon, Mo Yin collected his thoughts and snorted coldly. He sped up and rushed towards the peak of the mountain. At the side, Li Xiaoqiu was full of confidence. He also took a step forward to compete with Mo Yin for first place. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. They really wanted to know if this rogue cultivator called Lin Chen could break the monopoly of the two great geniuses. After a few more minutes, Fang Chen caught up with the first group, side by side with Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin. Damn it! Mo Yin was unwilling to give up and threw a punch. Dong! Fang Chen leaped and cleverly dodged Mo Yin's attack. The first place is between me and Li Xiaoqiu. You get lost. Mo Yin looked coldly at Fang Chen and said coldly, You can't beat others, so you use such despicable means? Fang Chen looked at him in disdain. Is this the way your Mo family does things? Mo Yin was furious. In Thousand Autumn City, Patriarch Mo was a little embarrassed. He originally thought that Mo Yin would be the first place, but who knew that Lin Chen would appear out of nowhere? Ignorant junior. Patriarch Mo snorted coldly. I don't think so. The envoy of Carefree Manor said playfully. He came this time under orders to select a genius. If he couldn't select a genius, he would definitely disappoint Carefree Manor, and by then, it would affect his future development. Seeing Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin's performance, he even gave up. However, Lin Chen's appearance made him see hope. His intuition told him that Lin Chen was the genius he was looking for. Lord Envoy, Patriarch Mo wanted to say something, but stopped. On Thousand Autumn's mountain, with a swoosh, Fang Chen's speed suddenly increased and surpassed Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu. How is this possible? The two of them cried out involuntarily. Their speed had already reached the limit, but Fang Chen could still increase his speed. What level is his movement technique? Li Xiaoqiu looked at Fang Chen meaningfully. Stop him. The two of them reached a consensus and continued to attack Fang Chen. Despicable. Some people in the crowd were disdainful. The disciples of the two families were usually very arrogant and domineering in Thousand Autumn City. Now, there was someone who surpassed them with his own strength. However, they held a grudge in their hearts and wanted to join forces to attack. How shameless! Fong Qin snorted coldly. His speed increased again, leaving behind a shocking back view. No, Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu's attacks missed. They couldn't believe it. However, when people saw Fong Chen's figure again, the latter had already reached the peak of Thousand Autumns Mountain. Lin Qin reached the peak. Heavens, under the encirclement of two geniuses, he actually reached the peak so easily. Too strong. Many people shouted. The envoy's eyes shone with golden light as his hands trembled. That's right, Lin Qin was the person he was looking for. Patriarch Mo and Patriarch Li looked at each other, unable to hide their disappointment. How could this be? Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin walked to the peak unwillingly and glared at Fong Qin. Haha, wonderful. Chapter 3643. At the peak of Thousand Autumn Mountain. Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back, looking domineering. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silhouettes came one after another. They glared at Fong Qin. Brat, you cheated. The one who spoke was Mo Yin. He did not believe that a rogue cultivator could surpass him. If Li Xiaoqiu had gotten first place in the selection, he would not have said anything. However, he was indignant that Fong Qin had gotten first place. In the end, it was because Fong Qin had not displayed unparalleled strength. If he could suppress everyone, Mo Yin would naturally have nothing to say. As the envoy applauded, the other onlookers also applauded. They were extremely envious. Lin Chen's performance was too outstanding. Some even suspected that Lin Qin might have gotten the inheritance from the 9 years of snow in Thousand Autumn City. Of course, there was no evidence, and it was only a guess. The envoy narrowed his eyes and felt that Lin Chen was more to his liking. Haha, this trip was not in vain. The envoy laughed heartily. He raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. He felt that there was a layer of mystery around the latter. He did not expect that a rogue cultivator would be able to suppress Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin and get first place in the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soon the top 20 were all selected and the rest were dejected. In particular, the two who were ranked 21st and 22nd were filled with anger towards Fong Qin. They had once argued with Lin Qin, but that was because they looked down on the latter. They did not expect Lin Qin to reach such a level in such a short period of time. What a lucky bastard. He must have obtained a profound movement technique. Humph, if I had that movement technique, I would definitely be in the top 20. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. If Lin Chen had not appeared out of nowhere, the two of them would have had the highest chance of entering the top 20. Humph. I won't let this matter rest if you cut off my cultivation path. The two of them snorted and left Thousand Autumn Mountain. Not long after, the 20 people came to the square, and the envoy gave each of them a token. The black token had the word Xiao written on the front, which was Xiao Yaoho's surname. On the back was a fiery red lion. It was said that Xiao Yaoho's mount was this fiery red lion. Moreover, this mount had become the Carefree Mansion's guardian divine beast. Finally, the emissary's gaze fell on Fong Qin. "Your name is Lin Qin?" the emissary asked. Fong Qin nodded and didn't say anything else. "The demon-devouring bloodline in your body has yet to be fully activated. It is not easy for you to have such a performance," the emissary continued. "But don't worry. When you reach the Carefree Palace, there will be experts who will help you activate your demon-devouring bloodline." As he spoke, the emissary took out a golden token and handed it to Lin Qin. Seeing this, the expressions of the others changed drastically. The black token represented the identity of an ordinary disciple of the Carefree Mansion. As for the golden token, it represented the target of attention. Moreover, in order to be promoted to a guest of Carefree Mansion, one must possess a gold token. Before joining the Carefree Mansion, They were already inferior to Fang Chen. Naturally, they were not convinced. Lord Envoy, the one who spoke was Mo Yin. With a look of dissatisfaction, he said bluntly, Lin Chin was the first to reach the peak of the 1,000-Otta mountain with his movement technique. I, Mo Yin, am not convinced that you gave him a gold token. I, Li Xiaoqiu, am not convinced either. The others voiced out their dissatisfaction. If only one or two of them were not convinced, the emissary naturally wouldn't care. But now, the other 19 people were not convinced. The emissary glanced at Fang Chen. Just as he was about to speak, the latter spoke first. What do you want? Fight with me. If you can defeat me, no, if you can withstand 10 moves from me, I will admit your ability, Mo Yin said coldly. The onlookers were deep in thought. Everyone knew that Lin Chin was a rogue cultivator. In terms of cultivation techniques and resources, he was definitely not as good as Mo Yin. But now, Mo Yin wanted to use these advantages to humiliate Fang Chen. 10 moves. Fang Chen laughed. Kind people were often bullied. It seemed that there were bullies everywhere. Since that was the case, he would beat them until they were terrified. Sure. Fang Chen agreed. Mo Yin looked at the emissary, and the latter nodded. In that case, let's have a spar. The emissary drew a circle in the square with his palm. You guys can spar in this circle. Whoever leaves the circle first will lose. Fang Chen stepped into the circle. Mo Yin snorted coldly and stood in front of him. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Mo Yin said. In his opinion, it was fine to let Lin Chin have 10 moves. It's too troublesome. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time. If everyone wanted to challenge him, wouldn't he be exhausted? Moreover, that wouldn't have a deterrent effect. Moreover, if he wanted to get in touch with the core of the Devouring Demons clan as soon as possible, he had to display heaven-defying talent to attract the attention of the higher-ups. What do you mean? Mo Yin berated. Fang Chen pointed at Li Xiaoqiu. Both of you come at me together. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Even the emissary was stunned. He looked at Fang Chen in shock, thinking that he had heard wrongly. What kind of joke is this? Lin Chen wants to fight 2 people at once? Does he really think that he's invincible after getting first place in this election? He's too arrogant. Many people thought that Lin Chen was too arrogant. Even the emissary shook his head slightly, a look of disappointment in his eyes. He was too arrogant. Such a person wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. However, he didn't interrupt the spar. Are you insulting me? Mo Yin glared. If he and Li Xiaoqiu teamed up, they could even fight against the Saint Emperor. What was Lin Chin to them? What right did he have to make them team up? Li Xiaoqiu's face darkened as he clenched his fists. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. Patriarch Mo smiled while stroking his beard. Yeah, they think that they're invincible just because they're proud. Patriarch Li shook his head. They secretly observed the emissary's expression and realized that the latter was unhappy. They were secretly delighted. If Lin Chen was defeated in this battle, if that was the case, his future would be ruined. Insulting you? Fang Chen was sleepy. I'm giving you a chance. You're courting death. Mo Yin attacked. He stomped his foot and instantly came to Fang Chen's side. His angry attack went straight for Fang Chen's head. This attack was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Fang Chen didn't move, allowing Mo Yin's attack to get close. Seeing that it was about to hit Fang Chen's head, Mo Yin was secretly delighted. However, at this moment, all of a sudden he felt a terrifying power that blotted out the sky and covered the earth coming straight at him. He subconsciously changed the trajectory of his fist, wanting to block it. However, boom! A deafening sound rang out. Out of everyone's expectations, Mo Yin was directly sent flying. Bang! There were signs of cracks on the ground. Mo Yin's throat moved as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You deserve to die. Mo Yin bared his teeth. Chapter 3644. At this moment, everyone realized how powerful Lin Qin was. This Mo family's genius, Mo Yin, was sent flying with a single blow? This explosive news instantly swept through the entire square. Everyone was astonished by this. It was too shocking. In the past, the title of Thousand Autumn City's strongest genius had always been fought between Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu. But today, the strength that Lin Qin displayed was not weaker than the two of them. Moreover, when they thought of the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection, Lin Qin's incredible movement technique, it was too shocking. Mo Yin underestimated his opponent. Lin Qin's sneak attack is nothing. That's right, if Mo Yin fights seriously, Lin Qin will definitely lose. Just watch, Lin Qin has completely angered Mo Yin. He's dead for sure. Of course, there were also some people who expressed different opinions. They still thought that Mo Yin's strength was much stronger than Lin Qin's. Everything that happened just now was just Lin Qin's luck. The fist was the absolute truth. Luck could not always be there. The emissary narrowed his eyes as if deep in thought. As for the Li family and Mo family, their faces were somewhat solemn. I'm going to kill you. Mo Yin stood up, erupting with a vast amount of power, and rushed towards Fang Qin. The two of you can come together. Fang Qin's lazy voice sounded. Since that's the case, don't blame us for having an unfair advantage. Li Xiaoqiu naturally realized Lin Qin's strength, and to be safe, he decided to join forces with Mo Yin to deal with Lin Qin, as long as they defeated him and made him lose face. At that time, the emissary would naturally give up on him and choose the two of them. Okay, Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu looked at each other, and they could see the killing intent in each other's eyes. The two of them cooperated very well, one attacking the upper body, the other attacking the lower body. Their attacks were very vicious, and they both had the intention of crippling Fang Qin. He's dead. Everyone shook their heads. With the two geniuses joining forces, apart from the top Saint Emperors, who could beat them? Just a lone cultivator, Lin Qin? Impossible. The battle seemed to have already ended. It was just that some people did not believe it. Too weak. Being on the same team as the two of you is simply an insult to martial arts. Fang Qin said coldly, from today onwards, the number one genius of Thousand Autumns City belongs to me, Fang Qin. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the energy in his body. With a flash, he shuttled through the void and appeared behind the two of them in an instant. What an exquisite movement technique. The emissary's eyes lit up. Even he was a little surprised. Boom! Without any complicated means, Fang Qin simply threw out a punch. A terrifying fist radiance instantly condensed in the air. Radiance circulated within the fist radiance. Under his control, the enormous fist aura with unparalleled power directly bombarded the two of them. Crack! Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu were unable to put up any resistance and were instantly suppressed. A crisp sound rang out in the air. Following that, the two screams of agony could be heard. Rip! Blood splattered in the air as two figures crashed to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. At this moment, Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin were covered in blood. They were lying on the ground on the verge of death. Most importantly, the yin-yang origin in their bodies had been shattered. This means that, from now on, they were crippled. Everyone's heart trembled at this. They raised their heads. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back as he shuttled through the void. Behind him, a brilliant golden light flickered as if he was a Buddha walking in the mortal world. Lin Qin, how can he be so strong? Everyone was shocked by Fang Qin's strength. Even the emissary was a little moved. Lin Qin, I want you dead. Suddenly, two furious roars roused everyone from their stupor. They turned around and saw that the two patriarchs had attacked in anger. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin were geniuses that the two families had spent all their resources to cultivate. But now, their yin-yang origin had been shattered by Lin Qin. All their efforts had been for naught. How could they not be angry? The two patriarchs were 6th-level Saint Emperors. The moment they attacked, the entire void was suppressed. Even if I die 100 times, it will not be enough to appease the hatred in my heart, Patriarch Mo said coldly. However, stop. A slightly dignified voice spread out. The emissary waved his hand and stopped the two patriarchs. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin only have themselves to blame. The emissary said, I hope that the two patriarchs can consider the big picture. Lin Qin is already a member of Xiao Yao Manor. What he meant was, if they insisted on attacking Lin Qin, then they would be enemies with Xiao Yao Manor. Instantly, the two patriarchs' faces turned gloomy. They were stunned on the spot and did not dare to attack. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to attack the people of Xiao Yao Manor. Xiao Yao Manor was a powerful existence. One order from him could turn Qianqiu City into ruins, not to mention the two families that were struggling at death's door. Damn it! Patriarch Li clenched his fists. He was furious, but he suppressed it in the end. Lord Emissary, you are right. Earlier, it was our Mo clan's recklessness. It was Mo Yin who provoked us first. He only has himself to blame. Our Mo clan will naturally punish him. After saying that, the Mo clan's patriarch left with Mo Yin. The emissary nodded. He looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction. Pack up and follow me. The selection of Qianqiu Mountain had ended and his mission was completed. He was in a good mood. There is no need to pack up. We can leave now, Fang Chen said. Watching the two leave, the people in the square felt like they were in a dream. Oh my God, was what I just saw real? When did Lin Qin become so powerful? It's too scary. Even the emissary is speaking for Lin Qin. Of course. What shocked everyone the most was Lin Chen's fist crippled Mo Yin and Li Xiaoqiu's yin and yang energies. Just imagining it made them shudder. The news quickly spread throughout Qianqiu City. Everyone was talking about the relationship between Lin Qin and the 9-year snow. Some people even thought that the 9-year snow was the heaven and earth's recognition of Lin Qin. Lin Qin's potential attracted the heaven's praise. Therefore, the heaven and earth phenomenon descended. When this news came out, it caused a wave of shock. Although Lin Qin had left, his legend had been circulating in Qianqiu City. As for Mo family and Li family, seemingly influenced by the emissary, the City Lord Mansion began to suppress the two families. Not long after, the two families had completely declined. Of course, this was a story for later. Half a month later, Fang Chen followed the emissary to the core of Carefree Manor, Carefree City. Lin Qin, you are the champion of the Qianqiu Mountain selection. Cultivate well, and your future will be limitless, the emissary said. Fang Chen nodded. I will arrange a place for you to stay. When Lord Carefree, Duke, comes out of seclusion, he will meet you. Fang Chen's heart tightened. In the battle of the demonic sky fire domain, he killed Carefree Duke's son, Xiaomu, in front of his spiritual body. Chapter 3645. The Carefree Mansion encompassed 12 cities. Carefree Duke was one of the 27 generals under the demon-devouring clan leader. As the core of the Carefree Mansion, Carefree City was majestic. The demon-devouring clan could be seen everywhere in the city. Moreover, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the demon-devouring bloodline in these demon-devouring clan members was much stronger than the demon-devouring clan in the Thousand Autumn City. Standing on the street, Su Mo looked around. Fang Chen sighed. The Origin world was indeed a holy land for cultivation. The Origin energy was abundant, and the heavenly way operated perfectly. Martial artists could comprehend the origin of the 5 elements. Compared to the chaotic realm, this was heaven on earth. Unfortunately, this was the demon-devouring clan's lair. There were many enslaved humans on the street. These were some of the experts from the chaotic realm. They had entered the chaotic battlefield and disappeared. Suemo did not expect to be captured and enslaved here. There was a courtyard in the northwest of Carefree City. Fong Qin was arranged to stay here. A human servant was serving him. "Master, please have some tea." He could feel that the hands of the human servant were trembling. He was afraid that Fong Qin would be unhappy and kill him. "You are not from the demon-devouring clan?" Fong Qin asked deliberately. To be safe, his identity could not be exposed. "We are living beings from the chaotic realm. We were captured and enslaved by the demon-devouring clan." The human servant told Fong Qin about his experience. After hearing this, Suemo took out a healing elixir and threw it to the servant. "Ah!" The sudden appearance of the elixir made the human servants feel a little surprised. He looked at Fong Qin in shock. "For you." "Thank you, master." The human servant kept thanking him. After the servant left, Fong Qin looked at the sky with deep eyes. The burden on his shoulders was so heavy that it made it hard for him to breathe. However, the more it was like this, the more he wanted to save the world. If the demon-devouring clan leader's plan succeeded, the world would be completely dead. The chaotic realm would also become history. After understanding the evil of the demon-devouring clan, Fong Qin hated them to the core. "One day, I'll flatten the origin world," Fong Qin said to himself. For the next few days, Fong Qin had been cultivating in seclusion. A few days later, his cultivation level rose to the level of a second-level Holy King. Relying on the powerful cultivation memories of his previous life, his cultivation had no bottlenecks at all. Moreover, with the help of the cultivation environment in the Chaos Realm, he was able to comprehend the origin again. Not long after, he comprehended his first origin, the origin of fire. This was also the first origin that he had comprehended in his previous life. Wang. Fong Qin flicked his finger, and flames erupted from his fingertip, condensing into a fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared, its aura shaking the heavens. As expected, the quintessence comprehended in the origin world was much more profound and powerful than in the primal chaos realm. Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the door. With a thought, Fong Qin restrained his aura. The emissary arrived. "Lin Qin." The emissary smiled. "I've reported your situation. The Marquis is very happy and will meet you personally soon," the emissary said. "However, before that, the first place in the selection of the 12 cities will have to undergo a screening." "Oh." Fong Qin listened attentively. It turned out that, in addition to the selection in Qianqiu City, the other 11 cities also had selections. The first place in each city selection would be the focus of the Xiaoyao Mansion. However, before meeting the Xiaoyao Mansion, the 12 of them would have to compete with each other to determine the first place in the selection. The Xiaoyao Mansion would reward them handsomely. You have to seize this opportunity. Don't dream about the first place, but the top 3 is still possible. He was the one who brought Fong Qin back. The higher the ranking, the more benefits he would receive. Therefore, he analyzed the first place in the selection of the other 11 cities for Fong Qin. At the same time, he told him the secret techniques they cultivated, the origin they comprehended, the weapons they used, and other detailed information. Moreover, he also set a goal for Fong Qin. That was the top 3. The 12 people would fight in pairs. As long as he won 2 matches, he would be able to enter the top 3. Of course, those who could become the first place in the selection naturally had extraordinary means. It was not easy to win. Moreover, among the 12 people, Fong Qin's cultivation was the lowest. You don't have to be disappointed. With your cultivation, if you can enter the top 3, the Xiaoyao Mansion will reward you handsomely. The emissary comforted him. In fact, even if Fong Qin couldn't enter the top 3, the Xiaoyao Mansion would also meet him. Moreover, the Xiaoyao Mansion placed great importance on the first place in the selection of Qianqiu City. After all, there was a phenomenon in the sky and 9 years of snow. This was a very strange thing. When does it start? Fong Chen asked. It starts in the afternoon, the emissary said. I'll take you there now. Along the way, the emissary kept reminding Fong Chen. If he faced Xiao He or Jing Fei, he would admit defeat directly. Of these two people, one was the first place in the selection of Carefree City and was also the descendant of the Xiaoyao mansion. He had endless cultivation resources since he was young. As for Jing Fei, he was the first place in the selection of Flying Cloud City. His strength was second only to Xiao He. These two people were also the most popular among the 12 people in this competition. After a while, Fong Chen and the emissary arrived at the square. It was already crowded here. Many people were the top 20 of the selection of the major cities. However, they were not the first place. Therefore, after coming to Carefree City, they were not valued at all. Humph, we are also in the top 20 of the selection. Why do we favor the first place so much? That's right. Compared to us, they're only slightly stronger. They're truly lucky. The rules of the Carefree Mansion have always been like this. Many people were filled with helplessness. They racked their brains to enter the top 20 of the selection. However, after coming to the Carefree Mansion, they realized that the top 20 of the selection was not important. What was really valued was the first place in the selection. As long as we are given the same resources, we will not be worse than them. As they spoke, the first place in the selection of the 12 cities had already arrived at the center of the square. There was an arena here. A white-haired butler was in charge of this competition. The 12 of you should know the purpose of this competition, the butler said. Now, we will begin to draw lots. You will fight in pairs. After the first round, 6 people will be eliminated. The 6 people who were eliminated will be sent to the military camp to hone themselves. After the second round, the 3 people who are eliminated will be given the position of general. As soon as this was said, the square was filled with exclamations. In the military camp, a general was already a very high position, second only to the commander-in-chief. They did not expect that the 3 people who were eliminated in the second round would be given the position of general. However, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. What were the rewards for the top 3? The third place will be given the position of deputy commander-in-chief. The second place will be given the position of commander-in-chief. The first place, the butler paused for a moment. The square was instantly silent. Even Fong Chen was a little curious. Chapter 3646. Soon, the drawing of lots ended. Lu Qin drew number 12, which meant that his match would be the last one. The drawing of lots has ended. The competition officially begins. The butler announced. Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on the arena. The first place of the 12 represented the top talents of the younger generation of the Xiaoyao mansion. No matter who it was, the battle would be very exciting. Number 1, Jing Fei, stepped onto the arena. His opponent was number 7. This guy is too unlucky. He met the seeded contestant, Jing Fei, in the first round. Yeah, Jing Fei is the second most popular candidate after Xiao He. I wonder how many moves he can take from Jing Fei. Everyone knew the result of this battle. They were discussing how many moves Jing Fei would take to defeat his opponent. Boom! Jing Fei stood in the ring with his hands behind his back with an imposing manner. He stared at his opponent and said in a deep voice, "Admit defeat. Don't waste your time." His voice contained a terrifying power that shook people's hearts. "Humph, you're the first place of the selection, am I not?" The person snorted and attacked. Whoosh! Jing Fei made his move. He lightly threw out a punch. Dong! A deafening sound was heard as his opponent was smashed to the ground. Jing Fei wins. The crowd cheered. Jing Fei was too strong. He defeated his opponent in one move. The rest of the contestants looked at each other with worry in their eyes. If Jing Fei was so strong, how strong would Xiao He be? For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with sadness. Number 2, Xiao He against number 8. What was shocking was that Xiao He didn't even make a move. He just stood on the arena and defeated his opponent without a fight. I admit defeat. His opponent knew that Xiao He was too strong. Once he made a move, it was hard to say if he could survive. Instead of that, he might as well admit defeat. Number 3 against number 9. Number 4 against number 10. Number 5 against number 11. The next 3 matches weren't as exciting as the first 2. Overall, they were just average. The last match, number 6, Su Guwei against number 12, Lin Qin. Kid, you're not my opponent. Although Su Guwei wasn't the best of the 12, he had investigated the other contestants. He concluded that Lin Qin was the weakest of the 12. When he picked Lin Qin, he was secretly happy. At least he could get into the top 6. That was enough. If he was lucky, he might be able to enter the top 3. Fang Qin didn't say anything. He was too lazy to waste his breath. I'll give you 3 moves. Seeing Fang Chen's attitude, Su Guang mocked. No need. If he was allowed 3 moves, Su Guwei would not even have the chance to attack. Humph, how arrogant. Thousand Autumn City had always been at the bottom of the Carefree Manors hierarchy. How many years had it been since they had produced a genius? Just because you say so? Su Wang said. I, Su Wang, am a man of my word. I said, I'll let you have 3 moves, so I'll let you have 3 moves. Is that so? Fang Qin nodded and said no more. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Suda in an instant. Boom! A punch landed on Su Yu's body, and the latter's defense instantly shattered. Su Guang took a few steps back and stabilized himself. Humph, insignificant skill. Boom! The second move was still a single punch. This punch forced Sunking Big Head back, and his internal organs were shaken. Su Guang frowned. Fang Qin was much stronger than he had imagined. However, since he had already said it, he naturally could not take it back. There's still one last move. You have to seize the opportunity. Su Guang mocked. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fang Qin didn't throw another punch. Instead, he strolled in front of Suda. Under the gaze of everyone, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on Su Guang's body. Bang! Su Guang's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood became a mess. A miserable scream came out from Su Guang's mouth. Interesting. Jing Fei smiled. Among the people present, only he and Xiao he could see through Fang Chen's means. The first 2 punches had shattered Su Guang's internal organs. It caused his energy to become chaotic, and in the end, with a light tap, the chaotic energy instantly exploded. This was the result of Su Guang acting cool. The square was filled with exclamations. Many people did not know Fang Qin at the beginning, but after this battle, Lin Chen's name had spread. The first round of the competition ended. Lin Chen had surprised everyone, and even the butler praised him. Soon, the results of the second round came out. There was almost no suspense in the 3 rounds. In the first round, Xiao He won without a fight. In the second round, the 2 fought fiercely, and the winner was finally decided after 2 hours. In the third round, Jing Fei fought against Fang Qin. No one doubted that Jing Fei would lose the competition. Everyone was pessimistic about Fang Qin, and they did not think that he had the ability to end the competition. However, after the battle began, Fang Chen's performance stunned everyone. He used his finger as a sword and displayed the invincible sword technique. This was the invincible sword technique that he had recondensed after coming back from the reincarnation road. With his attainments in the sword Dao and the recondensed invincible sword technique, at the Saint King level, invincible, swoosh, he stabbed out with his finger, and streaks of sword light danced in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the beginning, Jing Fei could still resist, but soon he was exhausted. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? Jing Fei was furious and desperately tried to resist. Swoosh! In the end, he was still stabbed by a streak of sword light and blood spurted out. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Fong Chen with their mouths agape. He had created a miracle and defeated the seeded contestant, Jing Fei, to enter the top 3. How is this possible? After a long time, exclamations came from the crowd. He actually blocked Jing Fei from the Flying Cloud City from entering the top 3. It's unbelievable. His sword technique is invincible among his peers. In the crowd, praises for Fong Chen were endless. The butler's eyes shone with golden light, and he was a little moved. What an exquisite sword technique! It was hard for him to imagine that a young man could display such an ancient sword technique. Jing Fei, you deserve to lose. The messenger who brought Jing Fei back sighed. Xiao, he finally began to look at Fong Chen seriously. His sword technique is not bad. It's finally not so boring. I have an opponent, Xiao he said. After 2 rounds of the competition, the top 3 had been decided. This meant that Fong Chen was at least the deputy commander. The martial artists from the Thousand Autumn City, who were dissatisfied with Fong Chen, were shocked and speechless. After 2 rounds of the competition, the top 3 have been decided. The butler said, the final competition will determine the ranking of the 3 of you. The competition system was very simple. It was a challenge system. Anyone could challenge the other. As long as they were in an invincible position, they would be worthy of being first in the overall selection. Xiao, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent. The other person looked away from Xiao He with fear and landed on Fong Chen. Lin Chen, I want to challenge you. Only by defeating Lin Chen could he secure the 2nd place. He would get the position of commander that he still coveted. I've reserved the 1st place. Fong Chen was very domineering. You 2 discuss who will be 2nd. Chapter 36-47. First, I've already reserved it. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. He stood there like a god of war with an imposing aura. Haha, you're quite arrogant. Another person mocked. Xiao He glanced at Fong Chen and did not say anything. However, everyone knew that he was angry. They were worried for Lin Chen, who dared to anger Xiao He. Even the messenger who brought Fong Chen here was a little anxious. This guy is provoking Xiao He? The other messengers smiled meaningfully. I don't want to repeat what I said. Don't waste time. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave the arena. Arrogant. Another person's face was completely gloomy. He roared and attacked like thunder. No matter what, he was still a genius of the city. But he was ignored by Lin Chen of the Thousand Autumn City. He was very angry. Heart of heavenly fire. He soared into the air, his entire body shrouded in a dazzling light as he used his strongest move. As soon as this move was used, it attracted a lot of exclamations. However, Fong Chen did not think much of it. I've given you a chance. He used his finger as a sword and used the invincible sword technique again. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too shocking. It was a supreme technique. If it was accidentally recognized, it would be troublesome. At the Saint King level, the invincible sword technique could sweep through everything. Swoosh! Dazzling, sword light crisscrossed. In a flash, the person who attacked Fong Chen was pierced by the sword light and fell to the ground. He got up and wanted to fight again, but he was shocked to find that he had no combat strength left. He looked at Fong Chen in horror. At this time, the onlookers also realized how powerful Fong Chen was. Oh my God! When did Lin Chen become so powerful? He's too strong. He defeated his opponent with one sword and entered the top 2. I wonder who is stronger between him and Xiao He. At first, people were still doubting Lin Chen's strength. However, after this battle, even Xiao He started to pay attention to him. He's worthy of me making a move. However, that was that. Xiao He was still very arrogant. Lin Chen's strength was only worthy of him making a move. "Make your move," Fong Qin said. "I never go back on my words. First, he booked it. Xiao, he could only be second. But I also want to be number one." Xiao, he laughed sinisterly. "Since you've met me, Xiao He, it's destined that all your efforts will be in vain. Is that so?" Fong Qin didn't say anything more and directly attacked. After recomprehending the invincible swordsmanship, Fong Chen's comprehension of swordsmanship had also undergone a major transformation. The power of the invincible sword technique was unstoppable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Qin swung his sword again and again. The sword light crisscrossed, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Everyone trembled. As it turned out, Lin Qin had not used his full strength at all. Those martial artists from Thousand Autumn City were incomparably shocked. Back then, Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu had actually doubted Lin Chen's first place in the selection. Now that he thought about it, it was truly laughable. How could people like them be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Chen? In a moment, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. It had to be said that as the descendant of Lord Xiaoyao, Xiao he had countless cultivation resources since he was young. His strength was much stronger than ordinary saints. Even Fong Qin had to use his full strength. "You're very strong." After a collision, Xiao he retreated, stabilized his body, and stared at Fong Qin. "If you're willing to follow me, I'll give you a bigger stage and cultivation resources." Xiao, he cherished talent and wanted to recruit him. This person had great potential. If he could recruit him, he would definitely be a great help in the future. He might even help him defeat other competitors and become the next lord of Xiaoyao Manor. No one could refuse this temptation. "Sorry, you're not qualified," Fong Qin said mercilessly. Indeed, in his previous life he had already cultivated to the peak. Although he was only a 6th-level holy emperor, his combat strength was comparable to an invincible saint. In the chaotic realm, he was considered a top expert. Moreover, Xiao, he was from the demon-devouring clan, the natural enemy of the chaotic realm. His goal was to find the demon-devouring bloodline with extremely high concentration and then complete the perfect bloodline. With this, he could destroy the demon-devouring clan, revitalize the chaotic realm. Therefore, they were destined to be enemies. "You're courting death." Xiao he was furious and attacked like lightning. However, no matter how he attacked, Fong Qin could easily resolve it. Not long after, an angry roar was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that Xiao he had actually reverted back to his original form. A gigantic demon-swallowing beast opened its bloody mouth and released an unparalleled evil power. "You're dead for provoking me, Xiao He." The demon-devouring beast spoke in human language, stomped its hooves, and charged directly at Fong Qin. Invincible sword technique. Fong Qin tiptoed and came above the demon-devouring beast's head, performing the invincible sword technique. Kaboom! The two fought fiercely. On the top floor of a tower, an elder in brocade clothes stood by the window looking down. The battle between Fong Qin and Xiao he was in full view. To be able to fight to a draw with Xiao he is indeed extraordinary. The elder stroked his beard. Most importantly, he has not activated the demon-devouring bloodline. "Sir, do you want to take in a disciple?" the servant asked in a low voice. The elder laughed and appeared in front of the arena in the next instant. Whoosh! The old man casually separated the two people who were fighting fiercely. "The battle ends here," the elder said. "In this competition, Lin Chen is first and Xiao he is second." As soon as he said this, it caused an uproar. Many people didn't recognize the old man. Who exactly was he? Seeing this, the housekeeper on the rostrum hurriedly said, "So it's Lord Demon Mountain." The square was in an uproar. Demon Mountain. The expert who had once killed millions of sinners in one breath? It's actually Demon Mountain. Why would he come to our Xiaoyao mansion? The sound of discussion was endless. Demon Mountain's strength was not inferior to Xiao Ho's. Since he had appeared, the competition naturally would not continue. I'm not convinced. Although He was wary of Demon Mountain, he was not convinced. If the battle continues, I will definitely be able to suppress him. Demon Mountain shook his head. The two of you are equal in strength. Even if the battle continues, there will be no winner. The reason why I said that he is first is because he has not activated the demon devouring bloodline. Once he enters the demon blood pool and activates the demon devouring bloodline, his strength will definitely rise to another level. The housekeeper and the others nodded. However, He continued, not everyone can activate the demon devouring bloodline. Indeed, there were many failures. Otherwise, the demon-devouring clan would not have thousands of branches. Some branches no longer had the demon-devouring bloodline. However, their ancestors were pure demon-devouring clan members. Little guy, you don't have to say any more. Even if he gets first place, it will not affect you. Demon Mountain smiled. He turned around and looked at Fong Qin. Chapter 3648. Originally, the reward for first place was the possibility of becoming Xiao Ho's disciple. It was just a possibility. But now, Fong Qin had taken first place. But Demonic Mountain Zun wanted to take him away. There was silence in the square. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was Demonic Mountain Zun, one of the top experts in the Source World. His reputation was much greater than Xiao Ho's. The most important thing was, he had cultivated for countless years and became famous very early. There were even rumors that he was one of the first to leave the Source World and went to the Sinner Land to kill. Fong Qin was a little surprised. He was not in a hurry to answer. Sure enough, Demonic Mountain Zun was a little anxious. Fong Qin's potential was too strong. If he had a good teacher to guide him, he would definitely become a top expert in the Source World in the future. He even had a chance to become the right-hand man of the demon-devouring clan patriarch. This was a supreme honor. At that time, as Fong Qin's master, he should be respected by everyone. Lin Qin, you don't have to worry. Since I am taking you away, I will definitely teach you well. Demonic Mountain Zun promised. If you are willing, I will take you as my last disciple. As soon as these words came out, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists exclaimed. Even the few messengers and stewards were shocked. Demonic Mountain Zun's last disciple? This was a great honor. In the territory of Xiao Manor, there was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch Demonic Mountain Zun's eye. But now, Demonic Mountain Zun wanted to take this guy as his last disciple. Before you, I had taken 3 disciples. Demonic Mountain Zun said. The first disciple, Saber Saint, died in the Sinner Land. The second disciple, Demon Hand, died in the Khanate Source World. The third disciple, Extinction Dragon, is still missing. As he spoke, Demonic Mountain Zun's mood was very low. However, the people in the square were already shocked to the point of no return. Oh my God, Saber Saint is actually Demonic Mountain Zun's first disciple? Demon Hand, the one who was angry for a woman and did not hesitate to fall into the demon path to save his beloved. Too terrifying, everyone thought. Demonic Mountain Zun had no disciples, but today they found out Venerated Fiend Mountain's means were much stronger than they had imagined. These 3 disciples were all experts whose names shook the entire origin world, especially the eldest disciple, the Sword Saint, who had once killed 9 invincible saints with a single slash. What a powerful battle record. Unfortunately, he had mysteriously disappeared. Now, people finally understood. It turned out that the Sword Saint perished in the land of the sinners. What a pity. If we don't get rid of the sinners, our devouring demon clan won't be at ease. For a moment, everyone was infuriated. Lin Qin remained silent. The Demon Mountain Venerate was waiting for his response. Just agree. Do you still need to think about such a good thing? If I were Lin Chin, I would have knelt down and acknowledged him as my master. That's right. Out of the 3 disciples, 2 of them have fallen, and the whereabouts of the last one are unknown. That is to say, if Lin Chin were to acknowledge a master, he would be the only disciple of the demonic mountain reverend. The butler's heart was in turmoil. He even sent a message to Duke Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, the latter was in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. He had no time to be distracted and did not check the message at all. The emissary who had brought Fang Qin here secretly sent a message to Fang Qin. Lin Qin, hurry up and agree. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Qin. I already have a master. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were in an uproar. He actually refused to acknowledge the demonic mountain venerate as his master? This everyone could not imagine. Some people hated Lin Qin, while others mocked him for being stupid. In fact, the reason why Fang Qin refused was that he did not want to acknowledge a demon devourer as his master. In the future, they were destined to meet on the battlefield. He did not want to leave behind an inner demon. In that case, I won't force you. The demonic mountain venerate restrained his expression and said coldly, I wish you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic mountain venerate's figure flashed and left directly, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. Cough, cough. After a long time, the butler coughed lightly, pulling everyone's thoughts back. I announce that this competition is over. In the end, the first place was awarded to Xiao He. After all, the latter was the direct descendant of Duke Xiaoyao. As for Lin Qin, without the demonic mountain venerate as his backer, the butler was naturally fearless. Humph! Xiao He snorted coldly, his face full of mockery. On the other hand, Lin Qin was very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. From today onwards, Lin Qin will be the commander of the Xiaoyao army. The butler handed a token to Lin Qin. The most powerful force of the Xiaoyao mansion was the Xiaoyao army. Countless resources of the Xiaoyao mansion were provided to the Xiaoyao army so that they could be of use in times of war. It was no exaggeration to say that. The position of commander was second only to Duke Xiaoyao and some of the higher-ups of the Xiao family in the territory of the Xiaoyao mansion. Congratulations. The messenger cupped his fists. After the competition, Lin Qin gave him a lot of surprises. Go back and rest. Duke Xiaoyao will summon the top 3 in 3 days, the butler said. Soon, everyone in the square had left. Before Xiao He left, he came to Fang Qin and provoked him. The battle between us has just begun. Fang Qin glanced at him, disapproving. On the way back, the messenger reminded him, Xiao He is vengeful. You suppressed him in the competition and stole the limelight. He has a grudge in his heart, so you have to be careful. After all, the Xiaoyao army belonged to the Xiaoyao mansion. With Xiao He's influence, it was easy for him to hinder Fang Qin in the Xiaoyao army. At that time, it would delay the military. If Duke Xiaoyao was angry, Lin Qin, as the commander, would definitely be punished. Don't worry, Fang Qin said. He wouldn't stay in the Xiaoyao mansion for too long. After getting the demon devouring bloodline, he would leave. Have a good rest. I'll take you to see Duke Xiaoyao in 3 days. In the courtyard, Fang Qin raised his hand, and there was a trace of blood on his fingertip. This was Xiao He's blood. Buzz! Fang Qin activated the power in his body and refined this trace of blood. After a while, the blood was successfully refined. Fang Qin clearly felt that the perfect bloodline seemed to have transformed. As expected, Fang Qin was slightly moved. The demon-devouring bloodline was the last condition for the perfect bloodline transformation. Unfortunately, although Xiao He was a direct descendant of Duke Xiaoyao, the concentration of the demon-devouring bloodline was still not enough. Fang Qin's eyes flickered. I wonder if the concentration of Duke Xiaoyao's bloodline is enough? Then he shook his head. He couldn't bite off more than he could chew for the time being. The plan had to succeed in one go. Once it failed, the chaotic realm would face a disaster of destruction. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He could still wait. He had to wait for the best time to act. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. Feng Chen muttered to himself. This body was too weak. He had to practice what he had learned in his previous life. At least, he had to have the power to fight against a saint. It was a magnificent mansion. Xiao, he was angry. Young master, we have investigated Lin Chen's information. You mean? Lin Chen is an itinerant cultivator in the Thousand Autumn City. He used to be ordinary, but after the 9 years of snow, his strength skyrocketed. Xiao, he frowned. Yes, so I suspect that he is related to the heaven and earth phenomenon, the servant said. Ha! Xiao, he smiled sinisterly. Chapter 3649. An audience with Duke Xiaoyao. When the messenger brought Feng Chen to the mansion, Xiao He and Yilong were already there. Obviously, Yilong was already with Xiao He. He glanced at Feng Chen, but did not bow. After all, he was now the deputy commander of the Carefree Army, and Feng Chen was the commander, his direct superior. He was using his power to bully others. Yilong, the messenger, said coldly, "Why don't you bow to the commander?" Just as Yilong was about to speak, Xiao He spoke. "Uncle Lu, you haven't met the Duke yet. Lin Chen's position as the commander is unworthy of his title. It's only right that Yilong doesn't bow to him," Xiao He said. Yilong nodded in agreement. Feng Chen didn't care about this. His purpose of coming here was to obtain the extremely dense, demon-devouring bloodline. He wasn't fighting for power with Yilong and the others. "The Duke summons you." The butler called out. "Don't talk so much after you go in. Just answer whatever the Duke asks you," the messenger said in a low voice. After a while, Feng Chen and the other two entered the main hall. In the main hall, as soon as they entered, they felt extremely oppressed. This aura was familiar. On the throne at the top, there was an old man in plain clothes. If someone didn't know him, they would think that he was a sickly old man. However, he was the famous Duke Xiaoyao. He was the right-hand man of the demon-devouring clan and was in charge of the territory of the Xiaoyao Palace. "Greetings, Duke." The three bowed slightly. Xiaoyao stared at the three of them. His cloudy eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Even Feng Chen's heart tightened. But soon he felt relieved. The Supreme Master had personally opened the reincarnation passage and helped him to be reborn in the origin world. This was a plan that many top giants of the chaotic realm had painstakingly planned for countless years. How could a mere Duke Xiaoyao discover him? When Duke Xiaoyao saw Feng Chen, he exclaimed softly. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone who could enter the top 3 of the overall selection hadn't even activated the demon-devouring bloodline. He asked, "You're from the Thousand Autumn City?" Feng Chen nodded. Xiaoyao looked at him with a serious expression. Xiao He and Yilong were filled with resentment. Lin Chen had actually stolen their limelight. "Xiao He, as a disciple of the Xiao clan, you have countless resources for cultivation. I am very happy that you were able to get first place. From today onwards, you will be the 38th disciple of Deputy Xiaoyao." "Thank you, Master." Xiao, he knelt down with a thud, extremely agitated. The Xiao family was a huge family, and every disciple dreamed of becoming a disciple of Xiaoyao. And now, Xiao He had finally succeeded. "All right, you can leave now." Xiaoyao waved his hand, and Xiao He left the hall. "Lin Chen, as second place in the selection, I bestow upon you the commander's golden seal. From now on, you will be in charge of the Carefree Army. I hope you will not disappoint me." Feng Chen put away the commander-in-chief's golden seal. After that, Duke Xiaoyao bestowed the deputy commander-in-chief golden seal to Yilong. When the two were about to leave, Xiaoyao called out to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you stay." Yilong's face was filled with envy, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. "Do you have any orders for me to stay?" Feng Chen asked. "I have investigated your identity. You used to be an ordinary rogue cultivator in the Thousand Autumns City. Although your potential is not bad, you should not have grown to this extent. Xiao Ho said meaningfully. Not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the Thousand Autumns City, the 9-year snow. At this point, Xiao Ho's expression became more serious. I suspect that there is a relic of an expert. That is why I sent a messenger to select geniuses. Lin Chen's growth did not conform to common sense. It was suspicious. Can you tell me what kind of inheritance you have obtained? Fong Chen was stunned and quickly thought about it. Finally, he raised his finger and condensed his qi into a sword. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light danced in the void, emitting a shocking power. Even Duke Xiaoyao was quite shocked. This Xiaoyao Ho was shocked. What an exquisite sword technique. This is definitely not a secret technique of the Devouring Demon Clan. Could it be Xiaoyao Ho thought of a possibility? A sword technique from the chaotic realm? He was almost certain that this sword technique must have come from the chaotic realm. He stared at Fong Chen. This is the inheritance you have obtained? Fong Chen nodded. The Thousand Autumns City is very close to the chaotic battlefield. At that time, I was training in the Thousand Autumns mountain range. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light burst from the distant sky. I wanted to dodge, but my body was out of control. I was pierced by the sword light and then fainted. When I woke up, the chant of this sword technique was already engraved in my mind. Xiaoyao Ho nodded. This sword technique is very mysterious. If you can comprehend it, it is possible for you to become an invincible sage. Xiaoyao Ho did not suspect that Fong Chen was from the chaotic realm. After all, he had never come into contact with reincarnation. Therefore, he did not know. In the past, there had been inheritances from the chaotic battlefield from the chaotic realm. All right, you may leave. Xiaoyao Ho rolled his eyes and said, cultivate well. When you step into the Holy Emperor realm, I will give you a drop of demon-devouring blood to help you activate your bloodline. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned. Buzz! Xiaoyao Ho raised his palm and a drop of blood appeared. This drop of blood contained a strong demon-devouring aura. This is a drop of blood that I condensed with my own blood. I originally wanted to give it to my son, but unfortunately, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. The son that Xiaoyao Ho mentioned should be Xiao Mu, who he killed. You may leave. After Fong Chen left, the messenger walked in. Lord, the messenger said. Xiaoyao Ho grinned and kept the drop of blood. Ever since Mu'er died, I have been thinking of ways to destroy the trash in the sinner's land. Now, after seeing Lin Chen, I have an idea. It turned out, Lin Chen had obtained the inheritance of the chaotic realm's sword technique and did not activate his demon-devouring bloodline. Xiaoyao Ho came up with a plan. When Lin Chen's strength grew to a certain level, he would quietly send him to the chaotic realm and let him hide and secretly kill the living beings in the chaotic realm. When the time was right, he would kill them all. Is it reliable? The messenger asked. Everything is under control. Xiaoyao Ho probably never dreamed of it. The Lin Chen that he wanted to use was the person who killed his son. Moreover, the purpose of coming here was to find the demon-devouring bloodline and completely destroy the demon-devouring clan. On the way back, Fong Chen was also deep in thought. He was worried that Xiaoyao Ho would discover his identity. I don't think so. He deliberately said that he had obtained the inheritance of a sword technique so that he could clear his name. Otherwise, it would make Xiaoyao Ho suspicious. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. When he stepped into the Holy Emperor realm, he would be able to obtain a drop of Xiaoyao Ho's blood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, isn't this the commander? Yulong blocked Fong Chen's way. What's the matter? Yulong narrowed his eyes. I say, Commander, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Fong Chen frowned. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of my way. Humph. Yilong snorted coldly. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the commander? He took out a token from his bosom. Chapter 3650. Xiao He's token. Fang Qin glanced at it, ignored Yilong, and left. Lin Qin. Seeing this, Yilong's face was gloomy and a little angry. You dare to openly disobey young master Xiao He's order? Fang Qin sneered, trying to suppress him with a token? What a joke! Besides, even if Xiao He himself came, what could he do, let alone Xiao He's token? Fang Qin stopped. All I know is that if you dare to continue to jabber on and on to me, I, as the commander-in-chief, will execute you on the spot. Hearing this, Yilong shrunk his neck. He clearly remembered the battle prowess that Lin Qin had displayed in the competition. It was simply too heaven-defying. With his strength, he was no match for Lin Qin. Humph, just wait and see. Yilong stomped his feet. After Xiao, he became Lord Xiaoyao's disciple. His status was completely different. In the past, there were not many people in the Xiaoyao army who respected him, but now, seeing the token was the same as seeing the person. No one dared to ignore Xiao He's token. This token was his trump card. Military Palace. It was located in a mountain range thousands of miles away from Xiaoyao City. Looking from the outside, it was an endless mountain range. But only when one walked in would one realize that the prosperity of the mountain range was no less than that of Xiaoyao City. The Xiaoyao army was under the jurisdiction of the military palace, and the commander was the biggest leader of the military palace. Today, in the military palace, several generals were walking around anxiously. It's a great shame to let a brat be the commander. That's right. We are all generals who have experienced hundreds of battles. We will not allow a brat to point fingers at us. We will jointly write a letter to the Lord Marquis asking him to dismiss the commander and the deputy commander. The two highest leaders of the military palace had died in a war a few years ago. Since then, these two positions had been vacant. There was once a rumor in the military palace that General Li Shu was the most likely candidate to take over the position of commander. Li Shu naturally thought so too. He had a lot of power in the military palace. Almost half of the generals were on his side. Moreover, he had a close relationship with some of the higher-ups of the Xiaoyao palace. With all these factors combined, the position of the commander was obvious. However, just as Li Shu was about to throw a celebratory feast, such a shocking piece of news came. Duke Xiaoyao personally gave the order to select the third and second place as the highest leaders of the military palace. When Li Shu received this news, he almost overturned the main hall. General Li Shu, what do you think? Someone asked. The old man in armor had a hunched back. His expression was grave, and he seemed a little displeased. What can I do? This is an order personally given by the Marquis. Could it be that we can disobey? Li Shu shook his head. No matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't show it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they were caught red-handed. Vice Commander has arrived. Right at this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Yilong walked in with his head held high. Greetings, Vice Commander. Yilong nodded. He was rather satisfied with the generals. From today onwards, I am the deputy commander of the military palace. You must carry out my orders, Yilong said. Deputy commander. Li Shu took a step forward. You are Li Shu. Li Shu nodded. Hearing this, Yilong grinned. Then he took out Xiao He's token and said, Young Master Xiao, he told me that you will need to rely on General Li Shu's guidance in the future. As expected, Li Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao He's token was a signal. It meant that Yilong was on their side. Li Shu is willing to serve you. With Li Shu taking the lead, the generals began to express their stance. Of course, there were also some who were not convinced. Humph, brat, it's not impossible for us to listen to you. As long as you can tame the Black Orchid group and make them obey your orders unconditionally, we will naturally obey you. The burly General Ma Song said coldly. When the generals heard the Black Orchid group, their expressions changed drastically. Even Li Shu frowned a little. Everyone knew that Ma Song didn't get along with him. It was just the beginning, and he was deliberately making things difficult for the deputy commander. "Ha! Shouldn't this be the commander's business?" Yi Long said with a smile when he saw Li Shu winking at him. "That's right. Taming those troublemakers of the Black Orchid Group should be the commander's business," Li Shu echoed. Creak! The door of the hall opened and Fong Qin walked in. "Lin Qin." "Oh no, it should be Commander Lin," Yi Long said. "Many of the generals are people who have experienced life and death battles. They are not willing to be ordered around by a brat like you." Clang! Fong Qin threw the commander's golden seal in front of everyone. "I am the commander personally appointed by Xiao Ho. If you are not convinced, you can go and argue with Xiao Ho." Fong Chen's cold gaze swept across everyone. "Brat, what are you so arrogant for?" Ma Song said angrily, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is the commander's golden seal." Fong Qin didn't want to repeat himself. "You!" Ma Song glared at Fong Qin and wanted to slap him to death. But in the end he restrained himself. Attacking the commander was a crime punishable by death. Even if he complained to Xiao Ho, it would be useless. "Humph!" Ma Song was terrified. "Is there anything else? If not, you can leave." Fong Qin didn't have time to care so much and directly used the commander's golden seal to suppress everyone. "Commander, we have an independent regiment in the Army Palace called the Black Orchid Regiment. There are some troublemakers in it, and we have been thinking about how to tame them." Li Shu smiled and said, "If the commander can tame the Black Orchid Regiment, you will definitely be supported by everyone. If you can't even tame a regiment, what do I need you generals for?" Fong Qin scolded. "Commander, you may not know, but the members of the Black Orchid Regiment all have forces behind them. If they are not the sons of high officials, they are the sons of unparalleled experts. We really can't do anything. I'll leave this matter to you." Fong Chen said coldly as he turned his head to look at Yi Long. "If you can't complete the task within 3 months, get lost." After saying that, he left the main hall without looking back. "Humph, too arrogant. Just wait. I will kill him sooner or later." Li Shu narrowed his eyes and thought. "Humph," Yi Long snorted. "In the commander's residence. Cultivate in seclusion." Although he was given the position of commander, he only wanted to cultivate. He could leave the miscellaneous matters to Yi Long. It had to be said that the qi of origin in the commander's residence was even stronger. This was indeed an excellent place to cultivate. Fong Qin sat cross-legged and began to cultivate in seclusion. Li Shu and the others secretly spread the news of the commander's arrogance. They didn't forget to add fuel to the fire and create a negative image of Fong Qin. For a time, the entire army palace was full of complaints about Fong Qin, especially the Black Orchid Regiment. When they learned that the commander was going to attack them, they were furious. Chapter 36:51. After all, the powerful cultivation experience in his previous life made it much easier for Fong Qin to raise his cultivation level. During his seclusion, he mainly comprehended the invincible sword technique. As for the sky-slashing alchemy technique, he did not dare to use it easily. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, that was the legendary supreme technique. In the secret chamber of the commander's mansion, Fong Chen's body was surrounded by a strong origin energy aura. He opened his palm, and the strong origin energy gathered in his palm and condensed into a water droplet. At the same time, in Fong Chen's mind, dense water element aura appeared. "This is the water origin." "I see." Fong Qin sighed. He did not expect the second origin to be comprehended to be the water origin. Moreover, it was obviously much easier to comprehend it compared to when he was in the Chaos Realm. Rumble. At this moment, the water droplet in his palm suddenly exploded. A terrifying power swept over and instantly enveloped Fong Qin. The huge secret chamber turned into a boundless sea and drowned Fang Chen's body. Have I broken through? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He did not expect to be able to break through after comprehending the origin. Not long after, the power in his body stabilized. Peak 3rd level Holy King. With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to fight against a 5th level Holy Emperor. Fang Chen muttered to himself. However, he did not bring anything with him when he reincarnated. Until now, he did not have a suitable weapon. Let's get a weapon first. After stopping his cultivation, Fang Chen got up and left the secret chamber. General Ho? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He could clearly feel that General Ho was waiting for him. Commander, you are finally out of seclusion, General Ho said anxiously. He was one of the few generals who supported the commander, and Fang Chen had a deep influence on him. It was also because of this that he was hated by the faction led by Li Shu. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. Not long after you went into seclusion, an independent battle group that we sent out on a mission was completely annihilated. General Ho said, We suspect that this incident is most likely targeted at you, Commander. Soon, Fang Chen understood what had happened. It turned out that the independent battle group that was destroyed was the battle group under General Ho, daring to attack the military palace in the territory of the Carefree Prefecture. How audacious! Fang Chen's face was cold. Initially, he did not want to lower himself to the same level as Li Shu, Yilong, and the others. He only wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could obtain Xiao Ho's blood. Who would have thought that they would force him again and again? Did he really think that he was a pushover? Where did it happen? Fang Chen asked. The 5 Rivers battle group was quite powerful in the military palace. The fact that the 5 Rivers battle group could be wiped out without anyone noticing was enough to prove that the enemy had come prepared. Moreover, it had to be a Saint Emperor at the very least. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. It's in a mountain range outside the military palace. General Ho told Fang Chen the location of the incident. I'll go take a look, Fang Chen said. Commander. General Ho was worried and wanted to stop him. It's okay, I know what to do. Then, Fang Chen quietly left the military palace. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Outside the military palace. At a glance, the endless mountain range was lush and green with towering trees. Fang Chen leaped and quickly arrived at the location of the incident. It was a hidden valley. As soon as he approached the valley, Fang Chen felt a strong killing intent. The valley was empty. However, the smell of blood still lingered in the air. Fang Chen closed his eyes and released his divine sense to capture the remaining aura in the air. Soon after, his mind was shaken. Then he waved his hand and a wave of water spurted out from his palm and sprinkled in the void. The next moment, an image appeared in the void. In the image, there was a pattern of a black butterfly. As expected, Fang Chen was angry. This black butterfly was the symbol of the Highland Battle Group. Are you trying to intimidate me? He deliberately left the symbol of the battle group for Fang Chen to see. No wonder he ranked second in the overall selection of the younger generation of the Carefree Mansion. His vision is really good. Suddenly, a black-clothed figure walked out from a dark corner. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Who I am is not important. The black-clothed figure added. What's important is that you must die. Fang Chen stared at the black-clothed figure. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Swoosh! He took the lead and used his finger as a sword to perform the invincible sword technique. First sword. Second sword. He stabbed 3 times in a row. The terrifying sword light crisscrossed and forced the black-clothed figure to retreat. You're courting death. The black-clothed figure was angry and threw a black ball at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen dodged subconsciously. Boom! The black ball exploded violently and the earth shook. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black-clothed figure continued to attack Fang Qin. At the same time, in the military palace, Li Shu stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him, Yilong was a little worried. "General Li Shu, are you really okay?" After all, the Highland Battle Group symbol was left in the valley. Once Fang Qin reported it to Xiao Ho, they would all die. Killing each other was strictly prohibited in the military palace. This was an iron law. Anyway, the Highland Battle Group is a group of troublemakers. I've long wanted to deal with them. Li Shu was full of confidence. If Lin Chen is not strong enough and dies in the valley, then this matter will be over. If he can escape, he will definitely go to the Highland Battle Group and punish them. At that time, we will sit on the mountain and watch them kill each other. Yilong's eyes were shining. This move was indeed vicious, killing with a borrowed knife. Lin Chen and the Highland Battle Group would fight to the death. In the end, one side would be defeated. No matter what the result was, it was very beneficial to them. They were already in an invincible position. As expected of General Li Shu, Yilong gave a thumbs up. "Young Master Xiao, he promised that when he has a firm foothold, he will take me over and cultivate together. At that time, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the military palace will still be taken by General Li Shu." Yilong's ambition was not here, but Li Shu was different. He was very ambitious and wanted to completely control the Xiaoyao army. Outside the military palace in the valley, after a fierce battle, the black-clothed figure was stabbed by Fang Qin. How is this possible? The black-clothed figure's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly dodged, so how could he be stabbed in the back by Fang Qin? Die. The sword pierced through the black-clothed figure's chest. Boom! The black-clothed figure's body suddenly exploded. The turbulent air wave sent Fang Qin flying. He steadied himself and frowned. It seemed that the matter was much more serious than he had imagined. A Saint Emperor expert would rather explode than be captured by him. They did not want to leave any evidence. However, Chapter 3652. In the military palace, when Fang Qin returned, it was already late at night. He immediately started an investigation and checked all the information of the independent battle groups in the military palace. In the end, his gaze landed on the file of the Black Regiment Battle Group. The black butterfly symbol was the symbol of the Black Orchid Battle Group. There was a black butterfly symbol in the valley. No matter what, the Black Orchid Battle Group couldn't get away with it. The next day, Fang Qin personally went to the Black Orchid Battle Group. He actually came back alive? Li Shu was a little surprised. The commander didn't die in the valley. He was deep in thought when Yilong walked over. "General Li Shu, Lin Chen came back alive." Yilong's expression was a little ugly. He originally thought that there was no need for a second plan, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to come back alive. It seems that he is hiding a lot of secrets. Yilong's heart trembled. During the general selection competition, he had fought with Lin Chen. At that time, he felt that the latter was not simple. It's useless to say more. The Black Orchid Battle Group is not to be trifled with. Li Shu sneered, waiting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. In the Black Orchid Battle Group, "Guys, the new commander hasn't come to our Black Orchid Battle Group for so long. What does he mean? Is he looking down on our Black Orchid Battle Group? If he dares to come, I will teach him a lesson." In the huge military palace, the Black Orchid Battle Group was the most special battle group. There were countless thorns in it. Before Fang Qin came, it was the biggest headache for the generals in the military palace. Almost no one was willing to care about the Black Orchid Battle Group. This also caused the members of the Black Orchid Battle Group to be even more arrogant and despotic. They didn't even put the generals in their eyes, not to mention the new commander-in-chief. He had less experience and was from the younger generation of Thousand Autumn City. The members of the Black Orchid Battle Group were all geniuses of the major families and forces. They were proud and arrogant. How could they submit to Fong Qin? The commander has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The members of the Black Orchid Battle Group looked at each other, and an imperceptible smile appeared in their eyes. Speak of the devil. Come, let's go and meet this new commander. Let's see how capable he is. A group of people walked out of the tent. Who is the new commander? The armored man had a deep scar on his face. He was the vice commander of the Black Orchid Legion. I am, Fong Qin said calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Fong Qin. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect Fong Qin to be so young. You, after a long time. Only then did the vice commander react. He looked at Fong Qin with disdain as he sneered and said, May I know why commander has come to my Black Orchid group? He looked humble, but he was actually arrogant. I say, Lord Commander, you've just been appointed. Are you going to lead our Black Orchid Legion to the battlefield? Someone jeered. The others burst into laughter. Impudent! Fong Qin's personal guard reprimanded him. The Lord Commander is here. Do not be rude. However, the only response he got was a crisp slap. A hairy man flashed and instantly appeared in front of the bodyguard. He slapped him without hesitation. Who do you think you are? The hairy man said coldly, This is the Black Orchid Legion. What right do you have to speak? The bodyguard was annoyed. It seems that you still don't learn your lesson. After that, the hairy man continued to slap him. Slap. This time, the crisp sound was heard again. However, everyone found that the hairy man didn't hit the commander's bodyguard. Instead, he was stopped by a palm. The hairy man used all his strength to break free, but he was shocked to find that. The commander's palm was like a pair of pliers, firmly clamping him. You dare to hit my men? The Black Orchid Legion is really something. Crash! Fong Qin suddenly loosened his grip. A hidden force drilled into the hairy man's body. There was a loud bang. The hairy man's body flew out and smashed onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere. This sudden turn of events caused the members of the Hei Lan battle group to turn solemn. Commander, what is the meaning of this? At this time, the deputy commander stood out and questioned. I didn't come here to watch the performance of the Black Orchid Legion. Fong Qin was indifferent. Your arrogance and despotism is useless to me. Others were afraid of their background, but Fong Qin didn't care about this. Your so-called background is worthless in my eyes. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. Fong Qin's cold gaze swept across everyone, and then he said in a deep voice, I came here today to condemn you. Crash! Fong Qin flicked his finger, and a smooth mirror suddenly appeared in the void. A scene appeared on the mirror. A black butterfly appeared out of thin air, causing the void to ripple. An independent legion of our Black Orchid Legion was ambushed while carrying out a mission, and all of them died. I went to the scene and found this black butterfly. Fong Qin's attitude was very tough. Please explain to me, what does this mean? Humph, slandering us? You want to slander us? It must be the new commander who wants to punish our Black Orchid Legion. For a moment, everyone in the Black Orchid Legion was filled with righteous indignation. You think it was us who did it? The deputy commander said in a deep voice. Otherwise, Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back. The deputy commander was silent, his eyes turned, and he was thinking in his mind. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Fong Qin again. I got it. Boom! A violent aura suddenly burst out from his body. He took a step forward and thunder surged. With boundless power, he looked down at Fong Qin from a high position. My Black Orchid Legion is an independent legion. If you want us to surrender, why do you need to use such despicable means? Besides, even if it was my Black Orchid Legion who did it, so what? The Black Orchid Legion was furious, not to mention that it wasn't them. So what if it was them who did it? Killing a fellow disciple is a capital crime, Fong Chen said calmly. Everyone in the Black Orchid Legion deserves death. You dare! Everyone was furious. It will be carried out in 3 days. If you don't agree, go find Xiao Ho. After leaving these words, Fong Chen no longer paid attention to the people of the Black Orchid Legion and left the place. He left behind a group of furious people. Deputy Commander, the commander is too much. Humph, if you really think you are the commander, you should look in the mirror and see what you look like. You want to use this to wipe out my Black Orchid Legion? Dream on. Back in the main hall. Commander, the personal guard couldn't help but ask, does it matter if they were the ones behind this? Fong Chen asked. If they did it, then they should accept the punishment. If they didn't do it, they would definitely find the real culprit. One had to know that Fong Chen had given them 3 days. Chapter 3653. Killing one's own people was unforgivable. When Fong Chen declared the crimes of the Highland Battle Group in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. This time, the Commander-in-Chief was serious. Everyone's gaze gathered on the Highland Battle Group. They were very curious. Would the Highland Battle Group, formed by thorns, accept their fate? Obviously they wouldn't. That day, discordant voices came from the Highland Battle Group. Most people wanted to fight with the Commander-in-Chief. The Highland Battle Group couldn't be bullied. They thought that the Commander-in-Chief wanted to use this as an excuse to suppress them. So no matter what, they couldn't give in. Of course, some people were seriously thinking about the problem. Deputy Commander, the Commander-in-Chief, wants to kill us. Some members were more anxious. Are we just going to do nothing? Humph, this Commander-in-Chief thinks that he can do whatever he wants because the Marquis gave him orders. He's really looking for death. That's right. If he provokes the Highland Battle Group, go and kill him. The Deputy Commander waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone. The Deputy Commander looked around and calmed everyone's emotions. The valley that the Commander-in-Chief showed us did indeed have the symbol of the black butterfly. The Deputy Commander pondered. He thought for a long time and felt that there was something wrong with this matter. Not long ago, one of our brothers' independent battle groups was completely wiped out. You should also know that the place where they were wiped out has the symbol of the Highland Battle Group. What does this mean? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with intense flames. What else can it be? It must be that the new Commander-in-Chief wants to use this opportunity to suppress us. That's right. Although there are many thorns in the Highland Battle Group, they are all loyal. At least they won't betray the military palace, someone said. Before this, Li Shu tried to suppress us many times but failed in the end. Now that the new Commander-in-Chief has taken office, he must have heard something. Everyone chimed in one after another. However, they didn't get to the core point. We've been framed, that's for sure. The question now was, who was framing them? Was it the new Commander-in-Chief? Or was it someone else? If it was the second case, then the new Commander-in-Chief had been used as a tool. In any case, whoever dared to frame the Black Orchid Battle Group, no matter who he was, he would make him pay the price. I'll go talk to the commander. In the end, the deputy commander decided to personally negotiate with the Commander-in-Chief. No, his actions were stopped by the others. What a joke! The commander had already given the Black Orchid Battle Group an ultimatum. If he went now, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Everyone, don't worry. The commander will not go out. I will be in charge of the Black Orchid Battle Group. I have to be responsible for all the brothers. The vice commander patted his chest and said, in fact, the deputy commander was worried that if they resisted 3 days later, Fong Chen would report to Xiao Ho in a fit of anger. At that time, their Black Orchid Battle Group would be finished. Secondly, the deputy commander also wanted to test the new commander. What was his intention? Was it him who wanted to suppress the Black Orchid battle group, or was it someone else? Commander's residence. Feng Qin didn't waste any time. He went into seclusion to cultivate. The origin world was filled with extremely dense origin energy. For him, the benefits were too great. 1. He opened his palm, and the two forces of water and fire intertwined together. He was trying to fuse the origin energy. Hiss! As soon as the two completely different origin energy touched, they were quickly repelled by each other and then dispersed. Bang! In the end, the origin energy fusion ended in failure. Whoosh! Feng Qin grinned. Origin energy fusion. How could it be so easy? At this moment, the communication token vibrated. The deputy commander of the Black Orchid battle group is looking for me? Feng Qin rolled his eyes and got up to leave the secret chamber. Not long after, he met the deputy commander in the meeting hall. Commander-in-Chief. The deputy commander said, "What's the matter?" Feng Qin asked straightforwardly, "If I say that the Black Orchid battle group was framed, would you believe me?" The deputy commander asked. Unexpectedly, the commander-in-chief nodded directly. "I believe you." The deputy commander was a little surprised and dumbfounded. "Then, why did you convict the Black Orchid battle group and want to execute it 3 days later?" Ordinary people didn't have such courage. "Because I want to let you know who is the commander-in-chief of the military palace." Feng Qin stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. The deputy commander was even more speechless. Just because of this, he opened his mouth and was about to say something. However, Feng Qin spoke first and interrupted him. "I don't care how many thorns you have in the Black Orchid battle group. As long as you don't do anything against the military palace, I can turn a blind eye." Feng Qin said. "So, please take back the previous order," the deputy commander said. He couldn't see through this young man in front of him. Feng Qin shook his head. "The evidence is irrefutable. I found the black butterfly symbol at the scene. But this is a false accusation." The deputy commander was a little anxious. Feng Qin turned around leisurely and looked at the deputy commander with a smile. "Since you know this is a false accusation, why don't you investigate it clearly?" The deputy commander was stunned and suddenly understood. It turned out that this was the commander-in-chief's real intention. "I found this at the scene." Feng Qin waved his hand and a small fragment flew out from his arms. The deputy commander caught it and stared at the commander-in-chief with a complicated expression. Before coming, he had a lot to say, but after seeing Feng Qin, he felt that his preparations were in vain. He couldn't see through the commander-in-chief at all. So this matter was not done by the commander-in-chief. The deputy commander asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he became vigilant. If the commander-in-chief really framed him, then he had to take action. "Ha!" Feng Qin shook his head. "My heart is not here. A small world like the Xiaoyao mansion is not my stage." His stage was in the chaotic realm. He couldn't spend his mind on the Xiaoyao army and the military palace. The deputy commander seemed to have understood something. For the whole afternoon, the deputy commander and Feng Qin talked. No one knew what the two talked about. They only knew that when the deputy commander left, his expression was heavy. "Commander-in-chief, how was it?" the bodyguard asked. "They are smart people. They should know what to do." Feng Qin smiled meaningfully. In the main hall of the Highland Legion, the deputy commander came back as everyone was looking forward to it. His expression was a little heavy. "Deputy commander, what happened? Is this the commander-in-chief's doing? Brothers, let's go to the commander-in-chief's residence and kill him." Everyone was furious. "Everyone, from now on, do everything you can to investigate this matter. Anyone who dares to frame the Highland Legion will pay a heavy price." No one knew what to do. "Deputy Commander, what happened?" Chapter 3654. Military Palace. Due to the lack of a leader, the Black Orchid Battle Group would restrain themselves a little. But this time, the Black Orchid Battle Group was framed. After a series of secret talks between the vice commander and the commander, they finally made a counterattack. First, they had to thoroughly investigate this matter and find out who framed the Black Orchid Battle Group. The vice commander personally went to the valley to investigate. Then he ordered all the members to try their best to find other clues. Finally, in 2 days, the Black Orchid Battle Group obtained some important clues. After many rounds of selection, they locked onto the 3 generals. Vice Commander, what do you think? A member asked. The 3 suspicious people were General Li Shu, General He Wei, and General Li Ji. The 3 of them had high prestige in the military palace and represented 3 different factions. Among them, General Li Shu was the most low-key one. General He Wei had outstanding military achievements. He had once killed 3,000 enemies by himself and became famous in one battle. He was a radical, but he was also a war advocate. His uncompromising personality made him only want to charge forward when facing challenges from the enemy. Simply put, he was brave but not smart. The 3rd was General Li Ji. When he saw this name, the vice commander frowned and his expression became serious. This General Li Ji was the only one of the 3 who had a grudge with the Black Orchid Battle Group. Moreover, he had wanted to take the Black Orchid Battle Group under his command more than once. A few months ago, he had even injured a messenger of the Black Orchid Battle Group. At that time, the Black Orchid Battle Group was furious and almost rebelled. Is it him? Someone asked. The vice commander played with the brush in his hand and thought to himself, roughly speaking, Secretary Li is the most suspicious person on the list. The least suspicious was Li Shu. This was because he was a peacemaker. Everyone would give him face. When Li Ji attacked the Black Orchid Battle Group, Li Shu had even stood up for them. It's not him. After a long while, under the gazes of many people, the vice commander finally spoke. He had come to this conclusion after careful consideration. I know Li Ji very well. He hates evil and is straightforward. He is definitely not a sinister person. To be able to become the deputy commander of the Black Orchid Battle Group, his intelligence was not something ordinary people could compare to. We've dealt with him before, and he's always honest with us. He won't lie and he won't frame us. But what if he's not what he appears to be? Someone raised an objection. No matter what, he couldn't wrong a good person, but he couldn't let a villain off either. Let's let the deputy commander analyze it first. The hall fell silent again. The deputy commander continued to analyze the basic information of the 3 people, as well as some top-secret information that they had, and even their interests and hobbies. A comprehensive analysis of everything. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. The person who came was the chief commander's personal guard. Vice Commander. The bodyguard cupped his fists and took out a letter from his bosom, handing it to the Vice Commander. The Lord Commander asked me to personally pass this to you, Deputy Commander. The latter took the letter. Since the letter has been delivered, I'll take my leave. With that, the bodyguard left. When the Vice Commander opened the letter, his expression changed drastically. Commander's residence. Commander, the letter has been delivered. The personal guard returned to report. Fong Chen nodded. Is the Lord Commander sure that the incident this time was caused by the Deputy Commander and General Li Shu? The personal guard asked doubtfully. That's not important. Fong Chen smiled mysteriously. He just wanted to quell the internal strife in the military palace as soon as possible. His relationship with the Black Orchid Legion was just a mutually beneficial cooperation. The Black Orchid Legion was cautious and wouldn't jump to conclusions. Therefore, he provided some clues to the Vice Commander. As for whether the clues were true or not, was it important? Fong Chen didn't care whether the Black Orchid Legion would take action or not. At this moment, he had already arrived at the military palace's treasury. Only the chief commander could enter and exit the treasury at will. The countless wealth and rare treasures that the carefree army had collected over the years were all collected here. Creak! The door of the treasury opened, and Fong Chin entered alone. His gaze swept across the entire treasury, and he sighed. There were many rare treasures in the treasury, but they were useless to him. His real purpose was to devour the demon blood. In a short while, he found the place where the demon blood was kept. On one of the steps of the treasury, there was a yellow cover that covered the 3 drops of demon blood. Swoosh! Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the blood. But he was shocked to find that the yellow cover stopped him. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the void. It was the spirit of the treasury. Lord Commander, even you can't take the treasures of the treasury at will. If he wanted to get them, he had to complete the mission. How can I get them? Fong Chin asked. These 3 drops of blood are the precious blood of the demon devouring race. They are also the most important things in the treasury. They are priceless, the spirit said. You can go to the battlefield and collect the remains of the enemy. 100 Saint Emperor remains can be exchanged for 1 drop of blood. What if I want all 3 drops? Fong Chin continued to ask. The spirit was stunned for a moment. Then it said seriously, Lord Commander, I think you don't quite understand the terrible situation on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the enemy experts were all very cunning. It was already very difficult to kill a single Saint Emperor, let alone 100 Saint Emperors. So, until now, no one had been able to exchange for the blood. So, as long as I bring back 300 Saint Emperor remains, I can exchange for 3 drops of blood? Fong Chin said. The spirit nodded. Fong Chin did not say anything and directly left the treasury. Looks like I have to speed up, Li Shu's residence. General Li Shu, the Black Orchid Battle Group, seems to be pointing their spear at us, Yilong said in a low voice. Li Shu was very calm. Humph, a bunch of brainless fellows. They must have been used by the commander. Li Shu sneered, but this is also good. If he can use them, so can I. They had already received news that the Black Orchid Battle Group had locked onto the 3 of them as suspects. All these years, Li Shu had secretly cultivated many spies and mixed them into the various battle groups. Even in the Black Orchid Battle Group, there were some of his people. Spread the news that the new commander wants to reorganize the military palace and is willing to frame the meritorious officials. Li Shu smiled eerily. Last time he got rid of him. Let's see how he can escape this time. Yi Long grinned when he heard that. General Li Shu, if you can chase Lin Chen away or make him die mysteriously on the battlefield, my mission will be completed. At that time, I will leave and you'll be in charge of the military palace. Very soon, this day will come. Chapter 3655. The new commander wanted to reorganize the military palace. He didn't hesitate to frame the meritorious officials. When this news spread out, the entire military palace was in an uproar. A new broom sweeps clean. Could this be the temperament of a commander? Some rumors and slanders were constantly being spread. Of course, this didn't affect the Highland group at all. Instead, they got more important clues from the investigation. Li Shu, the deputy commander, was furious. He didn't expect that the final suspect would be Li Shu. Deputy commander, could it be wrong? Someone asked. Yes, among the 3 suspects, General Li Shu should be the least suspicious. General Li Shu has a lot of prestige in the military palace. If you want to touch him, you have to think carefully. The deputy commander nodded. The power behind the Highland group was beyond everyone's imagination. They had their own forces in almost every part of the Xiao Yao Palace. I'll go and verify it. The deputy commander got up and left. 6 hours later, he returned to the Highland group. How is it? The deputy commander's face was gloomy and angry. Take the brothers and find Li Shu. Are you sure? They exclaimed. After getting the confirmation from the deputy commander, they were surprised. Li Shu's mansion. The members of the Black Orchid Battle Group had surrounded the mansion. Li Shu, the vice commander, roared in an overbearing manner. Suddenly, the mansion's door opened. Li Shu slowly walked out from inside. Beside him was Deputy Commander Yilong. "What business do you have with me?" Li Shu was very calm. "You still have the face to say that?" The vice commander scolded. "You killed your comrades from the military palace and even tried to frame my Black Orchid Battle Group. What a brilliant move you made." For Li Shu, this was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, he got rid of the obstacle that had been holding him back. Second, he got rid of the new commander with the help of the Highland Group. Third, he took the opportunity to subdue the Highland Group. However, he didn't expect that. He left a crucial clue, which allowed the Highland Group to lock onto him. "I don't understand what you are talking about." Li Shu shook his head. He definitely wouldn't admit it. "The place where the group died while carrying out the mission has a clear black butterfly symbol. The commander has already investigated and gave the Highland Group a final warning." Li Shu shrugged. "The commander-in-chief is the head of the military palace. His words can decide everything. You are all guilty, yet you came to besiege Li Shu's residence, adding to your crimes. You should all be executed." As soon as he said this, the expressions of some people in the Black Orchid Battle Group changed greatly. Of course, the vice commander would not be intimidated by his words. "Li Shu, are you still not going to admit it?" The vice commander sneered. He waved his hand, and an imperceptible golden line appeared in his palm. This was found at the scene of death. "What else do you have to say?" Everyone knew that this golden thread was the weapon of Li Shu's golden-clothed troop. "What can this prove?" Li Shu still shook his head. Maybe it was a deliberate attempt on his life. After all, someone has been to the first crime scene. What he was implying was that the new commander-in-chief was framing them. "That's right. You people are so arrogant that you dare to frame General Li Shu. As the deputy commander, I give the order to execute your entire family." Yi Long sneered. Even though he knew that it was Li Shu who did it, he was not worried at all. And Commander Lin Qin tried to frame a loyal person. "I will report this matter to the Xiao Yao mansion and wait for the Marquis to make a decision." Yi Long held the deputy commander's golden seal. "However, during this period, I will suspend the commander-in-chief's duties in the name of the Marquis." Lin Chen's sinner was to bewitch the Black Orchid Battle Group and frame a loyal person. Just one sinner was more than enough. "Do you think I'm a fool?" The vice commander sneered. If he did not have sufficient evidence, would he bring the Black Orchid Battle Group here? "Oh, you don't agree?" The evidence was right in front of them. Everything was meaningless. Yi Long was very strong. He had already ordered the other battle groups to surround the Black Orchid Battle Group. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. However, at this moment, Fang Chun had arrived. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a figure approached from afar. Soon, he arrived beside the vice commander. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands with a bright smile on his face. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lin Qin, you have been suspended by me. Please accept the investigation." Yilong said angrily. Fang Qin did not think much of it. He stared at Li Shu. "Do you think that you did it flawlessly?" Li Shu did not speak. "Unfortunately, no matter how you calculated, you still underestimated my ability." While speaking, Fang Qin flipped his palm, and a cold aura appeared in his palm. This aura quickly condensed into an ice pillar. Everyone present saw the scene, especially the many generals. They received the order from the commander-in-chief and rushed here. They did not expect to see the scene. "Then, how do you explain this?" Fang Qin asked with a smile. Li Shu, who was originally very calm, also seemed a little flustered at this moment. "Ha!" His body shook slightly, and he forced himself to calm down. What can this prove? Fang Qin shook his head. You still haven't given up until now. He waved his hand, and all the generals came closer. Li Shu, we have been together for so many years. Do you still want to deceive us? This is the ice condensed by Li Shu's unique secret technique. Yes, the evidence is irrefutable. However, Li Shu still did not admit it. Someone is plotting to frame me. What is this thing? You still haven't given up. Fang Chun waved his hand, and suddenly drops of water gathered in the void, condensing into a smooth mirror surface. This was the memory droplet. Without a doubt, Fang Qin had discovered it in that valley. After his inspection, he happened to find that the memory droplet recorded the situation of that day. On the smooth mirror surface, there was a battle group that was on a mission, resting here. All of a sudden, a figure appeared out of thin air. With absolute strength, he annihilated this battle group. That kind of power was the power of ice that everyone was familiar with. After destroying the battle group, the black-clothed man floated in the air and turned his head to look. At this time, a person walked out leisurely from the dark. It was General Li Shu. Leave the aftermath to me. Next, it was the process of Li Shu forging the black butterfly symbol and framing the black orchid battle group. After watching it all, the droplet collapsed. At this time, Li Shu's face was pale, and he kept retreating. Even Yi Long was a little flustered. What should we do? Yi Long blamed Li Shu. Humph! After all, Li Shu was a person who had experienced war and quickly calmed down. He insisted that it was on the orders of the deputy commander-in-chief, Yi Long. Li Shu. Yi Long was furious, but Li Shu directly slapped out. Yi Long could not dodge in time, and his head was smashed into pieces. He died instantly. Chapter 3656. After all, Yi Long was of the younger generation. His strength was much weaker than Li Shu's. Moreover, Li Shu was a general of the military palace and had been fighting for his life on the battlefield. This was also the reason why he was so ruthless. Knowing that the matter had been exposed, he directly attacked Yi Long and killed him. Then he could push all the blame to Yi Long. Anyway, he had just arrived at the military palace and was the deputy commander. He had no supporters. On the other hand, he was deeply rooted in the military palace, and many generals were secretly supporting him. As long as there was a way out, he could perfectly resolve this crisis. Of course, the most important thing was, the dead told no tales. Humph! If I had seen your true face earlier, I would not have colluded with you. Li Shu said coldly. Even Fang Qin was taken aback by his actions. He did not expect that his ally would betray him. He glanced at the generals and saw the subtle changes on their faces. The consequences of forming an alliance with Li Shu were so miserable that they had to consider for themselves and weigh the pros and cons. In short, their hearts were shaken. The deputy commander's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, Li Shu, you're really good at this. I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Shu shook his head and showed an innocent look. Your Highland battle group was framed, and you want to investigate the truth. I can understand your feelings, so I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation. Deputy Commander Yi Long is the executor. There must be someone behind him. No matter what, we have to find this person. Our military palace will not allow such a despicable person to sow discord. Li Shu said with righteous indignation. Ordinary, ignorant people were already on his side. Unfortunately, Fang Qin and the Highland Battle Group were already prepared. Li Shu, you still don't admit it? The deputy commander was aggressive. Is this interesting? He pointed at the corpses on the ground and sneered. Vice Commander Yi Long is newly transferred. What ability does he have to mobilize other battle groups? What ability does he have to kill our battle groups? What? You don't believe me? Li Shu frowned and was very unhappy. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Marquis. Huh. Fang Qin chuckled and took out another item from his bosom. It was a wooden stick the size of a thumb. However, when it appeared, Everyone's expressions changed greatly. They stared at the wooden stick in Fong Chen's hand, dumbfounded. "Now, what do you have to say?" Thunderstruck wood. In the huge military palace. Only General Li Shu had it. He had shown it to the public before. In his previous life, Fong Chen had also obtained Thunderstruck wood and used it. Therefore, he knew the Thunderstruck would like the back of his hand. This was discovered at the place where it originated. Everyone looked at Li Shu with a strange expression. The latter still forced himself to remain calm. What can a piece of Thunderstruck wood prove? Li Shu waved his hand and said disdainfully, "Although I'm the only one in the military palace who has the Thunderstruck wood, how many people in the vast territory of the Carefree Mansion have the Thunderstruck wood? Maybe Vice Commander Yi long colluded with outsiders to kill the people in the military palace?" In any case, Xiao Chun refused to admit it, pushing all the blame to Yi Long. Li Shu did not believe that they would dare to convict him. Moreover, he was a senior general in the military palace. Only Duke Xiaoyao was qualified to touch him. Still quibbling? Before the vice commander could speak, the other members of the Highland Battle Group were already furious. "How dare you frame our Highland Battle Group? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about going." As soon as he finished speaking, a few members of the Highland Battle Group attacked. Terrifying auras were released from their bodies. With a stomp of their feet, they floated in the air. Behind them, shadows of black butterflies appeared. Roar! Angry roars were heard. Several people joined forces to besiege Li Shu. Presumptuous! Li Shu was furious and counterattacked. He entered the battle circle and kept attacking with both hands, blocking attacks from all directions. The vice commander looked at Fong Chen, asking with his eyes. The latter signaled him to calm down. As expected, the battle stopped abruptly after more than 10 moves, because Li Shu, who was in the middle of the battle, was forced to retreat by the joint forces of several people. His clothes were torn and something fell out. Clang! A charred wooden stick fell to the ground. This is Thunderstruck wood. Someone recognized the charred wooden stick. As for Fong Chen, he reacted quickly and put it away in an instant. "Give it back to me," Li Shu said angrily. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen picked up the Thunderstruck wood and pieced it together with the Thunderstruck wood he had obtained before. What was shocking was that after the 2 pieces of Thunderstruck wood were pieced together, there were no traces of them being pieced together. What did this mean? "It's really you." The vice commander's eyes were sharp as he said, coldly. The Thunderstruck wood that the commander obtained from the scene was completely cut from the piece of Thunderstruck wood on Li Shu's body. The traces were exactly the same. Irrefutable evidence. What else do you want to say? The vice commander took a step forward with an imposing manner. The other generals were extremely surprised. Some generals who were close to Li Shu shook their heads when they saw this situation. They quietly retreated, fearing that they would be implicated by Li Shu. Li Shu's face was ferocious. He stared at Fong Chen fiercely, wishing he could tear him into pieces. "Damn bastard!" Li Shu flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill Fong Chen. Unfortunately, the Black Orchid Battle Group was already prepared. Thousands of people formed a battle formation and trapped Li Shu. Li Shu killed his compatriots in the military palace. This is a heinous crime. I have decided to execute him on the spot. Seeing that someone was about to make a move, Fong Chen added, "If anyone dares to plead for mercy, they will be regarded as accomplices." As soon as these words came out, everyone quieted down. They knew. After today, the military palace would be completely in the hands of the commander. Kill. Li Shu's eyes were red. He could not care so much anymore. As long as the green hills are there, there will be firewood. As long as he could escape from here and save his life, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. You're dead. But although the Black Orchid Battle Group was a group of troublemakers, their combat strength was also very strong. especially their 1,000-man battle formation. Once formed, even a sage would find it difficult to escape. In the blink of an eye, Li Shu was covered with wounds. Die. The vice commander personally suppressed Li Shu. He smashed Li Shu's head with a palm. A hero of a generation fell just like that. He would never have dreamed that he would die in the hands of the Black Orchid battle group that he had always regarded as a troublemaker and wanted to get rid of. With Li Shu's death, the framing incident had come to an end. After this incident, Fang Qin had the absolute right to speak in the military palace, and the Black Orchid battle group also chose to stand on his side. It's finally settled. Fang Qin shook his head. He did not want these trivial matters to waste his time. Chapter 36:57. The problem in the military palace was finally solved. Next, Fang Qin used 3 days to take control of the entire military palace. The generals who were in the same faction as Li Shu were either demoted or redeemed themselves. As for the others, they were all loyal to him, especially the Highland battle group. Led by the vice commander, everyone's attitude towards Fang Qin changed greatly. They respected their new commander from the bottom of their hearts. This made the other generals exclaim that he was indeed the commander appointed by Duke Xiaoyao. He had only been in the military palace for a short period of time, and he was already able to take in the famous Highland battle group. He was truly amazing. However, Fang Qin did not care about this. His goal was not to become the commander of the military palace. He would not serve Duke Xiaoyao. Tell me about the situation on the battlefield. In the commander's residence, Fang Qin asked. His bodyguard said, "There are 2 other residences around Xiaoyao residence. They are Tianyue residence and Wise Lord residence. These 2 residences, like Xiaoyao residence, belong to the demon-devouring clan leader. All along, the 3 forces had been fighting for territory. As a result, a series of wars had broken out. At the intersection of the 3 forces, there was an abandoned continent. This continent was called the 3 Residences Continent, which was also the core battlefield. Due to some special reasons, the 3 Residences Continent had long been destroyed and filled with smoke. The continent was named this way because of the 3 forces. There were powerful seals around the 3 Residences Continent. There were only 3 entrances, which were controlled by the 3 forces. In other words, to kill the enemy, one had to enter the battlefield. Once one entered the battlefield, it would take at least 10 years before one could return. 10 years. Fang Qin frowned. 10 years was too long. Of course, there is another way, which is to kill enough enemies, the bodyguard said. Hearing this, Fang Qin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked how many. 100 enemies of the Holy Emperor level, or 10,000 Holy Kings. Fang Qin nodded. He had originally wanted to kill 300 enemies of the Holy Emperor level, which coincided with this standard. When I am not around, the Highland Battle Group will be in charge. If anyone disagrees, kill them on the spot. Fang Qin ordered. Yes, Commander. The military palace was the headquarters of the Carefree Army, and there was a teleportation formation that led to the battlefield. Before Fang Qin left, he had a private conversation with the vice commander of the Black Orchid Legion. After that, he took the teleportation formation and left. Vice Commander, how is it? Someone asked. There was a trace of a smile on the tanned face of the vice commander. The commander didn't lie to us. The vice commander said. Back then, they had agreed to cooperate with the commander-in-chief to investigate Li Shu because the latter had given them a promise. Right now, they were naturally happy that the commander-in-chief had fulfilled his promise. Haha, that's great. It seems that the commander is much stronger than we imagined. He doesn't even care about the position of the commander of the military palace. How unbelievable. Many people were puzzled. Of course, only the deputy commander knew that the commander was obsessed with martial arts and didn't want to care about these mundane matters. Therefore, before he went to the battlefield, he let the Black Orchid Legion take charge of the military palace. At the border of the 3 prefectures, there was a city. City of War. This was the place where the Carefree Army resupplied. Anyone who returned from the battlefield would receive the best service and resources. Of course, if they wanted to enter the battlefield, they had to register here. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation opened. At this time, outside the teleportation formation, many higher-ups of the Carefree Army were welcoming him. Who is it? Why are so many generals welcoming him? Could it be that the new commander is here to inspect? Maybe it's Duke Carefree. Everyone was making their own guesses. When Fang Chen walked out of the teleportation formation, many generals bowed. Welcome, Commander. Their voices shook the sky, shocking all the onlookers. However, after the shock, they couldn't believe it. After all, Fang Chen was too young. Such a young commander was simply unimaginable. Commander, you are busy every day. Why don't you go back to your residence and rest? An old general said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head. There's no need. He expressed his intention to enter the battlefield to hone himself. No. Commander, you are the commander of the Carefree Army and the head of the entire military palace. The battlefield is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, the Carefree Army will definitely be in chaos. Please reconsider. Many generals tried to dissuade him. What kind of joke was this? It was too risky to let the head of an army personally enter the battlefield. So what if I'm the commander? What's the difference between me and the people fighting on the front lines? If even I am afraid of the battlefield, what right do I have to send my generals to their deaths? Fang Chen said. As soon as he said this, everyone around him applauded. Even the generals were stunned. Then, a gray-robed elder walked out of the crowd. He was the Carefree Army's god of war, and also the general in charge of the front lines. He was unyielding and hated those who hid in the back and pointed fingers. He originally thought that the new commander was no exception. However, after seeing him today, he was quite touched. Lord Commander, we are extremely touched by your generosity. The gray-robed elder said, Commander going to the battlefield personally may be dangerous, but you can see that there are no cowards in the Carefree Army. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat Tianyue Prefecture and Wise King Prefecture. In the City of War, the roars shook the sky. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already captured the hearts of the people. Everyone was supporting him. At the entrance of the battlefield, Commander, you must be careful when you enter the battlefield. The gray-robed general reminded him, once people know your identity, they will kill you at all costs. Don't worry, I know what to do. As soon as he said this, the entrance to the battlefield opened. Fang Chen walked in casually. Seeing the entrance slowly closing, everyone sighed. After a long while, the gray-robed general's eyes swept across everyone and said sternly, You are not allowed to say a word about what happened today, or your entire family will be implicated. This was a serious matter, and they had to be careful. In a dark corner, a man wearing a bamboo hat sneered. What an idiot. He was a spy from Tianyue Prefecture who sneaked into the City of War to obtain information for Tianyue Prefecture. How can we not share such important information with Wise King Prefecture? He could almost see the scene of the commander of the Carefree Army being hunted down by Wise King Prefecture and Tianyue Prefecture. Although the 3 prefectures' continent was big, it was easy for the 2 forces to find someone. He could only say, the commander of the Carefree Army was too young. If we kill you, the Carefree Army will be leaderless and their morale will be shaken. When the 2 forces join forces, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to Carefree Prefecture. Thinking of this, the man in the bamboo hat smiled eerily. Without a sound, he disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 3658. The 3 Prefectures Continent. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared in a barren desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He could vaguely hear the sound of sand moving in the desert. Looking up, the sun was high up in the sky, and the entire sky was a desert. There was no water in the desert at all, not even a bit of greenery. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fong Qin felt that the soles of his feet were about to melt. This is the battlefield of the 3 prefectures continent. It was different from what he imagined. He thought that the 3 prefectures continent would be filled with smoke and battle everywhere. Records of the 3 prefectures continent appeared in his mind. He clearly remembered that although the 3 prefectures continent wasn't big, it had 3 areas that corresponded to the 3 major forces. Where he was now should be within the sphere of influence of the Carefree Palace. Who is it? Suddenly a voice sounded. Fong Chen turned his head and found that the person was wearing the uniform of the Carefree Army. He sighed in relief. It wasn't an enemy, it was an ally. Ally. As expected, after seeing Fong Chen, the person also sighed in relief. He quickly approached Fong Chen and reminded him, "Brother, are you new here?" Fong Chen nodded. The person had already arrived in front of Fong Chen and said in a deep voice, "The 3 prefectures continent is the battlefield of the 3 major forces. You can encounter enemies here at any time." Everyone's thought was that they wouldn't encounter enemies in the Carefree Army's area. However, this was the most dangerous thought. After hearing the person's words, Fong Chen nodded. Sometimes, some of the top experts of the other 2 major forces will secretly come to our area and assassinate our people. The person continued, "Of course, there's one more thing you need to know." "What?" Fong Chen was a bit confused and asked, "Being an ally doesn't mean you're safe." After saying that, a sharp dagger appeared in the person's hand. Rip! Before Fong Chen could react, the dagger cut through Fong Chen's stomach. Bang! At the same time, the person punched Fong Chen in the chest and sent him flying. Like me. After doing all this, he held the blood-stained dagger in his hand and stared fiercely at Fong Chen, his face full of disdain. "A new recruit like you won't even last a day in the 3 prefectures continent." He walked step by step towards Fong Chen. "Originally, I would disdain to make a move on someone like you. But unfortunately, every new recruit has a merit medal on them." The merit medal recorded a martial artist's performance on the battlefield. Every time he killed an enemy, his medal would gain a sliver of energy. The more energy he had, the higher his contribution points and the more benefits he could enjoy. Because of the policy of protecting new recruits, every new martial artist was given 100 merit points. It was precisely because of these 100 contribution points that he decided to act against his fellow compatriots. Just because of a mere 100 merit points, you can forget your original intention of joining the Carefree Army? Fong Chen got up from the ground and asked coldly, "Hee, what is the original intention?" The person sneered. "As long as I have enough merit points, I can exchange them for countless cultivation resources. By then, my strength will become stronger, forming a virtuous cycle. Moreover, even if I kill you, who will know?" On such a huge battlefield, there were people dying every day. Who would care about a new recruit? No wonder the Carefree Army couldn't fight against the other 2 forces. "It's because of a black sheep like you," Fong Chen said. "Kid, since you already know, you can die now." After saying that, he continued to attack Fong Chen. However, what he didn't expect was that, in his eyes, Fong Chen, who was about to die, didn't surrender. Instead, he was resisting. It's useless. His dagger had already pierced through the sky. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. After the dust settled, Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back. The previous person was lying in a pool of blood. His internal organs were shattered, his cultivation was destroyed, and he became a cripple. "I forgot to introduce myself." Fong Chen grinned. "My name is Lin Chen, the new commander of the Carefree Army." "What?" The person was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. "There's something you said that I agree with." Fong Chen walked in front of him. For people like you, no one will know even if you die. Pucci. Fong Qin smashed his head with a palm. Facing such a treacherous person who coveted power, death was nothing to be regretted. Fong Qin picked up his merit medal and checked it. He was stunned. 100,000 merit points. How many new recruits did he have to kill to get this? Fong Qin secretly decided to reorganize the Carefree Army. However, what he needed to do now was to kill the enemy. He was the commander. Once he went to the gathering point of the Carefree Army, he would definitely be known. Instead of that, he might as well take drastic measures. He made the decision in an instant. Swoosh! His figure flashed, disappearing into the void. Not long after, he arrived at the intersection of the three territories and quietly sneaked into the Tianyue Prefecture's territory. As soon as he arrived, he found someone from the Tianyue Prefecture. He was a 4th-level Saint Emperor martial artist. Who is it? The latter discovered him. Fong Qin killed him with lightning speed. After that, Fong Qin put on his clothes, disguised his aura, and changed his face. Now, even the saints of the Tianyue Prefecture wouldn't be able to recognize me, right? Fong Qin muttered to himself. Just like that, Fong Qin sneaked into the Tianyue Prefecture's territory and prepared to kill the enemy. At the same time, at the gathering point of the Tianyue Prefecture, everyone received the news and was discussing how to kill the commander of the Carefree Army. This news is very important. Have you confirmed it? Yes, it's true. The new commander is a Saint King. This time he sneaked into the 3 prefectures' continent to train himself. The white-bearded old man laughed loudly. The heavens are on my side. If we kill the new commander of the Carefree Army, they will be leaderless for a short period of time. That will be the day we attack. Sir, the news has also been sent to the Bright King residence. I believe they will also take action, the servant said. The white-bearded old man was in high spirits, with a smile on his face. Pass down my order. Kill the new commander of the Carefree Army at all costs. He waved his hand, and a portrait of Fong Qin appeared in front of him. But remember, don't make it public. Otherwise, if the Carefree Army finds out, they will definitely protect the commander and even secretly move him away. The white-bearded old man quickly gave out the order. The commander was the highest leader of the army. The Carefree Prefecture is really declining. They chose such a brainless commander who dares to enter the 3 prefectures' continent alone to train. The experts of the Tianyue Prefecture were full of disdain. They seemed to be imagining the death of the commander of the Carefree Army. Chapter 3659. 3 Prefectures Continent. Tianyue Prefecture. The silver moon hung high in the sky. On a single-horn mountain, Fong Qin lit a pile of firewood. It had been 2 days since he came here, but he hadn't seen anyone from Tianyue Prefecture. How do I find them? Fong Qin was a little helpless. He disguised himself as someone from Tianyue Prefecture and wanted to kill them here, but in the end he couldn't find anyone. Whoosh! At this moment, all of a sudden, a figure shot over from the darkness in the distant horizon. In an instant, he arrived at the top of the mountain. After seeing Fong Qin, the person frowned. He didn't know Fong Qin, but he saw his clothes. Are you new here? The person asked. Fong Qin nodded. The person's voice was a little strict. Don't you know that you can't light a fire at night? The fire in the dark was too obvious. It would attract the people from the other 2 forces hiding in Tianyue Prefecture. At that time, it would be very dangerous. You don't know such basic things. I suspect that you are a spy from the other 2 forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the person took a step forward and came in front of Fong Qin. He grabbed Fong Qin's collar and said coldly, Tell me, who are you? I'm a subordinate of Lord Liu. Fong Qin lied. Lord Liu? The person's eyes turned as if he was thinking. Fong Qin was stunned. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? He just randomly said a name. And this person happened to be in Tianyue Prefecture? Boom! He knew that this was his chance. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was still reacting, Fong Qin struck first to gain the upper hand. He punched out with a terrifying origin energy and instantly sent his opponent flying. The person finally reacted, but it was too late. Fong Qin didn't give him any chance and killed him with one blow. Then he put away a piece of the skeleton. The merit points on his medal had also increased accordingly. It's finally open. Fong Qin licked his lips. In any case, this was a good start. In the following days, Fong Qin was no longer alone. Every once in a while, he would run into someone from the Sky Moon Mansion. With a sneak attack, he could easily kill them. His invincible sword technique had already been refined to the point of perfection. Its power was limitless, and there were few Saint Kings who could match him. Half a month later, Fong Qin had already obtained 30 Saint Emperor skeletons. His actions were finally noticed by the Sky Moon Mansion. Inside the tent, what's going on? The person in charge, sitting at the head of the table, asked coldly, "Why are our people being killed repeatedly during this period of time?" Down below, everyone knew that spies from the other two forces had sneaked in. "My lord, could it be someone from the Bright King residence?" The Carefree Army could barely take care of themselves. Also, their commander had entered the battlefield. They were supposed to retreat and protect their commander. It was difficult for them to be distracted. Therefore, the Wise King residence was the most suspicious. "I've had a secret conversation with the Bright King mansion. They've temporarily allied with us and won't attack us. Furthermore, they've promised me that their spies in the Tianyue prefecture have all retreated." The leader sitting at the head of the table muttered. Then the answer was self-evident. The people who had killed the Tianyue prefecture were from the Carefree Army. Could it be the new commander? Suddenly, such a question came from the crowd. Immediately, everyone was stunned. The new commander? He was just a Saint King. He was already brave enough to enter the battlefield. Could it be that he dared to sneak into the Tianyue prefecture? Many people didn't believe it. However, the leader sitting at the head of the table was a little hesitant. "I've investigated the new commander of the Carefree Army. He stood out from the crowd after many rounds of selection and was finally appointed as the commander." The leader said, "Most importantly, Fong Qin had defeated Yilong in a head-on battle. Even the demonic Mountain Venerable had personally come forward to take him as his last disciple. One could only imagine how strong his potential was. Of course, what really made the leader hesitate was that the demonic Mountain Venerable had personally said that Fong Qin's strength was not weaker than Xiaohe's. What did this mean? It meant, although Fong Qin was a Saint King, he could fight above his level. If that's the case, can't we close the door and beat the dog? Everyone discussed for a while and finally came to a unanimous decision. Whether the person in the dark was the new commander or not, they had to act immediately. Pass down my order. From today onwards, the Tianyue army will retreat completely. Guard this area tightly and don't let a fly escape. Close the door and beat the dog. Seal off this area and then dig 3 feet underground to find the person. If he was the commander of the Carefree Army, then they could get rid of him effortlessly." Fong Qin was a little confused. In the first half of the month, he had killed 30 people from the Tianyue army. However, after more than 10 days, he hadn't met a single person. What's going on? Fong Qin frowned. Could it be that his actions had attracted the attention of the Tianyue army? Fong Qin shook his head. No matter what, he had to be careful. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Fong Qin heard a strange sound. Puzzled, he continued forward. Not long after, he arrived at a dense forest. He spread out his divine sense and soon discovered a dilapidated city in the middle of the forest. The city was beyond recognition. Even the main building had been reduced to dust. Only the broken walls around it proved that it had really existed. When Fong Qin arrived in front of the city, his expression changed drastically. He was shocked to find that the perfect bloodline in his body was acting strangely and wanted to break out of his body. What's going on?" Fong Chin exclaimed and took a few steps back. However, it was too late. The perfect bloodline emerged from his body and resonated with the broken city, activating an ancient formation and sucking him in. Buzz! After Fong Chin disappeared, the broken city gradually returned to normal. The ancient formation disappeared instantly. Peace was restored between heaven and earth. It was as if the ancient city had never appeared in the forest, 100 miles to the west of the forest. Strange. Just now, I felt an aura that didn't belong to the Tianyua mansion. A man in black armor frowned. That aura seemed to restrain the blood in his body. Did you feel it too? The other man was also surprised. At that moment, he felt as if his blood had frozen. However, it recovered in the blink of an eye. That aura seems to have come from 100 miles away. The two men looked at each other and then quickly rushed toward the forest. Could it be the commander of the Carefree Army? The two men were excited and flew quickly. However, they didn't notice that the blood in their bodies had become a little turbid. The turbidity quickly spread and filled their bodies. Their vitality was also quietly flowing away. Woo woo woo! There seemed to be a gloomy and terrifying sound in the breeze. It seemed to be talking. Chapter 3660. In the formation whirlpool, Fong Chin felt that his body was completely out of control. His blood was in chaos, and his perfect bloodline could not suppress it at all. It broke out of his body and resonated with the formation whirlpool. Fong Chin was in great pain in the whirlpool. He desperately wanted to break free, but the pressure on his body was too heavy, and he could not do anything. The only thing that comforted him was, after the perfect bloodline broke out of his body, part of it merged into the formation whirlpool, and the other part formed a rain shield around him. Dong! After some time, a heavy sound rang out. Fong Chin grimaced as pain swept through his body. He opened his eyes and hurriedly looked around. He found that it was pitch black here, and there were hard walls all around. However, the perfect bloodline in his body became even more restless. What's going on? Fong Chin frowned, somewhat anxious. Once the perfect bloodline was exposed, he would definitely be hunted down by all the devouring demons in the origin world, and even the patriarch would be alerted. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go back! He shouted, trying to suppress the perfect bloodline. Buzz! Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the darkness, and then Fong Chin saw a trace of scarlet. In the darkness, the scarlet was extremely dazzling. That's Fong Chin's body trembled slightly. He could not control his body, and there was a drop of blood that seemed to have existed since ancient times. Whoosh! Fong Chin's figure flashed, and he arrived at the scarlet spot. Chaos Realm blood? Fong Chin shook his head hard and looked at the blood seriously. There was a layer of restriction around the drop of blood. It could be seen that it had been baptized by countless years, but it still had not condensed. Could it be that someone has come to the origin world before? Many memories appeared in Fong Chin's mind. The great sovereign had once said that countless years ago there were many ancestors of the Chaos Realm who did everything they could to stop the rise of the origin world. They did not hesitate to sneak into the origin world, wanting to destroy their plans. But in the end, they all disappeared in the long river of history. This drop of blood was very likely left behind by a Chaos Realm ancestor. 1. As soon as the aura of the perfect bloodline came into contact with the droplet of blood, the latter immediately underwent a change. Its scarlet color vanished, and in its place was a brilliant golden glow. It even illuminated the entire underground. As expected, Fong Chin opened his palm. The golden blood floated into the air and landed in his palm. Suddenly, a familiar aura could be felt. This kind of aura was unique to the Chaos Realm. I wonder which Almighty's blood is this? Fong Chin muttered to himself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden blood flowed into his body through his palm and fused with the perfect blood. 1. At this time, Fong Chin was shocked to find that the golden blood was erupting with shocking power. This kind of power was above that of the invincible saints. It was the legendary power of chaos. Could it be? He almost subconsciously called out. Who else could it be other than Supreme Fu Jian? Could it be that Supreme Fu Jian was still alive? Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind trembled. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and put his palms together to adjust his blood flow. However, the perfect blood seemed to be led by the golden blood uncontrollably. In the outside world, 2 soldiers from the Sky Moon Army were searching in the forest. The aura just now came from here, one of them said. The other nodded as he stared at the broken city wall. Could it be that this used to be the ruins of a powerful sect? The 2 of them looked at each other with a hint of lust in their eyes. Let's go in and take a look. The 2 of them entered the broken city wall together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, something strange happened. Yellow sand filled the air around the broken city wall, and the wall slowly closed. The 2 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh! Sharp sword chi crisscrossed and wreaked havoc in the broken city wall. Oh no! The 2 of them shouted and used all their strength to block the sword chi. My blood seems to be drying up. The other person was also a little frightened. Damn it! Why is the power of our blood being suppressed? In the yellow sand, their blood was drying up at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Call for help. The 2 of them took out their communication jade pendants and wanted to ask for help. Pucci! A cold light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Miserable screams were heard. Their palms were cut off and fell to the ground. Someone's there. At this moment, the 2 of them realized that there was a figure in the yellow sand. Who are you? The 2 of them panicked, and their hearts were filled with fear. The person who killed you. Without saying a word, Fang Qin used the invincible sword technique. The 2 of them were unable to resist at all and were instantly killed. After that, Fang Qin put away the 2 skeletons and disappeared into the void. One day later, Fang Qin stopped in front of a mountain stream. So powerful! Feeling the strengthening of his blood, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. Although he didn't know which powerhouse had left behind that drop of golden blood, he didn't know. He was sure that this person was from the chaotic realm. Moreover, he was an expert who stood at the peak of the martial path. For the chaotic realm, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Is it Supreme Fu Jian? After absorbing the blood, Fang Qin felt that his perfect blood had become stronger. Moreover, his body had undergone a complete transformation. His body had become stronger, and his primordial spirit had also undergone a qualitative leap. He had even stepped into the Saint Emperor realm in one go. This trip could be described as a great harvest. Fang Qin had been guessing if the owner of the golden blood was the legendary Supreme Fu Jian of the chaotic realm. However, there was no clue to prove it. I have a feeling that Supreme Fu Jian might not have died. Fang Qin muttered to himself. After experiencing this, he vaguely had such a mysterious feeling. After a long time, Fang Qin stopped thinking about it. Currently, he was in the 3 prefectures continent and had to be vigilant at all times. Moreover, he had not collected enough bones of his enemies. He had to continue collecting them. I'll rest for a night and continue. At the edge of the Sky Moon Army, crack! A gap suddenly appeared in one of the wind walls. Then, one figure after another passed through it. The head of the commander of the Freedom Army is ours. Even our ally, the Sky Moon Army, cannot stop us. The leader said, however, this is the Sky Moon Army's territory after all. We still have to be careful. Once we succeed, retreat immediately. The leader did not forget to remind everyone. It would be best if they could capture him alive. The commander of an army was invaluable to the wise king residents. Don't worry, Lord. He's just a Saint King. We can capture him effortlessly. Everyone was confident. However, Chapter 3661. Currently, the 3 prefectures were filled with smoke. Since Fang Chen's arrival, the Sky Moon Army and the Wise King Army had both launched an attack to take his head. As for the Carefree Army, they had no idea that their commander had entered the battlefield, nor did they know that their commander had sneaked into the Sky Moon Army's territory. Otherwise, they would have taken action. After going around in circles, they had been on the battlefield for 3 months. During this time, Fang Qin had killed 80 Saint Emperors, 50 of whom were from the Sky Moon Army and the remaining 30 from the Wise King Army. Since absorbing the blood left behind by the ancient sage of the chaotic realm, Fang Qin clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. Not only had his cultivation level increased to the 4th level Saint Emperor realm, but his primordial spirit had also recovered to the level of condensing a golden core. His strength had been fully unleashed. He was almost invincible under the Saint Emperor realm. As a result, even though the armies of the 2 major powers were surrounding and suppressing him, he was able to calmly escape and even counterattack. In a mountain range, what is going on? The commander of the Wise King Army looked gloomy. They had only infiltrated the Sky Moon Prefecture for a short period of time, but they had already lost more than 30 Saint Emperors. This was a great loss to them. If they did not kill the commander of the Carefree Army, he would not be able to explain himself when he returned. "Sir, could it be that the Sky Moon Army and the Carefree Army have joined forces to set us up?" Someone raised an objection, because, not long ago, they had met the Sky Moon Army who were searching for the new commander of the Carefree Army. They had recognized them, but they did not say anything and immediately surrounded them. They had even sent the news back to the Sky Moon Army camp. As a result, they had to evade the Sky Moon Army's encirclement. Not necessarily. Maybe the Sky Moon Army is just afraid that we will capture the commander of the Carefree Army first. Someone else had a different opinion. No matter what, the current situation was very unfavorable for the Wise King Army. "Have you found Lin Chen's whereabouts?" The commander of the Wise King Army asked. "Our people have already tried their best to find him, but Lin Chen seems to have disappeared from the world. There are no clues. Everyone was helpless. Report." At this moment, a person rushed back. He looked anxious, as if something big had happened. "Sir, there's a new clue." The man panted. "Speak," the person in charge of the Ming King Army said. "Not long ago, we discovered that a large number of troops from the Heavenly Moon Army were gathering in a certain direction." The man paused for a moment before continuing. "We suspect that they might have found Lin Chen's location." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the Wise King Army lit up. "Set out immediately and follow behind the Sky Moon Army. Don't alert them. When the time is right, capture Lin Chen and return immediately." The person in charge of the Ming King Army immediately gave the order. The members of the Bright King's army, who were hiding in various places, began to gather and tailed behind the Heavenly Moon Army. Chaos Sword Forest. Standing outside the chaotic sword forest, Fang Qin could feel waves of powerful sword intent assaulting him. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Qin muttered to himself. He was in high spirits. He took a step forward and entered the forest of swords. Whoosh! In an instant, countless sword lights burst out from the chaotic sword forest, crisscrossing together and shooting towards Fang Qin. Invincible sword technique. Fang Qin's wrist shook, and a long sword released a terrifying cold light. With a thought, he slashed out. The chaotic sword forest was an extremely magical place. It contained natural sword intent, and many sword intents gathered together to form the chaotic sword forest. Fang Qin had accidentally stumbled upon this place. Thus he had decided to use the sword intent in the Chaos Sword Woods to refine his undefeatable sword art. The long sword in his hand was naturally a trophy obtained from this place. Although it was not as good as the Hidden Star Sword, it could at least be used to make up the numbers for a short period of time. Whoosh! He swung his sword again and again. There was an endless stream of sword within the long sword that shot out in all directions. Fang Chen was in the chaotic sword forest, and he could feel the vast sword intent sweeping towards him. It was as if he was in a world of sword intent. He closed his eyes and felt the trajectory of the sword intent. At the same time, his body was surrounded by an extremely terrifying sword intent. This was the invincible sword intent. Before his reincarnation, Fang Chen had an epiphany and raised his invincible sword technique to a higher level. Now he wanted to use the sword intent in the chaotic sword forest to fully activate his invincible sword technique so that his sword technique could reach a new level. When the Sky Moon Army arrived at the chaotic sword forest, they were shocked. The chaotic sword forest was now surrounded by dense sword chi, and no one could see what was going on inside. Whoosh! Under the command of the commander, the army surrounded the chaotic sword forest. "Are you sure?" the commander of the Sky Moon Army asked. A general beside him whispered, "I saw Lin Qin walking towards the chaotic sword forest with my own eyes. The strange phenomenon here must be caused by Lin Qin. Sir, should we charge in?" Some of the radicals wanted to charge in directly, but they were stopped by the commander of the Sky Moon Army. He waved his hand and said, "The chaotic sword forest contains the sword intent of the heavens. If you are not careful, you will be severely injured. Now that such a strange phenomenon has occurred here, we must not act rashly. But what if Lin Qin obtains some powerful sword technique inheritance and becomes stronger?" The general was anxious. So what if he becomes stronger? That's right. He is weak to begin with. Even if he becomes stronger, he will definitely die in the face of the Sky Moon Army. Just as they were talking, the commander of the Sky Moon Army noticed the Wise King Army. "Sir, it's the Wise King Army." Knowing that their identities had been exposed, the Wise King Army no longer hid and showed themselves. The commander of the Wise King Army walked forward and greeted the commander of the Sky Moon Army with a smile. "Brother Chu, how have you been? What are you doing here?" The commander of the Sky Moon Army asked coldly. Although the Sky Moon Prefecture and the Wise King Prefecture were allies, it was built on the basis that they fought against the Carefree Prefecture together. Other than that, they had nothing to do with each other. "Of course, I'm here to lend you a hand, Brother Chu." The commander of the Wise King Army smiled and said, "I heard that the new commander of the Carefree Prefecture is very powerful. I'm worried that Brother Chu can't handle it, so I came to help you." The Sky Moon Army curled their lips. How could he say such words to appease a child in such a dignified manner? The Sky Moon Army is enough to deal with the commander of the Carefree Prefecture. "Please go back," the commander of the Sky Moon Army said expressionlessly. How could he not know the intentions of the Wise King Army? They wanted nothing more than to capture the commander of the Carefree Prefecture and use it to threaten the Carefree Prefecture in exchange for more benefits. However, after all, this was the territory of the Sky Moon Army. Chapter 3662. In the past, Fang Chen believed that there were a total of 3 realms in Sword Dao. The first realm was soaring sword intent. The second realm was connecting with sword intent. The third realm was materialization of sword intent. These 3 realms included all Sword Dao cultivators and the Sword Dao cultivation system. It was easy to reach the first realm of Sword Dao as long as one had a little talent and cultivated diligently. The second realm troubled countless Sword Dao cultivators. Once this realm was cultivated, one could basically dominate the sword world. As for the third realm, in the entire chaotic realm, only Supreme Fu Jian had reached it. As for himself, he had barely touched the threshold of the third realm. However, now, comprehending Sword Dao in the chaotic sword forest, Fang Chen's mind was filled with dazzling sword light. Sword intent was rampant on his body, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. Dong, dong, dong. Sword intent roared in his body. The long sword in front of him was inserted into the ground, making a sword sound as if it was responding to Fang Chen. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying sword chi shot out from his eyes, straight into the clouds. I see. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In his previous life, no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not reach the peak of Sword Dao. Now, by chance, he finally broke through the bottleneck and truly entered the third realm of Sword Dao. Swoosh! With a flick of his finger, dense sword chi instantly filled the void and then condensed into a huge sword shadow under Fang Chen's control. At the same time, invincible sword intent shrouded the sword shadow and pressed down on the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's invincible sword Dao had reached another threshold. His swordsmanship was filled with killing power. At the same time, he also knew that there was a legendary fourth realm above the third realm of Sword Dao. Perhaps only the legendary supreme, Fu Jian, had set foot in this place. In the world, there were very few people who could reach the third realm of Sword Dao, even in the origin world, not to mention the chaotic realm. Huff! Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He withdrew his sword intent and slowly got up. I didn't expect to gain so much. Fang Chen sighed. He turned around and stared at the chaos sword forest with his dark eyes. After attaining the third level of the Sword Dao, the formations condensed from sword intent in the chaotic sword forest could no longer pose any threat to him. Every single movement of his could cause the sword intent formation to shake. He could sense that the devouring demon clan was approaching from outside the chaos sword forest. Are they here? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he looked into the distance. His comprehension of the way of the sword in the chaotic sword forest had caused a huge commotion. The Sky Moon Army and the Wise King Army must have discovered this place long ago. That's fine. Let me see how strong I really am. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he pulled out his sword from the ground and walked out of the chaotic sword forest. At this moment, outside the chaotic sword forest, because they were fighting over Lin Chin, both sides started fighting. You people from the Wise King Army are really shameless. You've already violated the rules of our alliance by entering the territory of the Sky Moon Prefecture as you please. Yet, you still dare to boast shamelessly about snatching people from us? Humph. Do you really think the Sky Moon Army is a bunch of weaklings? Since you want to fight, let's fight. The Sky Moon Army was eager to give it a try. After all, this was the battlefield of the Sky Moon Army, and they had the absolute advantage. In terms of manpower, they were many times more powerful than the Wise King Army. Therefore, once a battle broke out, they could completely crush the Wise King Army. The Wise King Army seemed to have realized this as well. The person in charge frowned. The battle was about to break out. The people in charge of both sides faced each other. Kill! Someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, a large-scale battle broke out between the two sides. Pucci! The people in charge of both sides attacked first. Every time they attacked, they would kill one person from the other side. Your opponent is me. The two of them did not allow their own people to die, so they took the initiative to attack each other. In the chaotic battle, countless people fell into pools of blood. Hiss! The blood gathered into a river and flowed continuously into the chaotic sword forest. Fang Chen, who was walking out, felt that the ground under his feet was wet. He looked down and realized that the river of blood was flowing in from the outside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized that when the blood came into contact with him, it quickly entered his body. What's going on? Fang Chen exclaimed, but soon he understood. The perfect bloodline was absorbing the blood. Although most of them did not have the pure demon-devouring bloodline, they at least had a trace of it. Even a trace of it would be very beneficial to the perfect bloodline. Suck it. Fang Chen took the initiative to absorb the blood, and the blood continued to enter his body. He hid the perfect bloodline and happily absorbed the blood of the war. At the same time, Fan Chen's powerful divine consciousness was also observing the situation on the battlefield. Currently, the Wise King army was at a disadvantage. Other than the person in charge, the entire army was defeated. If the Sky Moon army was given more time, the Wise King army would definitely be wiped out. On the other hand, the person in charge of the Sky Moon army had reached the terrifying level of a sage. If I attack with all my strength and use the invincible sword technique, I should be able to kill him. Fan Chen thought to himself. Since he started cultivating again, his cultivation level had reached the 4th level of the Holy Emperor realm. But because of the enlightenment of the invincible sword technique in the Chaos Sword Forest, his strength had skyrocketed. He was invincible among the Holy Emperors. The person in charge of the Sky Moon army was a 7th level sage. In other words, he was the weakest sage. Fan Chen was confident that he could defeat such a warrior. Let them fight for now. Fan Chen sneered. Even if the person in charge of the Wise King army was no match for him, he would definitely use a forbidden secret skill to force the person in charge of the Sky Moon army to retreat. It would be best if both sides were injured, and then he would reap the benefits. Kill. Sounds of killing could be heard from the battlefield. Everyone was in a frenzy. They had long forgotten the purpose of this trip, which was to capture the commander of the Carefree army. Kill the Wise King army. These bastards dare to be so presumptuous in our territory. They are courting death. They can't hold on any longer. Kill them. The person in charge of the Wise King army was severely injured, and the Sky Moon army's morale was greatly boosted. The Wise King army was losing ground. Sir, someone shouted anxiously. At the same time, his figure flashed and caught the person in charge of the Wise King army. Retreat. If we don't retreat, we will all be annihilated. The person in charge of the Wise King army's face was extremely gloomy. He glared at the person in charge of the Sky Moon army. You will regret killing the people of the Wise King army. A declaration of war. The person in charge of the Sky Moon army sneered. Is the Sky Moon Prefecture afraid of you? Let's go. The person in charge of the Wise King army took out a round ball and quickly threw it toward the Sky Moon army. Boom! The round ball exploded in the void, and a terrifying force swept across the land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the remaining people of the Wise King army quickly fled. You are fighting for me. If I don't show up, won't it be impolite? Chapter 3663. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. The commander of the Sky Moon army shouted. He waved his hand and dust flew into the air. A terrifying aura swept across the land. He stomped his foot and dashed into the distance. When the Ming King army and the Sky Moon army fought because of Lin Chin, their alliance had been broken. Since they were not allies, they were enemies. How could they miss such a good opportunity to kill the enemy? As the morale of the Sky Moon army rose, everyone chased after the enemy with murderous intent. Of course, when the Ming King army escaped, they threw out a ball that contained the power of a top sage. After it exploded, it killed many of the Sky Moon army soldiers. If the others had not dodged in time and the commander of the Ming King army had not reacted in time, the power of the ball would have been greatly reduced. The Sky Moon army would not have been able to withstand the power of a top sage. Kill. The sound of killing filled the air, and the smell of blood filled the air. Everyone only had one thought in their minds, and that was to kill all the enemies. They had long forgotten their original intention of coming here and neglected the new commander of the Carefree army, Lin Chin. Whoosh! In the chaotic sword forest, Fan Chen walked out slowly with a long sword in his hand. Sword chi surrounded him. His straight body was like a giant sword that pierced through the clouds. It was a terrifying sight. It's so lively. Fan Chen grinned. He took a step forward and rushed into the crowd as fast as lightning. At this moment, everyone in the Heavenly Moon army focused their attention on the fleeing Wise King army soldiers. Slash! Fong Qin stabbed out with his sword and easily killed a person who was close to him. The battlefield was too chaotic. No one had realized that a god of death was attacking them from the very back. Slash. With another stab, a warrior from the Sky Moon army fell into a pool of blood. Just like that, after killing 5 people in a row, he was finally discovered. Who is it? A warrior from the Sky Moon army, who was at the back, was furious when he saw his comrade killed. His first thought was that this person was a spy from the Ming King army. But soon he seemed to realize something. He looked up and realized that Fong Qin was surrounded by sword qi. It was too oppressive. He was shocked when he thought of the chaotic sword forest. Lin Qin, the commander-in-chief of the Carefree Army? He glared at Lin Qin. Damned fellow. The man licked his dry lips and directly attacked Fong Qin. The way he saw it, he had already reached the 5th rank Holy Emperor realm. He could crush Lin Qin with absolute power. Too weak. However, what answered him was a sword. It's Lin Qin. The commander-in-chief of the Carefree Army has shown up. Finally, the Heavenly Moon Army began to boil. Everyone was shouting loudly. The person in charge of the Wise King Army, who was chasing at the front, had also stopped. What? Bao Lan turned his head. His pitch-black eyes were filled with bloody killing intent. Humph! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Compared to the commander of the Freedom Army, the Wisdom King Army was nothing. Pucci! While the Sky Moon Army was in shock, Fong Qin did not stay idle. He displayed his invincible swordsmanship and slashed out again and again. Every sword strike would cause one of them to fall into a pool of blood. In just a few seconds, he had harvested more than 10 lives. You are courting death. At this moment, the person in charge of the Sky Moon Army, Bao Lan, finally reacted. He stomped his feet and crawled forward with unparalleled power, appearing in front of Fong Qin. You are Lin Qin? The surrounding void was still. Only the anger of the Sky Moon Army was still spreading. They surrounded Fong Qin, not giving him any chance to escape. Bao Lan, on the other hand, was confronting Fong Qin directly. Just now, he had also seen Fong Qin's strength. The 4th rank Holy Emperor realm was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Fong Qin nodded. After getting the affirmation, Bao Lan was even more furious. Humph! Is there no one else in the Carefree Mansion that can be used? Why would they choose such a weak guy to be the commander? One should know that the commander was the leader of an army. His position was so high that no one could compare to him. At the very least, one had to be a saint to be the commander. Bao Lan was just a person in charge, but he was already a 6th rank Holy Emperor. The Sky Moon Army and the Carefree Army had been fighting for countless years. Unexpectedly, the commander was getting worse with each generation. Carefree Duke is old. Bao Lan sneered. If that is the case, then just abdicate. Why do you have to occupy the Carefree Mansion's territory and many resources? In the origin world, the forces were divided by mansions. Each mansion master had the strength of a top saint or even an invincible saint. Carefree Duke was no exception. Once, Carefree Duke had single-handedly defeated 9 invincible saints and became famous in one battle. Now he had fallen to such a state. While Bao Lan was lamenting, he was also excited for the Sky Moon Mansion. It would not be long before the Sky Moon Army would be able to win the war and completely destroy the Carefree Mansion. Fong Qin did not say anything. He looked around and confirmed the number of Sky Moon Army. There were about 80 Sky Moon Army here. Among them, 30 were Saint Kings and 50 were Holy Emperors. The strongest was Bao Lan, a 6th rank Holy Emperor. Fong Qin secretly calculated. Although his realm was not as high as Bao Lan's, he had the invincible sword technique and 2 origin powers. Moreover, his primordial spirit was much stronger than theirs. If he went all out, with the help of the formation, he should be able to capture them all. Thinking of this, a bold idea flashed through Fong Qin's mind. He had always been in the dark and ambushed the Sky Moon Army. This time, why not face them head-on? As long as he killed Baolan, the strongest, the others would not be a threat at all. I have to say, with your strength, you dare to sneak into the Sky Moon Army's area. Your courage is commendable. Baolan sneered. But in this world, the strong are respected. Courage often makes people reckless. The origin world was the world of the devouring demon clan. After countless generations, there were thousands of branches. Each branch was fighting for their own survival. Therefore, it was not surprising to see a life and death battle between two major forces in the origin world. One had to know. Only by killing the opponent could one obtain all of his resources. Thus, one's own force could reach a higher level. Everyone's ultimate goal was to be summoned by the devouring demon clan's patriarch. It was said, since ancient times, since the establishment of the origin world, the devouring demon clan's patriarch had only summoned 3 people. In the end, all 3 of them became the patriarch's personal disciples without exception. Their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. They had all reached the invincible Saint Realm. There were even rumors. With the help of the devouring demon clan's patriarch, the 3 of them were very likely to step into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm together. This news sped up the killing in the origin world. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This had always been the devouring demon clan's principle. Therefore, Baolan looked at Fang Qin. There was no pity in his eyes, only greed and anger. You are about to die. What else do you have to say? Baolan asked. Chapter 36-64. Among the people present, only Baolan could pose a threat to him. However, it was only a little. After all, Baolan was only a 6th level Holy Emperor. If he stepped into the 7th level Holy Emperor realm, he might be in trouble. I can test my invincible sword art. The invincible sword art was much more powerful than before. It was no longer the same as when he was in the chaotic realm. Baolan sneered and stomped his foot. The Sky Moon army retreated and surrounded Fang Qin, fearing that he would escape after being defeated. Kid, you should be proud to die in my hands. As his voice fell, Baolan's thigh swept horizontally. Fang Qin did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he dodged Baolan's attack in a very agile way. Then he slashed out with his sword. Invincible sword chi surrounded his body. The invincible sword art rushed out with an unstoppable momentum. Above Fang Qin's head, there were countless terrifying forces gathered. Among these forces, thunder rumbled and lightning crisscrossed. Pretending to be mysterious, Baolan stomped his foot and the ground trembled. He soared into the sky, wanting to crush Fang Qin's attack with absolute power and capture him. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. The invincible sword art could be said to be the strongest sword art under the supreme sword art. This was the sword art that Fang Qin had recondensed after countless years of comprehension. This sword art, together with Fang Qin's invincible sword art, complemented each other, and its power increased sharply. What was invincible? It needed to have an indomitable momentum. Although Fang Qin's cultivation realm was much higher than Baolan's, his aura was incomparable. However, the aura on his body was incomparable. Even Baolan, who was attacking, was startled when he sensed the terrifying aura. However, he quickly came back to his senses. You can never make up for the gap in cultivation realm. Baolan admitted that Fang Qin's sword art was indeed exquisite. However, it was not enough for him to make up for the gap in cultivation realm. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Demon devouring hand. Dazzling sword lights crisscrossed in the sky, bringing with them an invincible sword will as they swooped down. At this moment, Baolan also executed his strongest skill perfectly. As soon as the demon devouring hand appeared, the world seemed to dim significantly. Demon devouring hand. It's actually the hand of devouring demon. I'm so lucky. After joining the Sky Moon Army for so many years, this is the first time I've seen Lord Baolan use this technique. That's right. It is said that this secret skill was personally bestowed upon Lord Baolan by the commander of the Sky Moon Army. In fact, the demon-devouring hand was truly a very powerful technique. The strongest state of the demon-devouring hand was known as the strongest under the supreme technique. However, it would be extremely difficult to fully utilize the secret technique and bring out its strongest form. At least, almost no one in the Tianyuat prefecture could do that, just because this secret technique was closely related to the demon-devouring bloodline. The purer the demon-devouring bloodline, the more powerful it would be. Baolan had a thin trace of the demon-devouring bloodline in his body. It was already good enough that he could barely use it. Feng Chen naturally noticed this as well. "What a pity," he whispered. His figure transformed into thousands of afterimages that appeared around Baolan. It made people dazed and unable to find the real body. "A sword against the heavens," Feng Chen bellowed. "I have a sword that can go against the heavens and earth." This was the essence of the invincible sword technique. One could only see. The long sword in Feng Chen's hand was constantly spinning and piercing towards Bao Lan's demon-devouring hand at an unimaginably tricky angle. "Kacha!" The demon-devouring hand and the long sword made contact and instantly spewed out a black mist. This was the demon-devouring aura. It could corrode everything in the world. Hiss! Feng Chen's long sword was no exception. The sharp and overbearing sword light was instantly corroded. Everyone exclaimed, as expected of Lord Baolan. With such strength, who in the Saint Emperor realm can fight against him? Humph! The commander of the Carefree Mansion is too weak. He can't even defeat Lord Baolan. Ha ha ha, it's wonderful. Lord Baolan's demon-devouring hand is too shocking. Everyone in the Sky Moon Army was mocking Feng Chen. In their view, Baolan had the absolute advantage on the battlefield, and Feng Chen did not have the strength to make a comeback. "I bet that Lord Baolan can defeat the commander of the Carefree Army in 3 moves at most," someone suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone began to guess. 10 moves. I think there will be a result within 10 moves. In short, everyone agreed. The commander of the Carefree Army will definitely lose. However, in Feng Chen's view, Baolan was not as powerful as he imagined. His demon-devouring bloodline is too thin, causing the demon-devouring hand to only exert 30% of its power. Feng Chen muttered to himself. And his invincible sword technique. After he recomprehended the invincible sword Dao and absorbed the blood left behind by the almighty sage of the chaotic realm, its power had skyrocketed. One's loss was another's gain. His sword technique could definitely suppress Baolan. Die. Bao Lan's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He roared in anger and at the same time continued to display the demon-devouring hand. Rumble. Every time they collided, Bao Lan's power consumption would increase. After 5 consecutive collisions, Bao Lan's demon-devouring hand was unable to crush Feng Chen's sword light. This scene caused many of the Sky Moon Army soldiers to be puzzled. Let's end this quickly. Only Baolan knew the flaw of the demon-devouring hand and the power of Feng Chen's sword technique. Damn this guy! How could he obtain such an exquisite sword technique? Bao Lan's heart was filled with greed. He licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. "As long as I kill you, your sword technique will be mine." Bao Lan seemed to have thought that once he mastered this sword technique, he would sweep across the Saint Emperor realm and step into the Saint realm. He would be highly regarded by the commander and meet the Marquis of Sky Moon. Hee. Bao Lan let out a creepy laugh. He displayed the demon-devouring hand again, but this time the power was stronger than before. "Burning your blood essence?" Feng Chen sneered. He did not choose to fight with Baolan. Baolan was burning his blood essence, and in a short period of time, the power of the demon-devouring hand would skyrocket. There was no need to meet force with force, as long as he could hold on until the power of his blood essence dissipated. At that time, Bao Lan would have no room to fight back. Kill! 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 Battle cries shook the heavens. Bao Lan's eyes were bloodshot as he sank into madness. Lord Bao Lan is angry. Previously, it was just a small test. Now Lord Bao Lan is really angry. Just watch. Lord Bao Lan will crush the commander of the Carefree Army with an absolute advantage. The Sky Moon Army was cheering for Bao Lan to welcome the great victory that was about to come. However, little did they know, a great crisis was quietly approaching. Fang Chen held his sword and used the sword will of the heavens as a guide to set up one after another array formation. Although the array formation could not withstand Bao Lan's attack and was shattered with one hit, but it also consumed Bao Lan's time. Obviously, Bao Lan could not wait. Chapter 3665. The blood essence in Bao Lan's body was burning too fast. He could clearly feel that his power was no longer rising. It would not take long before it continued to weaken. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and suppress the commander of the Carefree Army. Otherwise, once the opponent noticed that his combat power had decreased, he would be in danger. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Bao Lan smashed all the arrays with one punch and faced Fang Chen directly. However, he smiled coldly. However, the battle should end soon. Your realm is still too low. No matter how exquisite your swordsmanship is, it can't make up for the gap between realms. Bao Lan roared and once again used the demon devouring hand. This time, the terrifying demon devouring aura kept spinning in the void, forming a terrifying vortex. Within the vortex, a majestic palm was rapidly taking shape. Demon devouring hand. Bao Lan roared. This time, he poured all his power into the demon devouring hand. Its power increased by at least 30%, and there was the additional power from burning his blood essence. He believed that even if he faced a 7th level saint, he would not be afraid. Die. He controlled the demon devouring hand, carrying endless power, and covered Fang Chen. Around the battlefield, the Sky Moon Army was cheering. They seemed to have seen the scene of the commander of the Carefree Army being killed. Humph, a mere 4th level Saint Emperor. How can he compare to Lord Bao Lan? That's right, this kind of trash can actually become the commander of the Carefree Army. What a joke. I'm very curious to know how the Free Yao Army will react if they learn that the commander that their Marquis personally appointed has been killed by Lord Bao Lan. Everyone burst into laughter. It was as if the war was not worth mentioning in their eyes. A desperate attack? Fang Chen murmured. He naturally felt Bao Lan's strong killing intent and the terrifying demon-devouring aura in the void vortex. However, none of this mattered. Although the demon-devouring hand is strong, you did not use all of its power. On the contrary, because the demon-devouring bloodline was too thin, when Bao Lan used the demon-devouring hand, it was almost forced, and it consumed too much of his power. This kind of consumption would even cause a backlash. Therefore, from Fang Chen's point of view, this was actually a secret technique that hurt oneself first before hurting others. Dong dong dong. The demon-swallowing hand swooped down, and the clear sky was instantly shaken by the dark clouds. Heaven and earth were in turmoil. Everyone's attention was drawn to the demon-devouring hand. Invincible sword technique. This time, Fang Chen did not use his movement technique to dodge, but chose to take it head-on. Only by taking it head-on would he be able to accelerate the backlash and severely injure Bao Lan. Invincible sword technique, massacre. This was the sword with the densest killing aura after recomprehending it. This sword was known as the Sword of Slaughter. Moreover, it was the most powerful attack in the invincible sword technique. Whoosh! Fang Chen gripped his sword and slashed out fiercely. In an instant, in the void, the sword will of the heavens condensed into a magnificent sword shadow that was tens of thousands of feet long. Under Fong Chen's control, the sword shadow stabbed viciously at the demon devouring hand. Kacha! The demon devouring hand grabbed the sword shadow. Bao Lan sneered, "It's useless. In front of my demon devouring hand, you're just a clown." In this regard, Fong Chen did not think much of it. He pointed at Bao Lan's chest. The latter seemed to have realized something and suddenly looked down. "Huh!" Bao Lan exclaimed, his mind in turmoil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sword shadow suddenly expanded, releasing an invincible sword chi, forcibly tearing apart the demon devouring hand and then blasted towards Bao Lan. At this time, Bao Lan suffered a strong backlash. The moment the demon devouring hand was torn apart, Bao Lan's heart was filled with despair. No! Bao Lan roared in anger. He could not accept the reality. Damn it! Although he was furious, he only wanted to escape at this moment. Because he forcibly used the demon devouring hand and burned his blood essence, it caused him to suffer a strong backlash, and now he almost lost his combat strength. Bao Lan was very annoyed. The other party actually deceived him, causing his mind to be in turmoil. This gave the other party an opportunity. The day I recover will be the day you die. In the end, Bao Lan still gave up the battle and decisively withdrew from the battle, wanting to leave this place. However, Fong Chen was already prepared. How could he let him leave? "Wanna leave?" Fong Chen smiled coldly. Using his sword as a guide, he slashed towards the void. Suddenly, a sword chi wind wall condensed on Bao Lan's escape route, blocking him. Bang! Caught off guard, Bao Lan's body directly crashed into the sword chi wind wall. Dong! After crashing to the ground, Bao Lan bared his teeth, but he had no time to care about this and immediately fled again. Buzz! At this time, Fong Chen's wrist shook, and a series of complicated runes shot out in all directions. Formation. As his soft voice spread out, the world was instantly shrouded by a huge formation. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused many of the soldiers of the Heavenly Moon Army to be in a daze. They were still immersed in the joy of Bao Lan suppressing the commander of the carefree army. Why would such a change happen? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. They rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe that Lord Bao Lan, who used the devouring demon hand, actually fled in panic. What happened to Lord Bao Lan? Oh my God, did Lord Bao Lan lose? That guy defeated Lord Bao Lan. At this time, finally someone reacted. They frantically fled. But it was too late. The formation had been completed, trapping all of them within. The faces of the Sky Moon Army, led by Bao Lan, were completely gloomy. Cough, cough. At the forefront of the formation, Bao Lan coughed out blood. He frantically attacked the formation, but it was to no avail. Damn it, if not for the backlash from using the devouring demon hand, how could a mere formation trap me? Bao Lan roared in anger. But what greeted him was an invincible sword chi. Swoosh! Bao Lan desperately dodged, but the others were not so lucky. Those who were hit by the sword chi died. In the formation, sword chi lingered. Facing the devouring demon clan, Fong Chen did not have any mercy. He started a massacre. Not long after, those who were weak were almost wiped out. Lin Chin. At this time, standing in a pool of blood, Bao Lan, who was battered and exhausted, stared at Fong Chen. When two armies fight, envoys are not killed. Bao Lan said in a hoarse voice, "You killed so many of us, shouldn't you let me go?" Hee. Fong Chen chuckled. At this time, Bao Lan was actually naive enough to let him go. Let you go, and then wait for your Sky Moon Army to endlessly hunt you down? Fong Chen asked. You, Bao Lan said in a deep voice, this is the Sky Moon Army's territory. If you dare to kill us, it will definitely cause an ultimate war between the two mansions. At that time, your carefree palace will definitely be destroyed. Bao Lan shrugged. Chapter 3666. Fong Qin smiled sinisterly. If he was the one who was defeated, would the other party let him go? Needless to say, the Sky Moon Army would do everything they could to kill him. Once he was defeated, what awaited him was death. It was ridiculous. Bao Lan did not realize his situation, and instead he used the Sky Moon Prefecture to threaten him, not killing the envoys in the war. It was simply ridiculous. He was just a person in charge. What qualifications did he have to bargain with Fong Qin? You! Seeing Fong Qin walking towards him with a sword, Bao Lan's face suddenly changed. He said coldly, "Are you really going to continue to be stubborn?" It was a dead end if he continued to walk forward. I advise you not to act rashly. In Bao Lan's view, this was the Sky Moon Army's territory. Once he and the Sky Moon Army entered, they would completely seal this place. At that time, Fong Qin would not be able to escape. If it was an ordinary person, they might consider the Sky Moon Prefecture. However, the person in front of him was Fong Qin. What did the war between the two prefectures have to do with him? He could not wait to destroy the devouring demon clan. Why would he care about such a war? Fong Qin did not say anything and continued to move forward. He raised his hand, and the long sword in his hand shone with a dazzling light. Die! At this moment, Bao Lan knew that he was doomed. His face was ferocious as he roared in anger. He did not hesitate to destroy his source of energy and unleashed his final attack. In the blink of an eye, the entire world collapsed. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Bao Lan took advantage of the last bit of energy he had and rushed towards Fong Qin. Invincible sword technique. Unfortunately, Fong Qin was already prepared and slashed out with his sword. Puchi! Bao Lan's body was directly split into two halves. The terrifying power in the void also dissipated in an instant. At the same time, Fong Qin's mind moved and his body kept changing. In an instant, dense afterimages filled the entire formation space. After Bao Lan died, the Sky Moon Army was leaderless. They fled in panic, but Fong Qin's strength was too strong. Sword chi was everywhere, and miserable screams could be heard. Soon after, the hundreds of people brought by Bao Lan were completely annihilated. After Fong Qin finished collecting the Saint Emperor's bones, he quickly left this place. We shouldn't stay here for long, Fong Qin muttered to himself. It could be imagined that once the news reached the Sky Moon military camp, it would cause a great uproar. At that time, if the entire Sky Moon Army was mobilized, there would be trouble. Hoo! A few days later, Fong Qin safely returned to the border of the three forces and then returned to the territory of the Carefree Army. Meanwhile, in the Sky Moon military camp, there was a huge commotion. The news even reached the Tianyue prefecture. When the commander heard about it, he became even more furious and issued a kill order. Wage war against the Carefree Army at all costs. Other than that, the Bright King residents had also made their stance clear, declaring war against the two major forces. In the tent of the Xiaoyao army, the person in charge paced back and forth with a grave expression. The commander entered the battlefield, but we haven't been able to find him. The person in charge had an ominous feeling. He clenched his fists, his expression cold. According to the news from the military palace, the new commander was personally appointed by Duke Xiaoyao and was not very strong. After entering the battlefield, there was no trace of him. There were only two possibilities. First, the commander was killed by the spies of the other two forces as soon as he entered. Second, the commander sneaked into the territory of the other two forces. Sir, we can't go on like this, a white-haired elder muttered. Yes, if the commander is captured or killed by the other two forces, it will be a huge blow to our morale. Moreover, the military palace is pressuring us. If we can't even protect the commander, we will definitely be held accountable. At this stage, they had too many things to do. However, the most important thing was to find the commander. I feel that the commander should still be in our area. One of them carefully analyzed. The commander's strength should be between the Saint King and Saint Emperor level, but in terms of combat strength, he can fight against a 5th level Saint Emperor. Even so, he just entered the battlefield and wouldn't dare to act rashly. He would definitely go to the tent to discuss with us. However, now that we can't find the commander, there is only one possibility. This person paused for a moment and continued. The commander may have encountered danger, but after he escaped, he hid himself. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to figure out where exactly the commander was. Only the person in charge was pale. Report. At this moment, a warrior ran in quickly. How is it? Is there any news of the commander? The person in charge asked hurriedly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the warrior reporting. The latter shook his head. There are no clues about the commander, but, seeing him hesitate, the person in charge scolded. But what? Outside the tent, there is a strange man who claims to be the commander of the Xiaoyao army. The warrior gritted his teeth and said, What? Everyone exclaimed. However, our intelligence personnel sent news that this person is suspicious. He crossed the border from the Heavenly Moon Army area. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. A spy? Someone shook his head. If it was a spy, how would he dare to swagger into the Xiaorao army tent? Bring him in, the person in charge said. Soon after, Fang Qin was brought into the tent. After seeing Fang Qin, the person in charge's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands. Greetings, Commander. They recognized Fang Qin's portrait from the military palace at a glance. Commander. Many people were surprised. According to the warrior reporting earlier, this person crossed the border from the Heavenly Moon Army. They widened their eyes and looked at Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded. The person in charge asked curiously, Commander, we received news from the military palace that you entered the battlefield, but we couldn't find you these days. I went to the Heavenly Moon Army area to kill the enemy, Fang Qin said casually, but in the ears of everyone who heard it, their expressions changed. What? Everyone exclaimed. After countless battles, Fang Qin was a little tired. He waved his hand and said, I'm going to rest. Before he left, he did not forget to remind the person in charge. The Heavenly Moon Army will probably declare war on the Xiaorao army. Tell everyone to prepare for battle. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind a crowd of confused people. Sir, is he really our commander? A doubtful voice came from the crowd. The person in charge nodded. The news from the military palace was true, and the person in charge felt the commander's token on Fang Qin's body. It was authentic. But he broke into the Heavenly Moon Army area alone? They did not believe it. The person in charge pondered what Fang Qin's last sentence meant. Chapter 3667. When Fang Qin came back, he only briefly explained the situation. The Sky Moon Army and the Wise King Army were likely to start a war and ordered the entire Carefree Army to prepare for war. At first, the people in the tent didn't quite understand, but 3 days later, they were completely stunned. The news of the battle in the Sky Moon Army had finally reached the Carefree Army's tent. After everyone heard this, they were all shaken. What did you say? The person in charge asked with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe his ears. Sir, the news came from the Sky Moon Army, and the person who sent the news was one of our spies in the Sky Moon Army. He said with certainty that it was true. The person who reported the news said, Oh my God! Countless exclamations came from the tent. How is that possible? He went into the dragon's den alone and killed hundreds of Sky Moon Army soldiers? Also, Bao Lan was among them. It's unimaginable. Was it really our commander who did it? Everyone's hearts were surging with waves of shock. In their eyes, the young commander who used his connections to get to the top had achieved such an impressive result. He was too strong. Tell me in detail. The person in charge hurriedly asked. The person who reported the news told him in detail how the Sky Moon Army, led by Baolon, was killed by the commander. Suddenly, in the main hall, there was a dead silence. Everyone was still immersed in the great shock and couldn't extricate themselves. Until a long time later, the person in charge came back to his senses and seemed to have thought of something. He roared loudly, "Prepare for war! Let everyone prepare for war as soon as possible." His loud roar instantly pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. They hurriedly went to make arrangements. The Sky Moon Army had lost so many elites at once. They would definitely be furious and would definitely declare war on the Carefree Army. So, they had to prepare for war as soon as possible. In fact, the Sky Moon Army's actions were much faster than they had imagined. They had underestimated the anger of the Sky Moon Army. Soon after, the Sky Moon Prefecture's army pressed the border and forced the Carefree Army to hand over their commander. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind killing them. The Carefree Army, of course, refused. A war broke out in an instant. During this time, the Wise King residents also joined in. It had been a long time since such a large-scale war broke out in the 3 prefectures. This time, the Sky Moon Mansion seemed determined to kill the commander-in-chief of the Carefree Army. "Humph, you're just a new commander. How dare you kill a member of the Heavenly Moon Army? You're asking for death. Hurry up and hand over the commander, or I'll annihilate your Carefree Manor." The war continued. Carefree Manor had accumulated a lot of resources over the years, so they were not afraid of the Sky Moon Army. It was hard to determine the victor in a short time. As for Fong Qin, he did not participate in the war. His current identity was a little special. Once he appeared on the battlefield, he would definitely be targeted. However, he arranged for others to pick up the remains of Saint Emperors from the battlefield for him. In just half a month, 300 Saint Emperor skeletons had been gathered, and at this time the merit points on Fong Chen's merit badge had also reached an extremely high number. "Let's exchange for blood first," Fong Chen muttered to himself and then left the battlefield silently. Those who entered the battlefield and wanted to leave had to meet certain conditions. First, 10 years. The second was merit points. Fong Chen's merit points had far exceeded the requirements. After leaving the battlefield, Fong Chen did not stop and immediately returned to the military palace. "Greetings, Commander." The deputy commander of the Black Orchid Legion saw Fong Chen and hurriedly bowed. Since the last turmoil, Li Shu's faction had basically been wiped out. Fong Chen's prestige in the military palace rose steadily, and with the help of the Black Orchid Legion. Basically, the entire military palace was under his control. "Has anything happened in the military palace recently?" Fong Chen asked. The deputy commander's expression suddenly changed and then became gloomy. "Commander, after you left, the military palace has been very peaceful. But just a few days ago, the commander of our Black Orchid Legion returned, and he seemed to speak." The deputy commander gritted his teeth and said, "The commander seemed to be very dissatisfied with you, and he said that if you want him to submit, you must defeat him with absolute strength." After saying that, the deputy commander hurriedly explained. He said that the commander was not a treacherous person like Li Shu. It was just that the commander was obsessed with martial arts and would only submit to opponents who were stronger than him. He heard that the new commander, Lin Qin, was just a young man who had just stepped into the Saint Emperor realm. Fong Qin nodded. "This was not a big deal. You go back first. I have some things to deal with." Fong Qin said, "After I'm done, I'll find you." After saying that, Fong Qin went straight to the military palace's treasury. Voila! The treasure spirit of the treasury appeared out of thin air. "Commander, how may I be of service?" Fong Qin walked in front of the demon swallowing blood and pointed. "I want exchange for them. The bones of Saint Emperor in 100 places can be exchanged for 1 drop. The treasure spirit was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought that the new commander would finish his task so quickly? Fong Chen did not say anything and took out all the bones of a Saint Emperor in 300 places. In an instant, they piled up like a mountain. Exactly 300. I want exchange for all the blood, Feng Chen said. Hearing that, the treasure spirit was stunned. It opened its eyes wide and stared at the pile of bones in front of Feng Chen. It could not imagine how the commander had done it in such a short time. Can I exchange for them? Feng Chen was eager to get the blood and urged. Of course. The treasure spirit came back to its senses and nodded slightly. It counted and found that there were exactly 300 bones. Then it flicked its finger, and 3 drops of blood floated in the air and floated into Feng Chen's hand. Even with the protective shield, he could still feel the aura of the demon swallowing blood. Thanks. Feng Chen kept the 3 drops of blood and nodded. The treasure spirit said, "This is the military palace's rule. Since the commander has met the corresponding exchange requirements, you can exchange for it." Feng Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He would first absorb these 3 drops of blood and then ask Xiao Ho for the drop that he had promised to give him. Then he could plan for the next step. After walking out of the military palace's treasury, just then he saw a tall man walking towards him. "You are Lin Qin?" The man had a look of disdain on his face and asked coldly, "Yes, I am the leader of the Black Orchid Army. I believe the deputy leader has told you that I am the first to disagree with you being the commander," the leader said. "So what?" Feng Chen said with a smile. What did it matter if he was convinced or not? "Humph, you know what I am talking about," the leader snorted. Feng Chen shrugged. Back then, Li Shu was also unconvinced. You saw the result in the end. Chapter 3668. After exchanging the blood, Feng Chen only wanted to absorb it as soon as possible to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't want to pay attention to the leader of the Highland Battle Group. However, his attitude completely infuriated the captain. The latter was furious and blocked in front of Feng Chen, not letting him leave. "Kid, I'm only talking to you like this because you're the commander." The leader of the Highland Battle Group snorted. "I, Lu Mu, only believe in the strong. If you want me to submit to you, sure, fight me." If he lost, he naturally wouldn't find trouble with the commander. Feng Chen frowned. "Do I need to care about your attitude?" He was the commander personally appointed by Duke Xiaoyao. Why should he care about the leader of an independent battle group? Moreover, he was a member of the Chaos Realm, and he was the mortal enemy of the Origin Realm. "You've gone too far." As soon as his voice faded, Lu Mu shouted in a low voice and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the surrounding ground showed signs of cracking. The next moment, dust flew and a terrifying aura swept across the world. Lu Mu's pitch-black eyes were filled with incomparable rage. He raised his arm and pointed at Feng Chen. "I, Lu Mu, the leader of the Highland Battle Group, challenge the new commander Lin Qin. Do you dare to fight?" The commotion here attracted a lot of people. After a while, several generals arrived. "Lu Mu, don't be rude." When these generals saw Feng Chen, their faces suddenly changed and hurriedly scolded. What kind of joke was this? How powerful was Li Shu? He had supreme prestige in the military palace. But in the end, didn't he still end up in such a miserable state? Since the destruction of Li Shu's faction, the military palace had been completely controlled by Feng Chen. His words could determine a person's life and death. Plus, the biggest thorn in the entire military palace, the Highland Battle Group, had surrendered. He, as a leader, was a commander without an army? How could he, Lu Mu, fight with the commander? "Lu Mu, you've gone too far." The commander was appointed by Duke Xiaoyao. What you're doing is beneath your dignity. Of course, these generals didn't dare to say too much and just tried to persuade Lu Mu. After all, Lu Mu was not only the leader of the Highland Battle Group, but he also had an even more terrifying identity. That is, the Lu family had once produced a half-step chaotic supremacy who had even become the unofficial disciple of the devouring demon clan leader. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, that super powerhouse had fallen. This also led to the rapid decline of the Lu family. In the end, they retreated to a small place like the Carefree Palace. Of course, even so, the Lu family was also an existence that could contend with the Carefree Palace. However, under normal circumstances, the Lu family would not have a real conflict with the Carefree Mansion. No one dared to guarantee that the super expert of the Lu family had really fallen, or had he befriended some experts in the devouring demon clan. Once the Lu family contacted those experts, not to mention the Carefree Palace, even the allied forces of the three palaces would not be able to stop them. I, Lu Mu, always do things with a clear conscience. Lu Mu stopped attacking and said coldly, "The military palace is the most important organization of the Carefree Mansion. It directly controls the lives of all the people in the Carefree Mansion. If the leader of the military palace is incompetent and causes the Carefree Manor to lose in the War of the Three Manors and lose a large amount of cultivation resources, then he will be a sinner." Lu Mu looked around. The generals were silent. Therefore, I, Lu Mu, do not ask for much. Everyone understood what he meant. He wanted to challenge the new commander. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Mu challenged Fang Qin again. His face was full of disdain. If you don't dare, then get out of the military palace as soon as possible. Cowards are not welcome here. The generals were speechless. They knew that once Lu Mu had made his decision, no one could change it. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Qin. At this moment, Fang Qin grinned and raised his head, looking at Lu Mu seriously. "You are Lu Mu?" Without waiting for Lu Mu to answer, he continued to ask, "You challenge me. If I lose, I will lose the position of commander. If you lose, you will not lose anything. This is unfair to me." Lu Mu's eyes lit up. The provocation was indeed effective. The commander could not sit still. "What do you want?" Lu Mu shrugged. "As long as you dare to accept the challenge, I can accept any request." "Is that so?" Fang Qin said. "Then what if I want your life?" Lu Mu was stunned for a moment before he reacted and laughed. "My life? As long as you have the ability, you can come and take it any time." However, Fang Qin shook his head. "Your life is worthless, but I heard that your Lu family is powerful. You should have a lot of cultivation resources, right?" Fang Qin rolled his eyes. He had already set his sights on the Lu family. "I wonder if you, as a disciple of the Lu family, can make the decision on behalf of the Lu family?" Facing Fang Qin's question, Lu Mu's face was full of disdain. A mere fourth-level holy emperor dared to set his sights on the Lu family. He was courting death. If not for the fact that he was afraid that he would reject the challenge, Lu Mu would have gone berserk. "If you have something to say, just say it," Lu Mu said. Fang Qin nodded and did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "You also know that my cultivation level is too low. I need to work hard to cultivate, but what I lack the most now is cultivation resources. If you lose, I don't want anything else. I just want 100 drops of blood that are of the same level as the 3 drops in the military palace's treasury." Since the conditions had been stated, the next step was to wait for Lu Mu's response. Hearing this, Lu Mu's expression changed. He did not expect the commander's request to be 100 drops of blood. He was very clear that the 3 drops of blood in the military palace's treasury were of an extremely high level. Even in his Lu family, it was considered a treasure. "How about it? If you agree, I will accept the challenge," Fang Qin said. "You should know the importance of the demon swallowing blood. I can use other treasures of the same value to exchange for it," Lu Mu said. He did not have the authority to obtain 100 drops of blood. Fang Qin shook his head and turned to leave. "Stop." Seeing this, Lu Mu called out to Fang Qin, 50 drops. This is my bottom line. Didn't you think that you are very powerful and look down on me? Why don't you dare to accept the bet?" Fang Chen mocked and did not say anything else. Lu Mu thought quickly in his mind. In fact, whether it was 100 drops or 200 drops, it was the same to him, because he would definitely win this battle. However, he was still a little uneasy. 150, Fang Chen said without turning his head. 70 drops. 200, Fang Chen continued. He did not care about Lu Mu's thoughts. At this moment, Lu Mu finally could not hold back. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "All right, 100 drops it is. I agree." Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and turned around. He grinned and said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you were this straightforward from the start?" "Humph," Lu Mu snorted coldly. A mere 4th level Holy Emperor dared to threaten him. 3 days later, at the martial arts practice field, he said coldly, at that time he would definitely let the new commander know the consequences of threatening him. "No problem. Just prepare the blood." Chapter 3669. On one side was the leader of the Highland Legion. He was extremely powerful and had the backing of the Liu clan. In the past, his prestige in the military palace had even surpassed many of the generals. On the other side was the new commander, Lin Qin. Such a battle would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Everyone was looking forward to the battle in 3 days. "Commander." A general followed Fang Chen to the commander's residence and said in a low voice, "Lu Mu is not only powerful, but also has the backing of the Liu clan. You have to be careful." "It's fine. I need some blood anyway." Fang Chen smiled. Not to mention the Liu clan, he was not even afraid of the carefree palace. After all, the outcome of this battle was already decided. No matter how powerful Lu Mu was, how powerful could he be? But he was different. 3 days was enough for him to absorb 3 drops of blood. If he could absorb all of them, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, it would be too easy to deal with Lu Mu. Therefore, Fang Chen was not worried at all. Instead, he was more concerned about the demon swallowing blood. "Do you know how to obtain more demon swallowing blood?" Hearing this, the general thought for a moment and said, "There are 5 types of demon swallowing blood. The lowest type can be found everywhere. Every general in the military palace has it." To put it bluntly, this type of blood was only useful for martial artists who had not activated their demon swallowing bloodline. Others would not even bother to use it. The second type was the 3 drops of blood in the military palace's treasury. Under normal circumstances, this type of blood was extremely beneficial to martial artists of the Holy Emperor realm. If one could completely absorb it, it was possible to break through and even activate their demon swallowing bloodline. Moreover, there was a great chance to increase the density of their bloodline. In the entire carefree palace, other than the Marquis, only the Liu clan has this type of blood. The 3 drops of blood in the treasury were also given by the Marquis for meritorious service, the general said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. The 3 drops of blood were only of the second type. He was curious. How magical were the other 3 types of blood? The third type is the blood essence of the various palace lords. This type of blood is extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to obtain it. Only those who have some relationship with the Marquis can be given it. The general continued. He also mentioned that there might be some ruins left behind by experts in the origin world that would occasionally contain blood of the 3rd level. However, it was not common. As for the 4th type, it was the blood essence of the generals under the devouring demon clan leader. They were called war gods and were invincible. They were the faith of the devouring demons. In the origin world, their status was second only to the patriarch of the devil-devouring clan. However, because the patriarch of the devouring demon clan had always been in seclusion, attempting to break through to the legendary realm of universe controller, most of the matters in the origin world were handled by the war gods. Their blood essence is said to be able to bring the dead back to life and allow saints to break through to the next realm without any obstacles. Hearing this, Even Fong Qin couldn't help but be surprised. He did not expect the blood of the demon-devouring tribe to be so overbearing. According to the records, the war gods of the devouring demon clan were basically half-step chaotic supremes. It was too difficult to obtain their blood. Fong Qin licked his dry lips. His intuition told him that only by devouring the blood of the battle gods of the devils could his perfect bloodline evolve completely. There's no rush. Soon, Fong Qin calmed down. He suppressed his restless emotions. Now he was in the origin world and enemies were everywhere. Once his identity was exposed, not only would he die, but the entire chaotic realm would be destroyed. The burden on his shoulders was very heavy, so he could not be anxious. Before he had full confidence, he could not act rashly. Although I can't get the blood of the war gods of the devouring demon clan for the time being, at least I can get some other blood. Fong Qin thought to himself, no matter what, other levels of blood could at least speed up the evolution of the perfect bloodline. It was very beneficial. As for the fifth type of blood, the general did not say. It was not that he did not want to say it, but that he did not dare to, because it involved the patriarch of the devouring demon clan. They did not dare to say much. Fong Qin guessed it. He nodded slightly, collected his thoughts, and said, "You can leave now. If there's any news of blood, remember to inform me." "Yes, Commander." After the general left, Fong Qin shook his wrist, and a formation enveloped the commander's residence. He sat cross-legged and took out 3 drops of blood. The faintly discernible blood contained extremely strong power. This kind of energy was extremely mysterious. Moreover, it was mixed with a strand of the aura of the Devil Tao. It gave others the feeling as if it could devour everything. The second type? Fong Qin murmured. He had gone through so much trouble to get the blood, but he did not expect that it was only the second level of blood. He shook his head and felt the power in the blood flowing away. He did not say anything else and began to absorb it. Buzz! The perfect bloodline in his body flickered and then quickly disappeared. In that instant, the devouring demon blood sensed it and surged into Fong Qin's body. Hiss! Hiss! The absorption process was beyond Fong Qin's expectations. He originally thought that there would be obstacles, but after absorbing it, he realized that success came naturally. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. Buzz! His blood and qi churned in his body, and he could clearly feel that the perfect bloodline seemed to have transformed, and his cultivation level had also risen to the 5th rank Holy Emperor. Fong Qin was stunned, but soon he understood. The reason why he could absorb it so easily should be the effect of the perfect bloodline. What a pity! Fong Qin felt a little regretful. If not for the fear of being sensed when he released the perfect bloodline, he would have released it long ago. Pitter-patter! The sound of bones cracking came from his body. Fong Qin performed the invincible sword technique to consolidate his cultivation. A day later, after his cultivation was completely consolidated, he once again came to the military palace's treasury to look for an origin sacred weapon. The previous long sword was too low grade. Fong Qin muttered to himself. He walked around the treasury and soon found a long sword. Buzz! He touched it lightly with his palm and felt the scorching flames erupting from it. This was a fire origin sacred weapon, which was compatible with his origin attribute. I'll choose this. After choosing it, he contacted the weapon spirit of the treasury to exchange for it. Spirit Slayer sword. Fong Qin carefully looked at the long sword and muttered to himself. He thought of his battle partner in his previous life, the Hidden Star sword. Unfortunately, he had to go through the reincarnation road and could not bring it over. The reincarnation road was too mysterious. Even a supreme venerable had to exhaust all means to send himself to the origin world, so there was no need to think about bringing a treasure with him. Well, since I'm new, I'll start over. Fong Qin muttered to himself, his primordial spirit trembling. Chapter 3670. 5th level Holy Emperor cultivation and the Origin Saint weapon, the Spirit Slayer sword. Fang Chen's strength had reached a whole new level. In these days, he had been comprehending the origin again. The order of heaven and earth in the origin world was complete. The heavenly path was also complete. Therefore, the 5 origins were even more perfect. It was easier to comprehend them. Moreover, the origin power was many times stronger than in his previous life. Although he was only a 5th level Holy Emperor, he had already used his comprehension of the origin and the invincible way of the sword to make up for the difference in cultivation level. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle on the arena had finally arrived. On this day, the entire military palace was bustling. Many generals had come to the martial arts field early in the morning. Soon, the place was filled with people. In fact, even the various independent battle groups had come. Lu Mu is very strong. It is said that he has reached the peak of 6th level Holy Emperor. I wonder if the new commander can defeat him? I don't think so. Although the commander went to the 3 prefectures continent to train, the difference in cultivation level is too big. It is impossible for him to defeat Lu Mu. If Lu Mu wins, the military palace will be the Lu family's world. Some people were discussing. Of course, there were many people who stood on the side of the new commander. Because of this, there was a big dispute in the Highland Battle Group. The faction led by the deputy commander supported the commander. "Deputy commander," someone said in a low voice. The deputy commander's face was pale. After the incident with Li Shu, the deputy commander had an inexplicable trust in Fang Qin. Moreover, compared to the Lu family, he was more willing to be loyal to the current commander. Lu Mu was headstrong and self-opinionated. The reason he could become the commander of the Highland Battle Group was because of the Lu family behind him. Many members had a lot of resentment towards Lu Mu. They just didn't dare to say it. This time, the deputy commander had publicly expressed his attitude. This action of his was undoubtedly a complete break with Lu Mu, the leader of the group. "I will not regret the decision I have made." The deputy commander pondered. The many members behind him quieted down and stopped their discussion. On the other side, the members of the commander's faction had mocking expressions. "I say, Vice Captain, you've lived for so long, but you've really lived like a dog." That's right. He clearly knew that the regiment commander would definitely win. Yet, he still did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality to protect the new commander? Do you really think that you can continue to be the commander? With the Lu family around, Lu Mu can do whatever he wants in the military palace. We'll see. Their faces were filled with disdain. They could already see that after Lu Mu defeated the commander, the general's palace would take control and completely eliminate scum like the deputy commander. Whoosh! In the crowded martial arts practice field, a terrifying loud sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Lu Mu came riding on the waves. Terrifying power gushed out from his body, forming a huge wave that floated under his feet. The scene was spectacular. Voila! Lu Mu came riding on the waves and stood on the martial arts platform. He looked down from above, but didn't see any trace of Fang Qin. "You don't dare to come?" Lu Mu was very arrogant. After today, the military palace would only remember Lu Mu, commander's residence. Fang Qin got up and restrained his aura. His essence, qi, and spirit had been raised to the best state. "Commander," his personal guard whispered, "Lu Mu has arrived at the martial arts practice field." Fang Qin looked at the time and slowly left the residence. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. All the generals were paying attention to this battle. Where's the commander? Time passed bit by bit, and the crowd began to sound puzzled. Why hadn't the commander appeared yet? I think that guy must be afraid and dare not come. Someone in the Highland Battle Group sneered, but soon it was refuted by others. "It's not the appointed time yet. What's the hurry?" Just as everyone was talking, Fang Qin came. He didn't make a big scene like Lu Mu. Instead, he strolled over like an ordinary person. The crowd opened up a path for him. He went straight to the martial arts practice field. From the beginning to the end, there was a calm smile on his face. It seemed that the battle in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. "You're here," Lu Mu said in a hoarse voice. Fong Chen nodded. 100 drops of blood. Have you prepared them? Swoosh! Lu Mu shook his wrist, and suddenly a large container appeared in front of him. It was filled with dense blood. Sure enough, Fong Chen's eyes were burning when he saw this. As expected of the Lu family, it was amazing to collect 100 drops of blood in such a short time. Very good. Fong Chen grinned. It's here. I'm afraid you won't be alive to take it. Lu Mu provoked. In the martial arts practice field, some elders of the Lu family also arrived. They supported Lu Mu very much, so they were willing to take out 100 drops of blood as a bet. As long as Mu-Er kills the new commander, his prestige will reach the highest. At that time, he should be able to fight for the position of commander in the military palace with the help of the carefree mansion. An elder of the Lu family whispered. The battle hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere in the field had soared to the peak. Everyone was shouting to their heart's content, witnessing the upcoming shocking battle. Thank you for the 100 drops of blood you prepared for me. Fong Chen shrugged. He was determined to get the blood. In the eyes of the outsiders, he had no chance of winning this battle. But in reality, he was confident of winning. Because this place was extremely far away from the 3 prefectures continent, there was a delay in the news. If they knew that Fong Chen had killed hundreds of people from the Sky Moon Army in the 3 prefectures continent, including Baolan, they would definitely be shocked. As for that Lu Mu, he would definitely not be so confident as to challenge Fong Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't know about this fatal information. They were still arrogant like idiots. Humph, what a joke. Lu Mu sneered. My realm has long reached the 6th level Holy Emperor realm, and I'm seeking a breakthrough in life and death battles. I even dare to fight against a 7th level Holy Emperor. What about you? Lu Mu pointed at Fong Chen. I'm very curious. Where did you get the courage to fight with me? On the martial arts practice field, the atmosphere was heavy. Sparks flew as their eyes met. The elders of the Lu family frowned slightly. Hurry up, let's end this quickly. That's right. This is the military palace, after all. To prevent any accidents, let's end this quickly. They were worried that in these 3 days, Fong Chen had secretly contacted the Carefree Mansion to seek protection from Xiao Yaohou. Once Xiao Yaohou intervened, it would be troublesome. Mu-Er, the elder in gray, transmitted his voice. On the martial arts practice field, Lu Mu's expression gradually turned gloomy. Lin Chen, next, let me see what qualifications you have to be the commander-in-chief of the military palace. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Chapter 3671. For both sides, there was no room for failure in this battle. Lu Mu represented the Lu family and the new power of the military palace. If he won, with the prestige of the Highland Battle Group and the Lu family behind the scenes, he would be able to command the military palace. Moreover, he would be able to integrate the resources of the military palace in a very short period of time and use them for his own use. This was also what the Lu family wanted to see after careful consideration. From the fact that they had gathered 100 drops of blood in 3 days and sent a few elders to personally deliver it to Lu Mu, it could be seen that there was a problem. Of course, the Lu family was also very confident. They had full confidence in Lu Mu and thought that the outcome of this battle was basically set. For Fong Chen, he had to win this battle as well. However, comparatively speaking, he was more relaxed. His cultivation had stepped into the 5th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and his physical body and primordial spirit had both undergone a transformation. He really couldn't think of any means that Lu Mu had to defeat him. In this battle, before it even started, there were already blazing sparks. Many generals in the military palace looked up Their thoughts were complicated and they were thinking about many things. There hadn't been such a grand event for many years. Everyone in the military palace came to watch. On the martial arts arena, Lu Mu clenched his fists and shook violently. Immediately, a vast amount of energy erupted from his body. This power gave people an unparalleled sense of impact. "This is," everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Lu Mu to have reached the peak of the 6th level. He was only one step away from the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Oh my God, Lu Mu has actually touched the Saint's will. He's too strong. It's simply unimaginable. What exactly did this guy experience when he went out to train? Even the expressions of many generals changed. Lu Mu's strength was beyond their imagination. Only a few elders of the Lu family had smiles on their faces. "Not bad. Mu'er didn't let us down. Yes, all the resources of our Lu family are leaning towards him. He has also proven himself." In the blink of an eye, the battle on the martial arts arena instantly broke out. "Kill!" Lu Mu stomped his feet, and the martial arts arena trembled. His entire body directly jumped into the air. His body was like a swimming dragon, rushing towards Feng Qin as fast as lightning. At the same time, his fists also punched out fiercely. In the void, the two fist shadows carried boundless power, causing people to tremble. However, Feng Qin faced it calmly. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Feng Qin didn't dodge when the two fists came at him. Instead, he raised his palm and waved it gently. The two imposing fist shadows immediately dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on in the sect? Why was it like this? "Commander, how did you neutralize Lu Mu's attack? What happened just now?" Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. "Lu Mu, don't underestimate the enemy." Below the stage, the voice of the elder of the Lu family could be heard. That was just the appetizer. Lu Mu was bursting with confidence. He looked down at Feng Qin from above. "Now, let's see how you're going to withstand it." Boom! Boom! Lu Mu threw out punch after punch. The entire void was shrouded in fist shadows. Feng Qin, on the other hand, was trapped in the fist shadows. "He's so strong." Everyone was shocked. Lu Mu should be able to fight even against a 7th level saint, right? Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Qin, wanting to see how he would deal with it. Buzz! Light flashed around Feng Qin's body. His physical strength covered the surface of his skin, forming a powerful sword armor. At the same time, his primordial spirit wrapped around his internal organs to prevent injuries. After that, he took out the Spirit Slayer sword. Whoosh! The invincible sword technique was displayed. Between heaven and earth, the invincible sword chi filled the air and quickly condensed into a huge sword shadow. Tens of thousands of sword shadows descended from the sky, carrying with them unparalleled power as they sliced apart the densely packed fist shadows. Boom! A terrifying, explosive force swept over. The spectators in the martial arts practice field couldn't help but retreat. What kind of sword technique is this? The expressions of the elders of the Lu family changed drastically. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, this new commander was not as weak as they had thought. A 5th level Saint Emperor can display such a powerful sword technique? Unbelievable. This guy must have obtained some kind of inheritance. This sword technique is at least at the saint level. Not only them, many of the generals in the military palace were also shocked. What an exquisite sword technique. How did he do it? This kind of sword will shock me. After Feng Qin displayed the invincible sword technique, he waved the Spirit Slayer sword in succession. A huge sword shadow swooped down, as if to tear the world apart. They crisscrossed and collided with the densely packed fist shadows. Kill him. In the void, Lu Mu also felt a trace of pressure. However, he still firmly believed that he was the final victor. Kill. Fong Chen said softly. Immediately, the Spirit Slayer's sword swayed and shot out a sword light invisible to the naked eye at an extremely tricky angle. This sword light passed through the layers of fist shadows and shot into Lu Mu's mind. Bang! Lu Mu's body suddenly shook. Then he staggered and couldn't support himself. The fist shadow in the air collapsed with a loud bang. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed, and the faces of several elders of the Lu family were extremely gloomy. "Spirit Slayer sword?" They gritted their teeth and said these 3 words. Until now, many generals in the military palace recognized the Spirit Slayer sword. This the commander actually exchanged for the Spirit Slayer sword? Great, the commander will win this battle. Ha ha ha, this is really exciting. At this time, they also understood why Lu Mu couldn't support himself. The Spirit Slayer sword was a very strong origin sacred weapon, and it contained the power to shake the primordial spirit. Obviously, the commander had just completely activated the Spirit Slayer sword, letting its deepest energy burst out and hit Lu Mu's primordial spirit. "Mu'er!" The Lu family elder roared loudly. Lu Mu barely woke up from the shock. He held his head with both hands, and pain filled his whole body. "No, I am Lu Mu, I can't lose." In a daze, Lu Mu muttered to himself. "Mu'er!" Voices echoed on the martial arts arena, directly hitting Lu Mu's primordial spirit. Dong dong dong. Lu Mu's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to defeat the commander. And in his body, in his heart, there was also a strange power that flowed out endlessly. When this power spread throughout his body, the power of the Spirit Slayer sword was finally completely expelled. Lu Mu's face was pale, and he stared at Fong Chen. "You really surprised me. You actually exchanged for the Spirit Slayer sword." Lu Mu's voice was hoarse. With the Spirit Slayer sword in hand, coupled with Fong Chen's exquisite swordsmanship, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary 5th-level Holy Emperor. His combat strength was no weaker than a 6th-level Holy Emperor. So, Lu Mu used his trump card. In the martial arts arena, the onlookers were screaming. Chapter 3672. Dong dong dong. Loud noises came from Lu Mu's body. Everyone's eyes were attracted by it. They saw, in his body, there were countless cyclones spinning crazily. Each cyclone contained a completely different power. Origin strangle. Lu Mu shouted in a low voice. He spread out his hands and guided the cyclones in his body. These cyclones collided with each other, and then the internal power intertwined, instantly evolving into an even more powerful force. Buzz! Layers of air waves rose into the sky. The entire martial arts practice field was dead silent. Everyone was stunned, because they were shocked to find that after the cyclones in Lu Mu's body disappeared, there were 3 balls of light above his head. A ball of light condensed from hot flames, a ball of light condensed from shocking waves, and another ball of light condensed from wind and sand. The most important thing was these 3 balls of light rotated with each other, releasing a terrifying origin power. That's right, it was the origin power. Huh. Even Fong Chen's face gradually became solemn, because he saw through Lu Mu's intentions. Origin fusion? Fong Chen was in a daze. In his previous life, when he was cultivating in the Chaos Realm, he had also tried to fuse the origin. However, at the beginning of the world, the 5 great origins had already been born. They were the foundation of the Chaos Realm and the support of the entire space. They repelled each other, and it was difficult and easy. And since ancient times, those who could fuse 2 kinds of origin power were already one in 10,000 super monsters. According to the ancient records of the Chaos Realm, in recent eras, only one person had successfully fused the 4 great origins. This had already made history. No one before and no one since. He was once the strongest person in the Chaos Realm, Supreme Fu Jian. Now, after reincarnating, he once again encountered the origin fusion. Buzz! The 3 origin light balls above Lu Mu's head had some problems in the process of fusing and shook violently. The sound of the vibration pulled Feng Chen's thoughts back. He stared at Lu Mu closely. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Do you want to forcefully fuse? He could see that Lu Mu was unable to control the origin fusion at all. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that he obtained a certain secret technique. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to use it. The consequence of doing so was that he would most likely be heavily injured by the backlash and lose his ability to fight. Invincible sword technique. Feng Chen held the Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand. He performed the invincible sword art. Invincible sword chi circled around him, completely enveloping him. However, he felt that it was not enough. The next attack would be Lu Mu's fiercest and most domineering one. There was no room for carelessness. He had to give it his all. Only by blocking this most ferocious attack would they be able to win the battle. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light erupted from the Spirit Slayer's sword. Meanwhile, he also activated his origin energy and poured it into the Spirit Slayer's sword. What happened? The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought that Lu Mu would have such a trump card? Fusion of origins? Is Lu Mu crazy? The generals in the palace widened their eyes in disbelief. In their opinion, in order to fuse with the origin source, one's cultivation had to be at least at the level of a 9th level saint. Right now, Lu Mu was only a 6th level saint emperor. Since the establishment of the origin world, there had been many cases where one's cultivation was too low and forcefully fused with the origin source. In the end, they exploded and died. Therefore, after the generals saw it, they turned pale with fright. On the other hand, a smile appeared on the faces of the elders of the Lu family. Mu did well. Yes, Mu has comprehended the origin source fusion technique. This battle will definitely establish supreme prestige in the palace. Another elder also nodded. However, we also need to be on guard. After all, Mu'er's cultivation is too low. If he can't hold on, we have to take action immediately to protect his internal organs. The few elders secretly communicated with each other, but their eyes were fixed on Lu Mu. On the martial arts arena, Lu Mu's face was ferocious. He had never fought so hard before. If I can't defeat you in this battle, how can I, Lu Mu, still have the face to live in this world? After saying that, Lu Mu launched a crazy attack. Buzz! At this moment, layers of invisible ripples suddenly appeared in all directions. These ripples connected seamlessly, forming an independent space. This was an array. In an instant, the array enveloped the martial arts arena, and no one could see the situation inside. Dong, dong, dong! A deafening sound soared into the sky. Everyone was very anxious. How was the battle going? I don't know what's going on. I didn't expect the commander to be an array master. Yes, the power of this array isn't too strong, but it's very tough. It's an extremely strong trapping array. The expressions of the elders of the Lu family changed. They tried their best to release their primordial spirits, trying to penetrate the array and see the situation inside. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't penetrate it. Damn it, this array is extremely special. It can actually restrict divine consciousness. It doesn't matter. This array is just a trapping array. It doesn't have the ability to attack and can't affect Mu. In the end, the elders of the Lu family quieted down. They were waiting. As long as the commander was defeated, the array would break on its own. Crack! Only a quarter of an hour passed. The array showed signs of cracking, shaking as if it would shatter at any time. This scene made the hearts of the generals in the palace tremble. As for the elders of the Lu family, their faces were full of surprise. It's over, they said softly. Crack! There was another loud sound. The cracks on the array grew bigger and bigger, and in the end it could no longer be maintained. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the array shattered with a loud bang. Dust flew, and a terrifying wave of air soared into the sky. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see the battle situation on the martial arts practice platform clearly. Who won? In the crowd, one could vaguely hear this voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke dissipated, and a tall and straight figure appeared on the martial arts practice platform. Has made a contribution, the elder of the Liu family stroked his beard and said with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong. Immediately after, their expressions suddenly changed drastically, and their anger soared to the sky. The tall and straight figure on the martial arts practice platform was not Lu Mu, but the commander that no one was optimistic about. What? This result was beyond everyone's expectations. It made everyone's jaws drop. Oh my God, the commander defeated Li Mu? What exactly happened? Many people felt incredulous. However, they noticed that at the feet of Fong Qin, Lu Mu, who was covered in blood, was lying in a pool of blood, dying. His blood essence had long been sucked dry by Fong Qin. No, the elders of the Liu family who woke up from the shock were furious. Their terrifying aura was rising steadily. They locked onto Fong Qin, full of hatred. Kid, what did you do? Chapter 3673. The people of the Liu family were furious. In fact, they thought that this battle was foolproof. They knew Lu Mu's strength very well. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with a Soul Line Realm warrior. Plus, the opponent was the new commander of the military palace. If they could defeat or even kill him, Lu Mu could control the military palace, and thus the entire Xiaoyao army. This was a rare opportunity for the Liu family. So, after a discussion, the Liu family quickly gathered 100 drops of blood and brought them to the military palace as fast as they could. In fact, Lu Mu's strength had also reached their expectations. From the very beginning of the battle, Lu Mu had an absolute advantage over his opponent. But the elders of the Liu family and others couldn't believe it. Lu Mu had used his strongest technique, but he was still defeated. Moreover, he had lost the ability to fight and fell in a pool of blood. What did this mean? It meant that the preparation work of the Liu family was all in vain. Moreover, the Liu family's plan was all in vain. This was too big a blow to the Liu family. Therefore, the elders of the Liu family, after seeing this scene, did not ask about Lu Mu's injury. Instead, they jumped out directly and questioned Fong Qin. Humph! So what if you are the commander of the military palace? You are so cruel and merciless to deliberately hurt the disciples of the Liu family. This is a heinous crime. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Yes, the Liu family is not so easy to bully. The elders stepped forward and aggressively surrounded Fong Qin. Haha. Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back and restrained his aura. A cold smile appeared on his face. When Lu Mu challenged me, why didn't you say that he was offending his superiors? Now that Lu Mu had been defeated, it was ridiculous to say that he hurt the disciples of the Liu family. The Liu family has gone too far. The generals of the military palace, who woke up from the shock, also looked dignified. They all opened their mouths and scolded the elders of the Liu family. This is the military palace. Please don't break the rules of the military palace. Yes, we watched the whole battle. The commander did not cheat. Lu Mu's defeat can only be attributed to his inferior skills. A loss is a loss. Can't the Liu family afford to lose? When the generals spoke, the elders of the Liu family naturally had to consider. At this moment, Fong Qin walked over to Lu Mu, who was lying in a pool of blood. With a suction force from his palm, 100 drops of demon devour blood were sucked into his pouch. Seeing this, the elder of the Liu family bared his teeth. Lu Mu was defeated, and the Liu clan admitted defeat. However, These 100 drops of blood were the Lu clan's heritage, and they could not let the military palace take them away. Stop, kid, take out the blood. Humph, you dare to take my Lu clan's things? Several elders had ferocious looks on their faces as they jumped onto the martial arts stage to force Fang Qin. Fang Qin shrugged. How could he hand over something that was already in his pocket? Besides, this blood was too important to him. The wager between Lu Mu and me was 100 drops of blood. This was something that even your Lu clan agreed to. Now that he has lost, why can't I take the wager? Fang Qin asked. You used despicable means to injure Lu Mu. It's one thing for our Lu clan to not pursue this matter, but you even dared to try and take away the blood? Dream on. Fang Qin shook his head. If the person who lost today was me, would you also ask Lu Mu to take back our wager? Faced with Fang Qin's questioning, the elders of the Lu clan had a terrible look on their faces. But at this point they had to do this. Even if they had to completely fall out with the military palace, they had to get the blood back. How dare you? Many generals from the military palace came to the martial arts stage and surrounded Fang Qin in the middle. This is the military palace. Are you trying to rebel? The military palace belonged to the Xiaoyao army and was the strongest force under Xiaoyao Ho. The Lu clan causing trouble in the military palace was a slap to Xiaoyao Ho's face. Do it. Sure enough, several elders attacked, regardless of the consequences. The Lu clan betrayed the Xiaoyao palace, killed them without mercy. In an instant, the martial arts stage was in chaos. The soldiers of the military palace, led by many generals, surrounded the elders of the Lu clan. As for Fang Qin, he stayed out of it. Kill them. It's best if both sides suffer. Fang Qin muttered to himself. The sound of killing shook the sky, and the smell of blood filled the air. This situation lasted for half an hour. Dong! The ground shook and showed signs of cracking. The sound of fighting gradually stopped. Fang Qin turned his head and looked. One of the generals came forward to report. Of the 3 elders of the Lu clan, 2 died on the spot. The remaining one had lost his ability to fight and was suppressed. The Lu clan betrayed the Xiaoyao palace. This is a serious matter. I beg you to escort this person to see the marquis. Fang Qin nodded. The Lu clan was very powerful. The military palace alone couldn't compete with them. They could only inform Xiaoyao Ho. Moreover, he didn't care about this at all. He couldn't stay in the Xiaoyao palace for too long. His goal was to swallow the demon blood. I'll take him there in 3 days. Fang Qin rolled his eyes and said with a smile, when he broke through to the Holy Emperor realm, he could get the blood rewarded by Xiaoyao Ho. Coincidentally, this was a great opportunity to get the blood. The reason why he needed 3 days was because he needed to absorb the 100 drops of blood first to avoid any more trouble. Yes, Commander. For the rest of the time, the matter here was left to the generals. As for Fang Qin, he returned to the commander's mansion and set up a formation to prevent others from looking. Then he began to absorb the blood. These 100 drops of blood were of the same level as the 3 drops of blood in the military palace's treasury. Therefore, Fang Qin was very experienced in absorbing them. Hiss! He opened his mouth and sucked, and a drop of blood was immediately digested. Continue. Every time he absorbed the demon blood, he could feel the change in his perfect bloodline. When the demon blood entered his body, it was almost completely broken down. 3 days later, Fang Qin opened his eyes. The blood in his body was vigorous. The transformation of his perfect bloodline had reached an extremely high level. Phew! Fang Qin took a deep breath. He felt the demon devouring aura in his body. 100 drops of blood not only transformed his perfect bloodline, but also made him contain the demon devouring aura. In this way, his disguise was more like it. It's time to go, Fang Qin said to himself. After absorbing 100 drops of blood, Fang Qin realized If he wanted the perfect bloodline to completely evolve and completely restrain the demon-devouring bloodline, this level of blood was far from enough. I have to work harder. In the square. Commander, the Liu family sent a letter asking the military palace to send this elder back immediately. They also asked you to personally bring 100 drops of blood to apologize. Otherwise, a general said in a low voice. Otherwise what? Fong Chen asked. The Liu family was really bold. At this point, they still dared to threaten the military palace? Were they really not afraid of Xiao Ho? Or Chapter 3674. Otherwise, the general's face was very ugly. The Liu family was too arrogant, and the news they sent was very overbearing. They threatened that within a month, the commander must personally send the elder of the Liu family back and return all 100 drops of blood, or else the military palace would never have a day of peace. Hearing this, Fong Chen sneered. The military palace is the military palace of the Xiaoyao mansion, not the Liu family. He waved his sleeves and walked to the cell. The only remaining elder of the Liu family had his cultivation sealed and his limbs tied up. Fong Chen picked him up and left the military palace. Secret Mountain. The military palace was the only way to the Xiaoyao mansion. Here, there was a dense forest with towering trees. A man with a saber on his back sat cross-legged on a stone. His body exuded a fierce and overbearing aura, and no one dared to approach him. Humph, the military palace is really bold, daring to kill our Liu family. One of the young men said. I heard that the new commander of the military palace is just a little guy of the Saint Emperor realm. This time it's interesting. With Big Brother Bloodsaber, he will definitely die. They were from the Liu family. The man with the saber on his back was called Bloodsaber, the strongest of the younger generation of the Liu family. He was also the only young warrior who had stepped into the Saint realm. This time, the Liu family was furious and wanted to take back the 100 drops of blood. On the surface, they attacked the military palace. Secretly, they sent the saint of the family to stop Fong Chen in Secret Mountain. This is the only way to the Xiaoyao mansion. It won't be long before that guy comes. Several people were chatting. Only Bloodsaber did not say a word. A few days later, Fong Chen came to Secret Mountain. What a strong source of energy! Feeling the vast source of energy, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. Although this place was not as good as the military palace, it was many times stronger than the Chaos Realm. He remembered what the great sage had said at the end of the Reincarnation Road. 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's luck had been taken away by the swallowing demon patriarch. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of the Chaos Realm was damaged, and the source of the 5 elements was incomplete. In fact, for a long time, their cultivation environment was very bad compared to the source world. This was also the reason why. Why were there so many experts in the origin world? The Demon Devourer clan in the origin world had reached an unbelievable level after evolving from one generation to the next. Let's go. Fong Chen shook his head and continued on his way. However, just as he was about to cross the mountain, he suddenly sensed a trace of faintly discernible fluctuation. He rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. However, he didn't make any noise and continued to move forward calmly. He's here, in the dark. The disciples of the Liu family conversed with each other and locked onto Fong Chen. Let's wait until he enters the formation we've set up, someone said. Go easy on him. The clan master wants him alive, someone added. As for Bloodblade, he slowly drew his battle saber from his back as saber intent filled his eyes. Fong Chen slowed down his pace and continued forward. With every step he took, he could vaguely feel the complicated patterns on the ground. Array formation. Fong Chen frowned. His powerful divine sense quietly spread out, covering the ground as he continued to search. A moment later, he found the center of the array formation. Blood-severing array. Fong Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that someone from the Lu family could set up such an ancient array formation. The blood-severing array was very powerful. It could instantly cut off the blood flow in a martial artist's body, causing them to self-destruct. Even a saint would be afraid of this array formation. However, Fong Qin wasn't afraid. The perfect bloodline in his body was known as the strongest bloodline in the world. It could even devour and purify the demon Devour bloodline. A mere blood-severing array couldn't cut off its flow at all. So Fong Qin didn't even think about it and swaggered into the blood-severing array. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into it, he could feel a continuous stream of energy surging toward him from all directions. Buzz! Around him, invisible barriers intertwined, forming an independent space. The array is formed. The disciples of the Lu family shouted and appeared one after another. In front of them, a blood-red array formation trapped the commander of the General Palace. It trapped the commander of the General Palace so easily. Humph! With such strength, how can he be the commander? Don't be careless. Lu Mu died in his hands, someone reminded. With the blood-severing array, he will definitely die. I'll go in and meet him first. The burly man took a big step forward and jumped into the blood-severing array. Rumble. Immediately after, a deafening sound was heard. The disciples of the Lu family nodded, thinking that the commander of the General Palace had been suppressed. Crack! However, when the burly man's body flew out of the blood-severing array, they were extremely shocked. What's going on? Swoosh! They all stepped into the blood-severing array. The scene that appeared in front of them wasn't Fong Chen's qi and blood drying up, but his qi and blood were vigorous, as if the blood-severing array had no effect on him at all. You! The disciples of the Lu family exclaimed. At this moment, Bloodblade also came in. The Lu family is really good. Fong Qin sneered. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be tricked. Kid, since you know that we are from the Lu family, why don't you surrender obediently? Hand over the blood and we can spare your life. The disciples of the Lu family clamored. Only Bloodblade stared at Fong Qin. You are very strong. Bloodblade rarely praised people, but he wasn't stingy with his praise of Fong Qin. This made the other disciples of the Lu family a little stunned. Brother Bloodblade. Bloodblade waved his hand. You are no match for him. Let me do it. Bloodblade held the blade in his hand and stared at Lu Qin. The others retreated. I didn't expect to meet such an opponent on this secret mountain. Bloodblade licked his dry lips and said in a deep voice. He could see that Fong Qin wasn't affected by the blood-severing array. Swoosh! He removed the blood-severing array. Brother Bloodblade, the others exclaimed. The blood-severing array is ineffective against him. Bloodblade's voice came into their ears. Hearing this, everyone was completely stunned. The blood-severing array, even if it was them, would be affected if they stayed in it for a long time. But this person was actually not affected? How was this possible? Seventh Order Saint. Fong Qin looked at him disdainfully. It seems that the Lu family has a lot of confidence in you. I just don't know if the Lu family will be heartbroken if I kill you. Lu Mu's death had no impact on the Lu family. What the Lu family cared about was 100 drops of blood. I, Bloodblade, have never been defeated since I started cultivating. I don't know how many blades you can withstand in my hands. Bloodblade's aura was like a rainbow. With a flick of his wrist, the saber vibrated and emitted a loud and clear sound. He wasn't a self-righteous idiot like Lu Mu. In the territory of the Carefree Mansion, Bloodblade was also one of the top young generation. Even, there were rumors, Bloodblade had inherited the inheritance of the ancient, powerful Blood Demon Emperor.